This is your Cunie's student radio station. You are right.
From the Sky News Centre at 6. I'm trying to
Undercover
find...
panorama report reveals prison chaos.
Chaos in one of the biggest prisons in the country has been revealed in secret filming by an undercover reporter. The report spent 2 months at HMP Northumberland for Panorama. He discovered widespread drug use, a lack of control, door alarms that did not go off in one block, and a hole in an internal security fence. The Ministry of Justice has said it will investigate these extremely serious allegations. UK economy growth is slow due to Brexit, says European Commission. The UK economy is set to see its growth slow over the next 2 years due to the impact of Brexit, the European Commission has said. Economic Commissioner Pierre Moscovici told the Brussels press conference that the UK's vote to leave the EU continues to pose a significant downside risk, both to the British economy and to the wider Eurozone. The report forecasts that the UK will be overtaken by growth by the rest of the European Union by 2018, when the UK is projected to see an economic rise of 1.2% compared to the EU's 1.8%. Sweden defends officials wearing headscarves in Iran. The Swedish government has defended its decision to have its officials wear headscarves during the trip to Iran, saying that failing to do so would have broken the law. Trade Minister Anne Lind led a business team last week and faced criticism for wearing a headscarf or hijab. Certain Swedish politicians and an Iranian women's rights activist have criticised the decision. However, Ms Lind said that she was not willing to break Iranian law and that since the only other option would have been to send an all-male delegation, she was required to wear a headscarf. Cricketer Joe Root to take the position of England's Test captain. Yorkshire man Joe Root has been named the new England Test captain following the resignation of Alistair Cook. Root replaces Cook to become England's 80th Test captain, with Ben Stokes named vice captain, the position that Root now vacates. Root's first series as Test captain will be South Africa's 4-Test tour in July. And now, the weather. A dry evening with winds gradually increasing. Clear skies will lead to it turning cold, with the risk of patchy frost in the morning. Tomorrow, warmer temperatures than Monday, with light southeasterly winds. Some sunny spells are likely before cloud thickens from the southwest later in the day.
On air, online, on demand.
York Uni's student radio station.
URY.
Policies have been decided, 60-second manifestos filmed, cardboard at that ready. It's that time of year again. Welcome to YUSU Elections 2017. We're kicking off tonight with the traditional curtain raiser to the election season, URY's Candidate Interview Night. I'm Peter Rogers, Head of News at URY, and over the course of this evening, we'll be interviewing every candidate, whether they're running for a full-time sabbatical position or a part-time officer position. That's 28 interviews and 6 debates encompassing all 41 candidates. SAB officers will be interviewed alongside their competitors in debate style, while all other positions will receive a single 5-minute interview. Candidates for YUSU President will also receive a one-on-one interview. All President's debates and interviews will be in the 90 minutes between 8 and 9:30. We'd love to hear your thoughts throughout the evening. If you're listening online, message us via the website or text us at 07851 101 313. You can also get in contact via Twitter. Tweet us at URY1350 and follow the discussion using the hashtags YUSUElections and hashtag CIN17. Every interview this evening will also be streamed live on YouTube. If you want to see the candidates sweat under questioning, head to our channel, which is also URY1350. Throughout the night, we'll be taking regular trips to our green room in Vanbrugh College. This is the hub of Candidate Interview Night, where candidates will go before and after their interviews. This is where our colleagues from campus publications, the Yorker and the Lemon Press will be based. So look out for their tweets and live blogs over the course of this evening. But most importantly, we've got our green room presenter, Neve, down there. How are you doing, Neve?
Well, I've recently changed my name to Hex Macduff, but things are exciting down here, Peter. People are just starting to turn up. We have a wall for candidates to write inspirational messages and the like on that will later be tweeted by the media teams. And speaking of media, it seems like everyone's here, Peter. We've got Lemon Press, we've got the Yorker, and we've got URY. It's very exciting. All the squash is going so quickly. It's going to be a big night.
Hector, I don't know whether to be delighted or disappointed you're not Neve.
Well, I'll take it. So I can change my name. You can call me whatever you like, Pete. That's fine.
But are you looking forward to the evening? Hector, how are you looking forward to the evening?
I am looking forward to it. The squash is free. Get to meet all these exciting people, and I have to say there are many interesting outfits turning up already. It proves to be a very exciting evening. I hope people are looking forward to looking at the YouTube live stream because it's going to be interesting.
Hector, thank you very much. We're going to drop in with you in a few minutes' time after our first interview. Now for this evening, we've been asking candidates to pick a song to be played tonight. And our first interviewees are Tilly Dalgleish and Anna Hill, running for women's officers. Here's their pick. Kicking us off with that, it's now time for that interview, which will be conducted by Naomi Gilbert. But first, let's hear a bit about what they'll be up to if elected.
Women's Officer represents women and promotes women's liberation across campus. Candidates for this position must self-define as women.
Hello, Anna and Tilly. Welcome to URY. First question for tonight. What made you decide to run for Women's Officer?
Well, I think we're both really passionate advocates for women's rights generally, and it's a really big part of both of our lives. And we're both active parts of the network anyway, so I'm the disabled rep as part of the women's network already, and Anna does so much. I mean
Thank you. Yeah, I've been involved in activism before, like outside of university, and I'm also a representative on the LGBTQ network, so I know what other liberations do too.
So I think we both wanted to apply that passion and that experience to the university to try and make, where we live and where we work better for women and all non-binary people and everyone really, because it has a knock-on effect,
Yes, exactly. One of your policies is about hosting events focusing on increasing confidence in women and non-binary people. So tell me a little bit about what kind of events these would be.
Part of it anyway is to try and sort of increase the network's visibility around campus. So that was a big part with a campus-wide events. But something we really wanted to focus on is that we know that getting a job is becoming increasingly difficult, and especially I think with women and non-binary people, because they face discrimination that others don't. And so what we wanted to do was put on events that help with that. So events that help with writing your CV, and events that help with things like harassment in the workplace, how to deal with it, how to report it, and not just to put up with it. That part of our manifesto also relies on, people talking to us and saying, we need this to help us. But what we really want to do is just help women and non-binary people get to where they want to go in their career, or not even a career, a venture, anything, by giving them that confidence and feeling like they know what they need to do. And especially if they know what to do when it comes to something unfair happening to them that is to do with their gender. So, yeah, that's what that was about. And I think I'm really passionate about that one. That's the thing that I really want to do.
Yeah. So you mentioned a little bit about increasing the visibility of network events. So it's kind of like a buzzword, increasing visibility, and anyone that's on any committee for any society knows that it can be quite a challenge to actually get people to come to stuff. So what's your kind of strategy to make that happen?
One of the things we really want to do is make it really clear as to when and where meetings are. Just so that people know where to look to find out that information, because I think that often just makes people worried about being going to a place if they don't know.
Yeah.
And we also really want to just host more events where people can meet each other as well, because again, like, I think increasing visibility, if you have like a friend who's been to an event, they can tell you about it, you know, it's about spreading it word of mouth.
And I think campus-wide events as well that aren't necessarily just like network meetings, but things that just let people know about the activity that we are doing within the network. So events, you know, about the issues that women and non-binary people face on a campus-wide scale, and those don't have to be, you know, just kind of serious. They can, you know, we really want to make this something that people feel like they can get involved in without having to dedicate their time to being sort of a full-on activist, because it's hard, you know, it's not always easy to do that. And so and I think also part of that is making it accessible for people who, you know, who maybe they're so busy, they have so many other things, and also people who are disabled or have other problems hindering them. So what we really want to do is just open it up to everyone campus-wide and host those events, and spread it by word of mouth and take it step by step, because there's no easy solution, but, you know, we'll do our damn best.
Okay, so let's just imagine that you've won and you're the new women's officers. What's the first thing you'd do?
Hug each other, probably.
That's so wholesome.
We are pure. And then I don't know, I'd probably burst into tears.
Yeah, me too.
You know, it's difficult. It's a lot. It's going to be a lot of work, and we're steeling ourselves for it, and we're really excited. But I think by that point the exhaustion will have set in, and we'll probably just be sobbing messes. But but the first thing that we do actively, you know, is host a meeting and get new people to come along. I'm so excited about if we won our first network meeting. That would be a really big moment for us both, I think.
Okay, so starting to wrap up a bit now. What do you think the current women's officers have done well in their position?
We both agreed that the consent talks that they hosted for freshers were like a really amazing thing to have done, and like the fact that they had to combat a lot of like really negative comments
about that. It was really, really impressive. I'm really proud of them.
Great, thank you very much for coming, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Follow us on Twitter at URY1350 and at URY News.
Thank you very much, Tilly and Anna. Up next, we've got Timmy Began interviewing Sophie Wayne and Claudia Dalmo, who are running for RAG officer. Let's hear about what that role entails.
RAG officer develops fundraising opportunities for students. There are no restrictions as to who can run for the position.
I am here with Sophie and Claudia, running for the position of RAG officers. Good evening to you both. Can you tell us, why do you want to run for the position of RAG officers?
Well, we were both on the committee this year, and Ros did, we thought, such a great job. We just needed to carry it on, and we really wanted to make a difference for RAG.
Fantastic. So we'll move on to your policies. You said that your main aim is to improve the relationships between colleges and RAG. If elected, how are you going to achieve this?
Well, we wanted to do like an inter-college competitions. Really want to get everyone involved, especially the college RAG reps.
Yeah, and also we wanted to like have meetings with the whole RAG committee as well as the RAG reps, which is something that hasn't been done before, I don't think. So it just makes the RAG reps feel more part of the YUSU committee.
Good. And you also talk about running bigger events and more nights out as part of a bigger RAG week. How will more nights out increase the amount of money that you raise?
So this year we gave out like the ticket things. We got £1 for every
parties. Yeah, they were really good. And
bigger events with more people there is just obviously more money.
Good. And so how are you going to promote RAG events to students that may not be interested in them?
Social media is like a really big thing, obviously. What was actually really successful was we did a RAG parade, and I feel like that raised a lot of awareness because we basically did a big march through York City.
With the community as well, like more outreach.
Yeah.
That's it. So what experience do you have that makes you suitable for the role of RAG officers?
Sorry. We were both on committee this year, and I was a RAG officer for Alcuin last year. So I've like been in every branch of RAG.
Yeah.
Really.
And I'm social sec for EnviroSoc, so I do have like experience in like leadership roles and stuff. So, yeah.
That's good. So you mentioned you've got a lot of experience on the RAG committee. Do you think RAG is promoted enough at the university? And if not, how are you going to spread more awareness of the concept?
Well, I think this year the promotion of RAG has actually increased quite a lot. We've had loads of people come into like info events about all our challenges and what have you. And I think we just need to continue with pushing it on social media. And
especially because one of our points was about making challenges more affordable, because obviously a lot of people know RAG through the challenges that we do, so like Kilimanjaro and stuff like that. So that, especially pushing for that would make a difference.
Great. And so why is RAG so important to you?
It's been quite a big bit of my university experience so far. I enjoy like doing good, like raising money for the charity.
Yeah, raising money for charities is like such a rewarding thing. Like recently we did a thing for IDS where like we got to listen to like domestically abused women's like stories, and it's just like such a feeling of accomplishment when you're like raising money for that sort of cause.
That's it. So if you could make one dream RAG event in York, anything you could want, what would it be?
Ooh, that's a hard question.
I quite like, we were talking about doing like a big winter like Wonderland event where we get like all the societies like involved.
Yeah.
Something like that where we can get like snow machines, something
really
like
Christmassy.
Yeah.
Sounds good. So just to wrap up, why should students vote for you for RAG officer?
Because, as we said, we have lots of experience and we really, really committed to making it better this year, improving.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
York Uni's official student radio station. Official student radio station.
The only radio station broadcasting to York Uni. URY.
Thank you very much to you. And we're going to now take a trip down to our green room where Hector is hopefully waiting to fill us in on what's going on all down there. Hector, over to you.
Hello. Yes, things are kicking off in the green room, and I'm here now with the best-dressed man here at the party. If you'd like to introduce yourself.
Hello, I'm Will, Week 9 Bachelor.
Fantastic. And could you describe for people at home your outfit, which is lovely this evening?
I was aiming for Purple Fairy. I've got this purple tutu on, and then I've complemented it with this purple scarf, and then a selection of beads.
It has to be said, this bloke is also about 6'5", so it is quite a sight. You look lovely. It's wonderful. And what position are you running for today?
YUSU President.
The President himself. Very impressive. Now, I have to just ask, when you were writing on the wall where people go to write their inspirational messages that they want to spread to the public, what did you write?
The lyrics to All Star Smash Mouth.
Does that speak to you particularly?
It resonates with me as a human being.
Right, I see. Fair enough. And doesn't it do the same for us all? Thank you very much. I'm just going to wander around here and ask some other fantastically dressed people some questions. I hadn't forgot about you, although you are wearing camo, so you were harder to see. Hi, what are you running for today?
Prez.
Excellent. There are lots of you. And could you describe your outfit for everyone at home?
Well, it's a nice skinny camo crop top. It's got long arms, and it says work hard, play hard. Well, actually, it says hard work, hard play. On the back, it says play hard, play hard.
Fantastic. And what are your particular... Ooh, bit of reverb, it's all good. Live radio. What did you write on the wall?
I wrote my parody cover of All Star. It's called All Bar. The lyrics are up there if you really want to read them, but somebody once told me all the things wrong with YUSU. It took them a very long time. Because YUSU is broke and I'm running as a joke, but I'm still probably qualified.
That is beautiful. Thank you for sharing that with us. That was, yeah. And raucous applause here in the green room. It really is very exciting. Now we've got some serious people sitting over here. YUSU, what are you doing here?
I happen to be live blogging. I know, it's exciting.
Yeah, exciting. And who are you live blogging for?
Only the best. No, the Yorker.
Okay. What have you live blogged so far? What's going on?
That UOI seems to be intent on deafening everyone here with the jingles. They want to take out the competition.
Well, it's all part of the plan. It's all part of the plan. Fair enough. And I'm going to walk over to this table here where people are desperately trying to avoid me. I will follow you. I will follow you, madam. I am running. This is Radio Pursuit. This is a thing. This is happening. I'm coming for you. Oh, I'm kidding. I'm going to come over here to URY Marketing. Hey, guys. What's going on?
We're marketing.
Good. Anything specific? What's happening on Twitter at the moment?
We're just live tweeting what's happening and what the interviewers are saying. Yeah. Check.
Exciting things. So follow URY on Twitter because it's definitely worth it, as you can tell by the enthusiasm. Things are buzzing here at the moment, but I'm going to go around the watering hole and see who I can find. Hopefully I don't... Oh, hello, madam. Come back. I will ask you some questions. Nope, she's run away again. Oh, it's just such a shame. Such a shame.
Hector, thanks very much.
I'm sorry, I will run her down, Peter. Don't worry. I will find a way.
A bit of incisive politics there on URY. Thanks very much to Hector. We'll be back soon. We'll be checking the green room a bit later on, and there'll be hopefully a bit more serious analysis as we get into the president's hour and a half. Next up, Josh Dickinson is interviewing Aisling Muson, who is running for Disabled Students Officer. Here's more information about the job.
Disabled Students Officer represents disabled students and promotes awareness of accessibility issues on campus and around York. Candidates for this position must self-define as having a disability, or be considered to have one by the university or law.
Hi Aisling, so to start off, why did you choose I've Got the Power as your song to play out this evening?
Well, I realised that my three main policies, which is accessibility, awareness and activism, happen to coincide quite nicely with the AAA battery. And I thought running on a sort of power, energy theme might work quite nicely.
Oh, brilliant. Well, you referenced your previous experiences, such as being a long-time disability activist. How do you think this will benefit you in your role as disability officer?
I think I am quite familiar with the challenges that disabled students face and that disabled people face in society. I'm aware of the challenges that are posed by government cuts and the stigma that they face from society at large, and I think I have a very good understanding of the issues that need to be solved at our university, and also how to lobby people to try and get them on side to help us fight these issues.
The mental health crisis has been a huge issue in York student politics in previous years, and of course affects disabled students. How would you, if elected, try to combat and help this serious issue?
This is quite technical, but the Graham report was released last year, and I think it has some very useful recommendations. And the first of these policies that I have, which I think can help mental health, is to improve signposting, because although there's a lot of strain on mental health services, a lot of students just don't know what services there are. And I think if we improve the website and make sure that people know exactly what NHS and university services there are for them, that can really help. And I'd also lobby for preventative mental health care funding at the university, because obviously Open Doors under strain, but if we perhaps channel a little bit of funding towards preventative care, that can really help. And I'd also like to follow through another recommendation, which is to increase mental health first aid training to frontline staff such as porters, college welfare, because I think this is an area which is quite susceptible to mental health crises at the moment.
You talk about your regret that you didn't have more time to get involved with societies. Do you feel you would want to help disabled students get more involved in societies too? And if so, how would you go about achieving this?
Okay, well, one of my points is accessibility, and as far as that relates to sports and societies, I think the number one thing we can do is create a best practice guide, because I think some societies are really willing to make the steps to help their society become more accessible. They're not sure exactly how to go about that. So by issuing a best practice guide and running a training session for YUSU societies, we can really help them make the moves that they would like to make their society more accessible. And also I think just being a point of contact if anyone has an issue with a society, or a society wants to ask, how can I be more accessible as a committee member? Just being that point and saying, well, these are the points that you can do to open up your society to more people.
Okay. You say you want to address funding gaps and the financial burden on students. Where do you propose this money should come from?
Well, this is an interesting question. What I've seen from other societies is that you have these gaps specifically to non-medical funding, so scribes and helpers and sort of ergonomic support and equipment. Other universities have actually found it easy to develop a policy by working with their students' union and working with students to try and address some of these gaps. And I know that mental health funding is quite limited at the moment, but I think disability services could be looking into this issue and trying to make a move that like other universities have done, and looking into addressing these funding gaps, or just providing equipment like we've seen some equipment at the library to do with ease of reading, and perhaps the university could look into sourcing some equipment like that for the university for students to use.
Okay, your predecessor in their manifesto also talked about campaigning for improved accessibility. Do you feel this is something they have failed at achieving, or simply it is an ongoing process?
I don't by any means think that there's a failure on my predecessor's part. I just think moving towards full accessibility is, like you said, an ongoing process. I think there are always things that we can do to make things and societies and our university more accessible. And I think there's just always new issues that crop up. But I do think there are some issues that should have maybe been solved, not by my predecessor perhaps, but by the university, such as places that are not wheelchair accessible on our campus at the moment, particularly the Warren. And I think that should have been solved by the university a while ago.
Okay, what do you feel is the best way to get students involved in what you're trying to achieve?
Okay, so I'd quite like to raise the profile of the network. I'm aware that obviously there's a lot to do at university. People don't always have the time to come along to network. But I think I'd like to run events and meetups in colleges, not even just formal meetings, but just sort of trying to get people aware that DSN is there, because as a network, it doesn't necessarily have the most high profile. And I think people aren't necessarily aware of what DSN can do for them and what it does. And by sort of working with colleges, we can let them know.
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
This is the student radio station for York University. URY.
Thank you very much, Aisling and Josh. Now, Alice O'Connor is going to be interviewing the candidate vying to be your Environment and Ethics Officer, Anna Spowage. Here's what Anna will have to do if she is elected for the position.
Environment and Ethics Officer encourages the development of environmentally and ethnically sound working practices within YUSU and the university.
Hi Anna, what made you decide to run for the position of Environment and Ethics Officer?
Well, environment is something I've always been interested in, really. And I think in university it can get overlooked a lot because most people, well, most to go to university to get a degree, but also to have a good time. And so they're probably not that conscious about the environmental impact on their daily lives.
So you're currently an environmental officer for Halifax College. What have you achieved in this role, and what do you think this experience, how do you think this experience will help you if you were to be elected?
Well, I've only been elected as Environment Officer for Halifax for a couple of months. I've not had a chance to do a whole lot, but the main thing that I'm working on now is a Halifax allotment plot. So there's a plot of land on Halifax we're turning into allotment, so we'll grow fruit and vegetables for any students to, come and pick if they want. And we're trying to encourage more people to grow in there, like from outside Halifax as well. So ideally, I'd be able to expand that to the rest of the university.
So then your time as environmental officer, what other experience do you think that will support you in the role?
Well, I've been in touch with student Switch Off quite a lot, who would help me a lot in this position, because they're all about trying to improve students' recycling efforts. So that would definitely aid me. And also, electricity and heating usage, trying to reduce that as well.
So then a major policy of yours is to reduce food waste on campus. Please can you tell me a bit about the methods you would use to achieve this, and then how would you go about implementing them?
Yeah, definitely. Well, the main thing that I think is a real waste that could be fixed is a lot of the campus bars, for example, like the cafe in the university library. At the end of the day, if there's unsold food, they'd probably just throw that away or something. So what I'd suggest is that, first of all, they'd sell it an hour before it closes or whatever. They'd put it on reduced to clear, discounted prices. And then after that, they could always donate to a homeless shelter or something. But then also for just students in general, you could make a Facebook buy and sell page. So for example, if you're going home for the weekend and you have, I don't know, for example, half a carton of milk left, that would be out of date by then. So you could put it on the page hey, I've got half a carton of milk going if anyone wants to come pick it up from, I don't know, Vanbrugh.
So would you plan about implementing that just in YUSU bars, or would that be in the James College Cafe as well?
Yeah, ideally it'd be all just YUSU licensed bars and restaurants, but I'd have to speak to the people involved to see how feasible that'd actually be.
And then you said that if you were elected, you would remove all polystyrene containers from campus food outlets and reduce the use of disposable cups. So how would you respond to people who would argue that this would be impractical, and how would you ensure its success?
Well, polystyrene can be easily replaced with something like cardboard, which, again, it's disposable, but I understand that, a lot of the time people do need disposable containers, if you're studying in a study space or something. But then, for example, in the courtyard, they give you a plastic container, even if you are staying in, that could easily be changed to glass. You're not going to take a Coke outside to sit with you,
And then another of your policies is to promote veganism on campus through increasing vegan food options available to students and through campus events. So what sort of events would you have in mind?
Well, the main thing about that would just be increasing more vegan options on the menu, which I understand that VedSoc is currently trying to promote. But in terms of like more vegan events on campus, basically just be working through VedSoc because they do quite a lot of events already, but the majority of students don't really know they are, like they exist. But also there's kind of like a stigmatism around it, as in like, if you're not vegan, then you wouldn't be welcome at these events, which is just not true at all. Like, a lot of my housemates have come to them who are like complete meat eaters and would laugh at the idea of being vegan, but they still come and eat the free food anyway, so.
And so what do you think the previous environment and ethics officers did well, and what, if anything, would you have done differently?
They've done quite well in terms of like reducing the energy wastage on campus as a whole, but I think what I would have done differently is just trying to involve students more. So although they've campaigned really well, more just sort of general student involvement needs to be done. So that's, creating events and things to get people more aware.
And why do you think you are suited to the role of environment and ethics officer?
Just because I've had quite a lot of past experience in it, through the student switch off and Halifax environmental officer. I'm just generally really passionate about it, and I just would really enjoy doing it, yeah.
And then finally, you say you collect rare cans of Fanta.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what constitutes a rare can of Fanta and how's the collection going?
Yeah, it's going pretty well. I've got, I want to say 15 plus. I mean, rare is basically any flavour you wouldn't find on the Isle of Tesco, sorry. So, like, for example, there's lemon Fanta. Lemon's pretty obvious, but pineapple, mango, passion fruit.
It's pineapple Fanta?
Yeah. And they do it in Spain, but they also do it in, like, American supermarkets. So.
Very nice. Well, thank you for joining us.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much there, Alice. Now, coming up, we've got the first debate of the evening. Kirsty Taylor is chairing the debate even, between Tom Underwood and Mia Shantana Chowdhury Julian, the candidates running to be Community and Wellbeing Officer. Let's hear about the responsibilities of the job.
Community and Wellbeing Officer represents students on issues affecting their well-being, such as health, finance, accommodation and security, as well as wider community issues.
So, to start off with, what made you want to apply for the role of Wellbeing and Community Officer?
Hi, so first of all, I'm Tom Underwood, for those of you who didn't realise already. And for me, I've been working pretty much solely for my past 2 years on university at improving the well-being of the university as a whole. And I really wanted the chance to continue that into another year in a more official standpoint.
Yeah, I've been the women's officer for the past year, and from the kind of experiences that I've had, I've seen really concretely all the things that need doing. And essentially, I felt that it would be of use to put those kind of experiences to a good purpose for another year and really do it from a kind of, same as Tom actually, from a more official standpoint.
Okay, so as you both kind of mentioned there, what kind of experiences do you feel you've built up to make you appropriate for the role? And are you at all hesitant about the extensive responsibility of being a sabbatical officer?
Well, I enjoy being busy doing those kind of things, which is why, I've packed in as much as I could into my manifesto. But I don't really feel like hugely worried about it, because I know that YUSU they've worked really hard over the past 2 years to try and make their role more supported. And especially from the elections last year, the kind of problems with social media have sort of been resolved now. So in that sense, I'm fairly confident about that.
And Tom?
Yeah. Well, as far as experience goes, I was chair of Student Support and Wellbeing in Constantine for last year. I'm also currently the co-campaign manager for the Mental Health Awareness Project. And I've done various sort of policy review things for national mental health charities, including Mind. I think, obviously, there's a lot of pressure and a lot of responsibility for sabbatical officers. But I think a part of what appeals to me most about the job is the amount of responsibility that is given. The amount of influence that these people have on the way that university works and the way that students can experience their university life.
Okay, so to reflect on this year's Officer Dom Smithies, what did you think of how he acted his role this year, and what did you think worked well for students, and what would you say could have been improved?
I think Dom's done a fantastic job this year. I'm going to hold my hands up. Like, I've worked with him pretty extensively for the last year, as has Mia. and his support for the Liberation and Welfare Network, carrying that on, has been absolutely fantastic. If there is one thing that I think could have been improved on, perhaps his engagement with off-campus students could definitely have been improved.
Okay.
I'm hesitant to kind of criticise the sabbatical team too much, because obviously it's the university that they're trying to lobby to do lots of the things that we need doing. So I think it's more like the university who want to point the finger at than the sabbatical office. And again, they've been really good at supporting everyone all year, and you know they've done their absolute best to try and get as much of their manifesto done as possible. But again, it's that kind of system level change that's really important at this stage more than anything.
Okay, so when we look at your manifestos, both of you discuss adding extra support for students that they might access prior to the official wellbeing services. So Tom, you suggest what you refer to as an extra tier of support at college level, whilst Mia, you want to create a centralised welfare request system on eVision. So why do you feel these approaches would be useful to students, and in what way will they combat current issues?
So that kind of idea was one of the central reasons why I wanted to run in the first place, because I felt that it would it's not taking apart anything that already exists, but making sure that people aren't slipping through the gaps in the current system. So the reason we even had a devolved system was because if you have lots of doors, then you're more likely to get to lots of people. But then the issue with that is that it relies a lot on people having having the logical capacity to really think through their options, which isn't necessarily the case if you're in a difficult situation. Amongst other issues, where it being uniformity of information isn't necessarily there. Generally, it's a kind of very confusing system. People don't know whether to go to the Advice and Support Centre or to support services, to Open Door, to disability, to their college welfare, to their tutors. And it's not really clearly defined. So I felt like a really easy way to do that would be to have a request system on eVision. And that would also mean that there was a kind of timeline that was monitored, and that there was a welfare advisor who would take care of that person when they were putting in a request and make sure they were checked up on after it was resolved and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I completely stand behind what Mia said. I mean, there's a huge range of services available at York, and I think it's really important that we utilise those as best we can. The collegiate system that we've got here is very unique in a sense, and it's also one that really needs to be played up in terms of its ability to support welfare. Obviously, with the changes for the contracted hours for college tutors, their role in things have slightly altered now. They're not so much a first-line support welfare system as perhaps they used to be. And that might be for the best. You know, we all understand that they're postgraduate students themselves, and that they've got their own things to worry about. So that's why I'd like to incorporate an extra tier of support at a college level to ensure that we're making as much use as possible of the localised communities that are built up within the colleges, and so that the staff there are able to treat them, as Mia was saying, before they slip through the gaps.
Okay, and another point you both kind of make a note of paying attention to is student response, but you do so in different ways again. So, Mia, you refer to a termly debate forum where students bring up a specific issue and solutions are discussed, whilst Tom, you reference establishing a student response policy regarding external speakers and events. So, how important do you think first-hand engagement with students is? And did you choose your specific approaches towards... How do you choose specific approaches towards gaining student feedback?
So student feedback is the absolute crux of the way the university works. At the end of the day, the student union is a democracy. We're all here to vote for one another, and we're all here to vote for policies. That's how the university gets things done. So I think that student engagement is absolutely key. I would also not dismiss the use of student surveys. We all have that sort of mindset that student surveys, they don't work, nobody fills them in. But a lot of the time we've had some really positive responses from student surveys. It's also useful to bear in mind the uselessness of study groups, of taking key students and sort of asking them what it is they want in a room where we sit down with them. So there's plenty of ways that we can engage with students.
So I kind of suggested that we should have a termly debate forum where students can nominate an issue that they feel is important to the university. And instead of kind of making it what's happened in the past, where kind of two sides get quite aggressive and it can get kind of nasty, especially in the kind of two referendums that we've had, I wanted it to be something that would be positive, and that it would mean people not only got to have their say on issues that they felt were important, but there would be an end result, and that at the end of the debate that both sides work together to find a solution, submit it as policy to YUSU. And even if it was only just the one per term, that would make such a difference to democracy at York and be really important.
Okay, so in terms of considering all students, as you've both kind of summed up in terms of student response, do you think community and wellbeing might focus too much on liberation networks, and they take up a lot of time as opposed to students not in these groups?
I think that's a really interesting question. The nature of the community and wellbeing officer is one that deals with both wellbeing and community, obviously. And a large part of the community and of the things that they engage with is campaigning and lobbying for students who, who are part of this liberation group, for LGBTQ students, for disabled students, for BAME students. And so I don't feel like the community and wellbeing officer necessarily spends too much time on those students, because at the end of the day, those are the students who need to be focused on. They're the students who need to be lobbied for. They're the students who need to engage in student activism.
I think also it's worth saying that there's no way of us even measuring any of those kind of ideas, really, because we don't know how many students would actually be in any of the liberation groups if everyone knew about them. Certainly when I was in first year, I had no idea they even existed. Can't speak for the entire university, but I know that most people I knew in first year had no idea. One of my policies actually mentions that I think it would be worth having a liberation opt-in form before people actually arrive, so that people would have a kind of access to ready-made support, but also especially for students who might not wanting to throw themselves out there in the same way that other people might be comfortable with, and actually having access to a liberation network, if you want to be in one, and you can be, is actually a really nice thing to do, but not enough people even know about it, so we can't actually measure any of those things, if that makes sense.
Okay, so more into kind of spreading awareness of it as well, would you say?
Less awareness, more like concrete ways of making sure that people would know about it. So if before people arrived at university, they got a form saying if you're in any of these, then you're more than welcome to apply, fill in the form, and then you can get given all the information on it and become part of it before you arrive.
Okay. A couple of more ambitious policies on your manifestos now. So, Tom, you decided to reopen investigations into YUSU letting agencies with regard to student housing. What is the feasibility of this, given that the idea has been gotten rid of before? And do you have a backup plan to support student housing if this cannot be achieved?
Yeah, absolutely. So this plan has been started to have been implemented in the past, especially under Callum Taylor's presidency back a few years ago. It got as far as a referendum, which was passed by 90% majority, but then was shot down by the trustee board because it was said to be financially insecure. Now it's time to reinvestigate the possibility of that. Now that the university is in a better position, with several years down the line, it's definitely worth reopening that channel of discussion. And I think if the students are behind it ultimately, it's definitely something that we can work towards, if not in our year of sabbatical officer terms, then at least set that precedence up for the future. However, I realise that it's an ambitious plan, so yes, I do have a fallback. This is something that I would like to do anyway, and it involves regulating the way that letting agents that are currently existing in York, such as Sinclair and Adam Bennett, operate on campus. So currently, the YUSU website advertises Sinclair, as well as allowing them and Adam Bennett and a number of other private letting agents engage in housing fairs. What I'd like to do is to extend the current university's vetting procedures to ensure that there is an adequate quality control on all estate agents, landlords, and letting agencies. And until they meet a certain criteria and a certain standard level, those organisations will not be allowed to be advertised or appear on campus.
Right. And Mia, in light of the university's budget increase into mental health, I presume you want to expand existing support existing support services for students and promote them more. I understand this year there was more of a push to promote Nightline, but to what extent can we actually expand or promote services and still create an effect? Or might we need more innovative approach into something new?
What do you mean by into something new? Do you mean replacing support services with another service entirely?
I'd say kind of liaising with all the support services to make an entire efficient system so that all students can be seen as soon as possible.
So that's essentially what I've done through the centralised welfare system that I kind of propose alongside the devolved system. And my manifesto kind of focuses a lot on that, and also kind of data collection of the kind of welfare requests that we have to kind of build an efficient system that would actually work, kind of like you suggested. But in terms of student support services, like specifically kind of Open Door and those kind of ones that everyone knows about, the kind of important thing to take away in the on the money side of things is actually doing a kind of more research-based investigation into those kind of things that we really need. So specialist support for particular kind of issues. Again, this ties back into the data collection issue that I've proposed, because we don't actually do any data collection on the kind of welfare requests that the university have. So we have actually no way of telling, which is why it's one of my policies.
Just to expand on that, if we've got time. I think it's also really, really important to extend students' awareness of services that exist off campus and that aren't part of the university. So services like IAPT and Generate are two fantastic services that are very specialised, and I think it's definitely worth looking into how we can collaborate with those and the York Council in order to expand student services as best as possible.
Okay, so a question we've had from Twitter. What would you do about increasing demand for the Open Door service in terms of mental health that we've just been discussing?
By increasing demand, does that mean increasing the numbers of people that can be seen? Or does that mean...
I think to clarify, it meant the increasing demand for Open Door.
Okay. So that's the question that's on everyone's minds, because there's a backlog of something like 4,000 people that need to be seen by Open Door. But again, this is where the kind of centralised system comes back in, because actually lots of people don't know about the kind of services that we do have. So advice and support, a couple of friends of mine in the past have needed problems that could have been resolved by them rather than Open Door. And it's that kind of idea of getting signposted to the right person first that could actually reduce some of that backlog, but also collaborating with services that we have, like Survive in town and so on.
Okay, thank you very much, Tom and Mia.
Yes, thank you to all four of you there. Now, let's hear from joint candidates Jasmine Pledger and Alice Driver. This year they're running to be your volunteering officers. They're being interviewed by Ben Wybrow. Before we meet them, here's what they'll have to do if they're elected.
Volunteering officer develops opportunities for students to become involved in volunteering. There are no restrictions as to who can run for this position.
Jasmine, Alice, how are you today?
Good, thank you. Yeah, all good, thank you.
So I'll start with the first question. How will you encourage students to sign up for important volunteering projects like Night Safe and Nightline?
Was that how we can encourage that?
Yes.
I think sort of the first step is to look at the big volunteering fair that happens at the start of the year. Lots of the freshers do kind of get involved in that. And then what our sort of aim is to do is to run sort of events throughout the year to try and encourage recruitment, because I know Nightline, for example, they have sort of events held and, you know, to try, and they have to do training for that. So obviously you can only join at certain times, but have kind of recruiting drives almost, you know, sort of just to increase that.
Okay. So should it be your job to warn students against charities that have poor practices like volunteerism?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's important that all the volunteering opportunities taken are benefiting the people as well.
So if that's the case, should university not invite these charities to careers events?
I think so. I think that's an important point. Yeah, I do too.
Okay. How would you make volunteering rise above all the other sport, society, work and general life commitments that all our students have to juggle?
I think it's been sort of a big challenge for everybody, but that's why one of our points is the Make a Difference days, and it's getting involved sort of different opportunities at different times. Yeah, on like a one-off basis. So I remember being back in kind of school and everyone said, when you go to university, you can't just go to university and do your studies, you have to get involved with other things. And volunteering is really important, because it's not just, you know, you don't just go dancing, which I don't find that that's unimportant, but it's also, you know, you also get to do lots and lots of different things. You know, you're actually helping people and making a difference in that way as well.
We've seen a lot of student activism this year around things like the refugee crisis, Donald Trump. Would you like to see more students act on their beliefs and actually do some volunteering work, like in refugee, for example? Refugee centre, my apologies.
Yeah, no, that's very important. And I think a big part of what we want to do is making sure it's relevant to what's going on around us. So making sure that we can help by putting off one-on-one events that are linked to this.
So what, to introduce the students to new charities?
Yeah,
to
so
invite them in?
for sort of refugees, we can sort of put more on one-off events with Ray in York.
I think one of our sort of things was to create a platform, so organisations such as Refugee Action York can then contact us and say we have these opportunities, and then we can provide that platform so they can volunteer with us. So sort of the ones that are really like pressing issues, it'd be really useful to kind of have that platform.
Perfect. Do you think that the process for choosing charities to support should be more democratic? For example, all members of a college are voting for charity their college goes for.
Yeah, I think it's very important for sort of college charities that everybody gets a say in which one. But then for more sort of general volunteering throughout the university, I think, as well as getting charities to ask us what's available, everybody gets the opportunity to ask us to provide certain.
If that's the case, is there not a danger of larger charities getting the most attention, or smaller local charities kind of being starved?
I think at the same point, a lot of the projects that the colleges are already tied to are very much local charities, and that's sort of quite a lot of the aims. So there's the island; they're all very much local charities.
I mean, my point is that if people can vote on it, is there a worry that are good for big causes like cancer research rather than maybe local ones that don't get as much attention?
Yes and no. I think already like some colleges do have the opportunity for everybody to vote, and they've still chosen local ones like SASH and other ones like that.
Okay. Is there confusion, in your opinion, between volunteering and RAG that needs to be clarified?
Yeah, I completely agree, because I think there's kind of a merger that people don't quite understand what volunteering is. Not sort of, tarnishing everyone in the same brush, but RAG is obviously, actually the raising the money, and charity is more like volunteering is obviously on a different spectrum to that. So it is kind of, we do want to sort of separate ourselves in a way so people know what volunteering is, but then at the same time creating links with RAG will really help us in, making good links and sort of running better events as well. So it's sort of, there does need to be a separation.
Okay. Finally, from you both, could you give an example of a charity you've worked directly in before, and what did you learn from that experience?
I worked with The Island, which is a local York charity, and it's sort of mentoring with young children. And I think it's just important to see how you can change in your immediate community and get involved that way.
Yeah, and I've done a lot of volunteering with Girl Guiding, so I've done sort of 10 to 14-year-olds and also Rainbows, which are 5 to 7. So I just find that it's really important, because I was a guide myself, so I kind of found that experience really, really enriching. So in sort of it's useful, how useful that is to them.
Okay, perfect. Jasmine and Alice, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Send us a message via the website
ury.org.uk.
Thank you, Alice, Jasmine and Ben, for that. Up next, Ben's back again. He's interviewing the second candidate we've had for Disabled Students Officer tonight, and that is Sam Linley. First, let's find out a bit more about the role.
Disabled Students Officer represents disabled students and promotes awareness of accessibility issues on campus and around York. Candidates for this position must self-define as having a disability, or be considered to have one by the university or law.
How are you today?
Good, thanks.
So to start off, in your opinion, what is the biggest difficulty that disabled students face in the University of York?
Well, it depends on student to student. I mean, for myself, having Asperger's, part of my main issue is generally socialising. I often have a harder time to do that. However, you'll find people in wheelchairs, for example, they might have problems with accessibility, which I'm aware is still an issue, and that's one thing I want to fight for.
Okay, moving on to that actually. Do you think accessibility problems in this university are down to a lack of awareness or lack of funding?
I could say it's a mixture of both. I mean, like I've still hear stories. I remember vividly a girl back in first term of this year saying the amount of problems she had relating to a department, relating to issues with going on trips, and with her being in a wheelchair, it's very difficult for her. And I was just frankly quite disappointed that that's still happening. So I want to be able to lobby the university departments to make sure that accessibility is still top of the agenda.
Do you think a part-time officer has the sway to lobby something like the Disabled Student Allowance, which is quite a large and complex issue?
Well, obviously, a part-time officer at a university, I'm not going to be able to influence the government, but what I'd like to do is try and lobby the university, try and get the funding there to help bridge through the SA cuts. We've known about these cuts for over a year now. Very little has been done to bridge the gap, which I don't think is right, and that's one thing I really want to fight for.
I think an issue you're going to face if you come into office is university will go to you. So Sam, where should we get the money from to plug this gap? Because every department wants their money. Where should this be taken from?
Well, I'll work productively with the university. It may not necessarily be about more money. It might just be about prioritising certain things. So when you've got accommodation, just make sure that if someone needs a specific room, most of the time they'll have them rooms. Often it can just be a case of they've already given a room to someone or something. Just efficiency isn't always it's not always funding. It can sometimes be efficiency, but there may still need to be the gap funded. I can work with the university to push this case, and hopefully they can see eye to eye with me.
Okay, perfect. You mentioned increasing opportunities for sports and for disabled people in your manifesto. Are you disappointed there has been more progress in this so far, especially in this year?
I am a bit disappointed that we haven't had as much progress. I mean, there is progress going on at the moment. I know in the network meetings, I know the Langwith officer is doing quite well to organise blind football. So that's something I'm fully behind, and I'd happily work with him and York Sport President and college reps, and hopefully maybe try and, even if it's an exhibition match or something, try and get something done at Roses, speak with Lancaster, see what can be done.
Great. Mental health has been a big talking point over the past few years. How do you view the services currently on offer for to students with mental health issues?
Having been through Open Door Team myself, I know the good work they can do. They definitely did a good service for me, but not everyone can be as lucky as me. I've heard people saying they've had waits of weeks, and that I understand that they're struggling now. But one thing I'd really like to do is bring in a suggestion box so they can see and have clear feedback that's completely anonymous, so that they can improve on that.
Okay. So you believe that the problems within mental health isn't down to... do you believe that their problems are down to the fact they don't know there's a problem, presumably? If it's suggestion blocks, that implies that they don't know there's an issue.
Sorry, what do you mean?
So you suggest a suggestion box. Does that imply that they don't know there's an issue?
Well, there's still issues that they're not aware of, so by having that, even if there's issues they're already aware of, then that'll be reinforced, but then issues they're not aware of, that can be reinforced as well.
Okay. Though it is notable that has been mentioned in your manifesto, learning disabilities have thankfully received much support and attention in recent years. Many students who have these disabilities may not realise it due to failures to identify at school level. This means they receive inadequate support and have to suffer in silence. How do you combat this problem?
I'd like to try and raise awareness of this, and then I know, for example, dyslexia, there's a few of my friends who have it. They're saying about they're having issues with it, so I know, for example, the films that go over to change the colours, I know the academic department's usually getting better with that, but there's still room for improvement, and I just want to work on the work that's already been done.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Sam. You've been great.
Cheers.
Is there anything you'd like to say before we go?
Just please take the time to read my manifesto and please vote for me.
I'm going to go.
Hello, green room.
Hello. Sorry, we weren't sure what was going on there. We're very excited because pizza has just arrived in the green room. So
that's why you didn't meet your queue, isn't it? The pizza.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Brains have switched off here.
How's it looking ahead of President's hour and a half?
It's exciting. We've seen a lot of faces come and go. One familiar face sitting here. I'm just going to ask. So, are you running for the same position again this year?
I'm running for presidency this year, actually.
Oh, very exciting. What made you want to run for president?
Just working with YUSU so much and being an international student, York has been very nice, but it has a lot of different things that needs to change now, so...
Inspiring stuff. Almost as inspiring as the thing you put on the message board, which is for, inspirational quotes and messages to the public. And you drew, well, what did you draw?
So I drew a capybara. Basically, in Latin America, we just have capybaras, and we call them chigüiros, and my name is Roberto, so it's like chigüiro.
Don't understand, but good for you. I like it. Fair enough. That's what a president needs. He needs conviction. Now, if I can quickly come over to you, live blog. How's it going? What have you live blogged?
Oh, God, many things. Many tweeting as well, yeah.
Care to be a bit more eloquent?
I'll have to check now. Well, my last tweet was about Mr. Linley, who's just been on the radio. And who's next?
Exciting stuff. Anyway, the call of pizza, I can't resist it any longer. So we're now going to go over to the news. Over to you.
Thank you very much there, Hector. And now for news with Alice.
On air, 1350 AM and online.
This is your Cunie's student radio station.
URY.
Chaos in one of the biggest prisons in the country has been revealed in secret filming by an undercover reporter. The reporter spent 2 months at HMP Northumberland for Panorama. He discovered widespread drug use, a lack of control, door alarms that did not go off in one block, and a hole in an internal security fence. The Ministry of Justice has said it will investigate these extremely serious allegations. UK economy growth has slowed due to Brexit, says European Commission. The UK economy is set to see its growth slow over the next 2 years due to the impact of Brexit, the European Commission has stated. Economic Commissioner Pierre Moscovici told the Brussels press conference that the UK's vote to leave the EU continues to pose a significant downside risk, both to the British economy and to the wider Eurozone. The report forecasts that the UK will be overtaken by growth by the rest of the European Union by 2018, when the UK is projected to see an economic rise of 1.2% compared to the EU's 1.8%. Sweden defends officials wearing headscarves in Iran. The Swedish government has defended its decision to have its officials wear headscarves during a trip to Iran, saying that failed to do so would have broken the law. Trade Minister Anne Lind led a business team last week and faced criticism for wearing a headscarf or hijab. Certain Swedish politicians and an Iranian women's rights activist have criticised the decision. However, Ms Lind stated that she was not willing to break Iranian law, and that since the only other option would have been to send an all-male delegation, she was required to wear a headscarf. Cricketer Joe Root to take the position of England's Test captain. Yorkshireman Joe Root has been named the new England Test captain following the resignation of Alistair Cook. Root replaces Cook to become England's 80th Test captain, with Ben Stokes named vice captain, the position that Root now vacates. Root's first series as Test captain will be South Africa's 4th Test tour in July. And now the weather. A dry evening with winds gradually easing, clear skies will lead to it turning cold, with the risk of patchy frost in the morning. Tomorrow, warmer temperatures than Monday, with lighter southeasterly winds. Some sunny spells are likely before cloud thickens from the southwest later in the day.
Thank you very much, Alice. Now, coming up over the next 90 minutes, we'll take a look at all the YUSU presidential candidates. Now, the first press interview of the night is with Tom Vibar-Arnold, who is being interviewed by Kaya Harton. But before we do that, let's hear what is required of a YUSU president.
Union President. Acts as the main spokesperson for YUSU, chairs the Board of Trustees and is responsible for the reputation, leadership and direction of YUSU as a democratic organisation.
Hello, Tom. Very nice to have you here tonight.
Oh, good evening. It's lovely to be here.
Good evening. So, Tom, the very first question is a very basic one. Why are you running?
Why am I running? That is a good question indeed. Well, I say the primary reason I'm running is I've essentially lost faith in politics, really, over my years here at university. I've heard so many presidential candidates have unrealistic and unachievable goals, so I thought I would be a candidate that has achievable goals, like bottled sauce in YUSU bars and making sure that the buses run consistently and predictably.
Yes, in your manifesto and your policies, you mentioned student events. Why is it so important to you?
Student events, well, for me personally, student events have been the main driving force of my university experience, and it's been a very positive one. I feel student events have so much they can provide for the student experience for everyone. So for those turning up, they get an event they can go to that's tailored to their needs exactly, by students, for students, and it also benefits those that run the events. Like, the number of skills I have learned from running events on campus, let's just say I have no shortage of for talking about in interviews, let's say that.
Okay, and the very first thing you said that students are indifferent and students don't care about student politics or anything actually what is happening around them. How will you reach out to them?
It's like I was saying at the beginning of the interview, really. I'll reach out to them by achieving reasonable goals that are actually doable by the remit of the position. And I will be very public about what I achieve, and I'll be very honest about what I don't achieve. I have no agenda. This is not to fulfill any egotistical maniac tendencies I have. I am running as an honest candidate that doesn't really want to do it.
Okay, and in your policies, you named tackling consent and harassment issues as your main policies. Could you elaborate on that?
Yes, it's something that kind of came to my attention this year, and I'm sorry if I'm late to the party, but I read something online about how a lot of men, men and women are capable of harassment, and a lot of them do it at a time when they're not near other people that they know. They kind of do harassment not in front of others. So I never experienced or witnessed catcalling, for example, but I heard so many examples from people I knew, and it really shocked me. And I did a bit more reading and research, and the facts and figures for harassment are just... they're just ridiculous. They are so high. Like, I think 50% of York students interviewed by the York think tank had been a victim of harassment, and 85% of those cases had happened on a night out, for example, and absolutely ridiculous figures, and I would like to do something about that.
Yeah, so consent and self-awareness and harassment issues are going along with mental health, and we've heard a lot about it. What are your views in this matter?
Mental health, well, it's the same story as like consent and harassment. I was shocked by how prevalent these issues are in society, really. Like 59.94% of all students surveyed by York think tank had admitted to suffering from a mental health problem. And the NHS in 2016 said that a quarter of all people have a mental health problem.
Yes, but these are facts. What are the solutions?
The solutions, well, I think the main thing we need to do is reduce the stigma. We need to make sure that people know that it's okay to have problems, and we also need to reduce the main causes of these mental health conditions. And it came up in a survey by the NHS, saying in 2013 that the main causes were at university are finance issues and exams. We can't really do much about finance, sadly, at YUSU, but we certainly can try our best with exams. And that is the main driving force I will do as YUSU president.
Yes, so thank you so much, Tom, for coming tonight.
Oh, thank you for having me. It's always
a pleasure interviewing you.
Thank you. And goodbye. My name is Tom Arnold, and I'm going for YUSU president.
Thanks to Tom and Kaya for that. Now we've got Ellie Free Entry Smith interviewed by Naomi. Don't forget to send your thoughts via the website and on Twitter, as we'll be reading the best out later in the show. Over to you, Naomi.
Ellie, why are you running for YUSU president?
So I'm running for YUSU Pres because I want to try and reduce the cost of things at university, because I think that societies are too expensive to join, and I think the university events are too expensive to go to, and I think it limits the amount of students who can participate.
So you've talked in your manifesto, and you've just talked now about the prohibitive costs of YUSU events. How do you propose to make up the deficit if you made something like Summer Ball free, so events that big?
I don't want to make events free because I think that's a false promise and certainly one that I couldn't keep, but I definitely want to lower the cost of them, especially events during Freshers' Week, like campus takeover. And obviously I'd have to speak to the treasurer and whoever gives me money about how to do this, but I do think it is something that is really important, because campus takeover was £30 to go to in Freshers' Week, and not many people can afford that, especially on top of college event wristbands. And it's a shame, because it's the one event during Freshers' Week that really gets everyone together, and it's the first time you can meet everyone, and not many people can go to it.
So this is YUSU president is a really important role. Lots of students expect your representation. Do you think that you can be a voice for all the students?
Yeah, I think I can. I'd like to say I'm a very approachable and friendly person. So I'd like to think that people could come and speak to me if they had any issues, and I then would like to think that I would project these issues to YUSU and try and do something about it, because at the end of the day, that would be my job. My job is to make sure that people's opinions are heard and that I try and do something about it. And I like to think, that people could come and speak to me, and then I could
relay the message onto people who can do something about it.
You talk about the university being a community. Do you truly believe that community spirit is an effect? And if not, how would you increase it?
Definitely. I think we are a campus uni, and therefore I think compared to city unis, for example, we have a really big community spirit, and actually the collegiate system groups people together, and I think creates loads of mini community spirits within our campus, which is brilliant. But the way I want to try and improve this is, as I said, by making events cheaper to go to so that everyone can do things together, because I do believe that people are being discriminated against and not everyone can join in because things are so expensive.
You're a second year right now.
Yeah.
How would you feel about taking a break from your studies to become YUSU president?
I think it'd be good for me because I'm really enjoying my course. But I think a year out is something if I came back in not next year, the year after, to do my studies, I think I'd be focusing more because I haven't had that time out of university life. I think I'd be able to understand what the role is. And yeah, I personally, for me, it's something that I want to do and it'd be good for me.
So you've talked a lot about reducing the cost of events and improving the movement between economic classes. Do you think that this is a job beyond the remit of YUSU president? How much change do you really think that you can achieve as an individual?
Obviously, it's hard to say how much change I'm going to be able to achieve, but I'd like to think that I'm going to be able to give it a good go, and it's certainly something that I want to work towards. And I think a lot of people would agree with me at the end of the day. I think people agree that the cost is unfair and that something needs to be done. And practically, say I can't get anything done, at least I'm getting this message brought to light, and hopefully in the near future, maybe if it's not me, but the next president can do something about it.
There seems to be a lot of platitudes in your manifesto rather than strong, clearly worded policies. Can you just summarise 3 policies for me?
So, reducing the cost of university societies, to increase inclusivity, to reduce the cost of university-led events, again to increase inclusivity, and also to promote consent across the university, because I feel like this is something that's important, and as Tom spoke about it earlier, it's something that the university has really brought to light recently, I would say, and I really want to stress this, and I think it's something that could be worked on.
So tell me a little bit about your leadership style in general. How do you think you'll be as a YUSU president?
I'm quite a strong leader. I've done many things like Duke of Edinburgh, for example, where I've had to work as a team, but lead the team. And I listen to people's views. Obviously, that's what a leader has to do, but then you at the end have to make decisions. And I'd like to think that I'm quite good at doing both those things, listening to people, letting people contribute, but at the same time also making decisions.
Right, that's all we've got time for tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Follow the action on Twitter under #station, #greenroom, #YUSU elections, #CIN17.
Thank you, Ellie and Naomi. Yes, a bit of reaction from Twitter. Millie Beach, current YUSU president, says, tuning into Your Wise candidate interview night. #YUSU elections, hoping Tom didn't just call me an egotistical maniac. Meanwhile, Aisling, who spoke earlier, said, glad to get the chance to talk about my policies to address student mental health care. But now we're going over to Jack, who's interviewing our next Pres candidate, Charlie Chesters.
Hello, Charlie. I'm Jared. Hello. Yep. I'm here. You want to be YUSU president. What made you decide that you want to be YUSU president?
I just love the idea of having a title so much.
That
sound great. President Chester. President Charlie? Anyway.
President Charlie, yeah. Something
I'd be
like
killing
that.
it.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, maybe something like that. What experience do you have which makes you believe that you are suitable to be a YUSU president?
You know, I've had good times. I've had fun. I've seen things, crazy things that you wouldn't believe.
What sort of crazy things?
Crazy things.
Crazy things.
I once saw a cat riding a horse, and it was amazing. But and these are all experiences that really contribute to positive, really good leadership.
So, can you expand on that a little bit? How these experiences actually would
They build character.
build character. Yeah,
Mhm.
that does make sense. But have you got any more qualities that you think would make you a good USU president?
I'm about 5'11". You know, a snappy dresser. All factors are important.
Yeah, okay. So you say in your manifesto that your personal ethos aligns with Saturday because it requires minimal effort. Is this really the attitude that we want the next USU president to have?
Yes, that is something
Yeah.
you would like.
Why?
Because I
Why?
said that. So firstly, I'd just like to say I agree with Tom. And I think that minimal effort is the amount of effort that you should be putting in when I am president, because of the effort that I will put in, which will be minimal.
Okay. That makes sense. So could you assess Millie Beach as a USU president?
Yeah, she's a champ. Yeah.
Okay.
Top lady. She cool. I know her well, reasonably well. Yeah. I would definitely say in the history of kind of presidents that I know, which has been 3 now, 2, 3, she's in the top 3.
Okay, that's good to know. Do you think you could do a better job than her?
Absolutely.
Why? Why do you think you could do a better job than Millie?
Because my policies, which may sound extremely weak, are actually good policies. They're good policies, which will make your lives better.
Can you tell me how they make our lives better?
What's wrong with your life at this? At this moment in time?
Student lives better in general.
Yeah. Like what I'll do. Give me an example of why your life is not great.
If I'm unhappy.
You're unhappy.
Just in my general life.
What I do is improve your happiness. Try to improve your happiness.
Okay. In one of them, would it be an event that you do improve your happiness? Because on here you've got, in your manifesto, you have said that you will turn every day into a Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
How will you?
Well, it's not
achieve
literal.
this?
That was metaphor.
Metaphor, but how do you plan to do that in a metaphorical sense?
Maybe there could be events, certain events which, great events maybe taking place in great bars like V Bar, the most important of the campus bars. Maybe I'd pick a arbitrary day like Saturday of week 9, and and it would be good. It would be fun.
Okay, yeah, that's good to know. What if you had like an unlimited budget?
Yeah,
what event would you put on campus on a Saturday?
Probably some kind of it would be free for one, not for us because we have unlimited money. So and I think there would be carnival rides and rappers, and maybe helicopters that you could play on, and the ducks would all have little coats with hats. And I think everyone would probably get there'd be free pizza, and like just giving away stuff that people could kind of take with them, because then that would be a great way, like bicycles and new bags.
Well, thank you very much for it, Charlie. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes, thank you, Charlie and Jack. Coming up very soon, we have our very first Union President debate of the night. But first, Ben Wybrow interviews Jed, 8:30 p.m. Fulwell. I'm seeing a pattern emerging between all these candidates' names. I wonder what it could mean. Over to you, Ben.
Jed, why are you running for USU president?
Well, I was in a bar, right? Happened
Mm-hmm.
to be V Bar. This bloke came up to me. He's like, "Buy a pint if you run for USU Pres." I'll do anything for a pint.
That's good. That's a good quality for a candidate to have. This is an important role. Lots of students expect your representation. Can you be a voice for all students?
I think so. I represent diversity. I'm wearing a crop top. There's nothing. I'm approachable.
Definitely. What has been the most important issue facing students in this past year?
The world is gonna roll us.
Could you elaborate on that, please?
We ain't the sharpest tools in the shed.
Thank you. You say that you're not running to, and I quote, further my career or fulfill some dodgy power fantasies. Is this not disrespectful to your fellow candidates?
See, nah, or maybe it is. Don't really mind. I did it for the pint.
I can see that. It seems to me that you don't have any actual policies in your manifesto, just platitudes. Please give me 3 of your policies.
Hey now, I'm an all-star. Get the game on. Go play. Hey now, I'm a rock star. I get the show on. I get paid.
Perfect, thank you.
Oh, and all that glitters is gold.
Mm-hmm. What will be the first thing you do on day one of the job?
Day one of the job, probably go down to V-Bar at about 8:30 p.m. Hold a party. Big party.
Okay, what was happening at a party?
Cheesy tunes and sing-alongs, mate.
Perfect. You say you're going to fight for the right to party. Presumably that means you're dissatisfied with the current student club nights. How would you change them?
I'd host them in V-Bar on Saturday of week 9 at 8:30 p.m.
For the cheesy tunes?
For the cheesy tunes.
Mm-hmm. How would you like to see the bus service improved, given this one of your manifesto points?
I would like there to be a bar on the buses, and I'd like there to be music on the buses, and I'd like the bus to go all the way to V-Bar.
Okay, from where?
Everywhere.
Everywhere. You also say you want to, I'm quoting directly here, promote consent and happiness. Presumably that means you support the continuation of consent talks for first years next year. Would you like them to be compulsory?
I agree with Tom.
How
he
so?
said something about consent. But yeah, I would make them mandatory, actually.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that's good to know. How would you describe your leadership style?
My leadership style, I think I'd host a lot of parties.
Uh-huh.
And everyone would just be getting on with the job because they'd be happy because they'd be having parties all the time.
And where these parties be?
V-Bar.
Oh, really? What kind of music would you play?
Cheesy tunes.
Cheesy tunes. Thank you. Please could you give me a Donald Trump style tweet if you're a YUSU president?
Donald Trump style tweet? I don't follow Donald Trump on Twitter, I'm afraid. I don't know. I mean, I know it's a big thing, but I'm sorry.
Really?
I don't read them.
Could you hazard a guess, maybe?
Just spoke to, I don't know, some important person in the NSU. What an idiot, am I right? Hashtag go away.
Sad.
Yep.
Finally, and I'll give you the floor for this one. Why should people vote for you?
Because I'm an all-star, mate. I've told you, man, I'm an all-star. I get the show on. I get paid. I messed it up, but you know what I mean.
Do you believe that all that glitters is gold?
Only shooting stars can break the mold.
Thank you, Jed.
York Uni's student radio station. You are live.
Thank you, Jed. And Ben, a bit of reaction coming in from Twitter to those. Josh Salisbury says, you misquoted Smash Mouth lyrics, you absolute charlatan. So not impressed there. There appears to be a candidate basing themselves entire campaign on All Star by Smash Mouth. Alex Lusty, current YUSU activities officer. A drink to run for a sad position at YUSU welfare. Does that sound similar to a story involving Willow? Maybe a bit of backstories into Dom Smithy's candidacy there. But right now we are being joined by Ellie, Jed, Charlie and Tom. They're all right in front of me here, having done their interviews. Guys, how are you doing at the moment?
Well, I'm doing fantastic. I'm still recovering from that vicious interview I've just had, but pretty excited for this debate. I think we'll get some real contentious issues debated on.
I agree with Tom.
I agree.
Thank you. I'd like to start by asking you what experience you have for this role, maybe starting with Ellie.
So I'm only a second year, but I'm a very experienced second year. URY, I've been part of the committee before. I currently am not, but I have been also part of my college netball committee. And through both these roles, I've learned leadership skills. I know what what the key parts of university life is, which for me is the societies, and that's part of my policy.
Why aren't you running for activities officer then, Ellie?
Because I think I want to do more than that. I want to do more than just activities. I also want to promote consent across the university, and I think I'd be better in a leadership role rather than being in a leadership role, working with all the different full-time officers rather than picking a specific one.
Tom, your experience?
What?
Your background experience that makes you suitable for this
my
role.
background experience. Well, you don't get a nickname like Tom V-Bar Arnold for nothing. V-Bar has been like essentially the centre of my university experience. I run the weekly pub quiz there. That's on at 8:30 every Friday. We may start a bit late.
How many people come to that quiz, Tom?
Oh, a good 30, 40?
30. Tom, do you know how many students there are at the university?
A lot.
Do you think that's a comparable level of experience, running a quiz to running a students' union?
Well, you did cut me off, so I have plenty more experience. I also run termly events in V-Bar as well. We get a good 100 or so. Like last year when Westival was on, I ran a counter event called Cheaper Than Westival, and we were so successful compared to Westival that we ended up having to use their door safe for us. So that does illustrate that I am very relevant on campus. I know what the students want, perhaps more than 4 colleges and the Ministry of Sound combined.
Jeb, what about your experience?
I agree with Tom.
But have you had any executive roles?
No.
No. What makes you suitable then for this?
Absolutely nothing. That's why I'm perfect. It's in the manifesto. Or something. It's in somewhere. I definitely wrote it at some point.
It's in the manifesto.
Thank you.
Sweet.
Jed, Charlie, and yourself.
Yes, I also agree with Tom.
And any further elaboration on that, onto why you would should have the task of leading this union?
Yes, I have really strong policies regarding loads of the important stuff that other people have mentioned, which I have been designing since reading their manifestos, which isn't plagiarism, if it sounds like that might be plagiarism.
Some would say that's inspiration.
I agree with Tom.
In a word, what is the biggest challenge facing students today?
Ninjas.
Ninjas?
I would say the pressures induced by modern life, the stress.
If you could narrow that down to one word.
Oh, pain.
Pain. Jed?
Or suffering. Can I change my answer, please? Suffering.
Smash mouth.
Smash mouth.
That's 2 words.
I agree
it's
with
one
Tom.
word.
So, I mean, there are a lot of genuine issues being contested here in this election. Things like mental health, student fees, high cost of housing. Do you not see any of those as more important than what you said?
Well, we said that to be one word. I've got many words. I can talk about mental health. Like, mental health for me is a very strong issue, but
I agree with Tom.
I can't really sum it up in one.
I don't disagree with Tom.
In one word, like just the sheer high numbers of people who are experiencing mental health issues on campus, like figures directly taken from, like, I think it was the York think tank. And like nearly 60% felt that they had a mental health problem, and 37% of those surveyed felt that the university does not do a good job in dealing with that.
Tom is correct.
I agree with Tom.
I agree with Tom.
Those figures just are too high.
What is your process? Go on there. Okay, so we've established, you've all agreed that mental health is an issue.
Yes.
What would you do to deal with it? And I'm going to start with Jed.
I'd host something in V-Bar Saturday at 8:30, week 9, and I'd play some cheesy songs because that cheers me up, and I would know I've been quite sad in my time.
Is it just a matter of cheering up people who have mental health issues?
I think that would be too simplistic. I think the main...
Can I direct that, Jed?
Somebody once told me the world is going to roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed.
Thank you very much. Ellie, your mental sort of a policy for dealing with mental health.
I agree with Tom. It's too simplistic to just cheer people up. I think it's something that the university has to be more aware of and has to have more people and places to get, have more people that people can see, and have more places and events for people to go to in order to help those who feel like they're suffering from mental health.
And Charlie, what would you do to combat this issue?
What was that issue?
The issue of mental health, Charlie.
Yeah, the issue of mental health is an extremely serious issue, and I'm sure Tom has said something already, which I would agree with.
Okay, then. Moving on then to another quite prominent issue, the issue of fees. Now, we've seen in recent the TEF fight against the TEF and what that entails with raising those fees extra. How far do you think the YUSU Pres can actually help combat a rise in fees? Is it beyond their control? Starting with Ellie.
I don't know.
You don't know? Do you not think you should know while running for this position?
Yes, but I don't.
Why have you not made that research?
Because I think Tom knows the answer to the question. Don't you, Tom?
But you might be elected, Ellie.
I can ask Tom.
You ask Tom.
Yeah.
Go on then, Tom. What would be your answer if you were running this Ellie's presidential career for her?
Well, regarding to fees, I think it's a two-way thing. I think presidential candidates need to promise less in their manifestos. I don't think reducing fees is really within their remit, mostly because we're the president of the student union, not the university, and I don't think the student union really has that much of a say in the fees in total. I would say also that people have to have less expectations of the president. I think it's been built up year after year after year of having unrealistic claims, and I think we need to I was about to say get back to basics then. I'm not going to say get back to basics, but we need to get back to basics, really. We need to have just real student issues. Fees are a thing, and we can protest them, but I think as a president by myself, I do not have enough impact. We would have to come together with other presidents of other student unions, and then we'd have a bigger voice. But in terms of one man or woman, or non-binary, or those other things, it's too much for one person to do.
That was amazing. Let's all hold hands.
Inspirational.
Thank you. Would either Jed or Charlie like to add in anything on fees and whether a YUSU Pres can change those fees?
I agree with Tom. I think he pretty much nailed it there. There isn't, as a president, there is not an awful lot you can do. You don't really have that much power.
Jed, do you mind telling me a bit about your policy on buses?
Someone want to get my manifesto up for me? What's my policy on buses?
I think you just said there'd be music on the buses.
Something like that.
I think you also said they'd be more reliable. Wow. How do you think you'd make them more reliable?
I'd get self-driving buses. Get a nice thing with Google going on there.
Yeah.
Do you think that's... You said... You just agreed that lowering fees isn't in the remit of YUSU Pres. Can making buses self-driving, is that within your remit?
Ooh, I don't know. I'd have to be there to find out, I guess. Sometimes the drivers are a bit abusive, apparently, but not all the time.
Okay, would you like to change that?
Yeah, I guess non-abusive drivers would be a good thing. I think we can all agree that abuse is a bad thing. Don't think that's a very much...
One of them gave me a lollipop once for behaving well, but not in a weird way. Like, it was nice. It was he gave the whole band was there, and it was a normal thing that just happened.
Okay, but so you're satisfied with the bus service?
Oh no, it's well, it's not appalling. I mean, it's been bad because obviously my course is on the other campus, and it can be really crap. We have to swear.
No.
Bad. Negative experience was experienced by me on a few times. I've lost my train of thought there. But usually sometimes they wait for you when you're running, and
sometimes they don't.
Sometimes they don't, which is absolutely heartbreaking. The waits can be long, but basically I would agree with whatever Tom would have said.
Is HESI... Oh, go on. Well, that's an interesting tone you picked up there. You obviously feel HESI students are a bit cut off from the rest of the uni.
I didn't say that. I mean, it's weird over there. It's quiet and windy.
It's just windy. It's just really cold.
So windy.
You can't wear a crop top.
Well, I'm a student that does live on HES East and study on HES East, and I must say that it can feel cut off at times. I think one fairly easy way of doing that would be to make the buses more reliable. I often am at the Constantine bus stop, and I can see at the sports village where the bus is, and I can see the timetable of when they're supposed to set off. and they don't match a lot of the time. And I feel like this is something that could be fairly easily solved. And even especially when the bus is literally right there and it should be leaving, but it isn't. This is something that the student union president could do, even if I'm not elected or someone else could be elected. Please do that, because it would help me a lot and it'd stop me being late.
I saw 3 buses next to each other the other day.
Yeah, they do. Like the buses like to
It's mad, and that was coming off
together,
of
don't
Hes
they?
East. You know, you're thinking, why don't you wait?
So we're seeing some consensus here on improving bus reliability. Obviously, that's been a goal for presidential candidates, for years. It's always been an issue with the student population. Ellie, what makes you think you could be the person to make that breakthrough and to really provide a really high quality bus service for the university?
Again, I don't really see why it's been so difficult to sort out in the past. They've tried to alter the bus route in order to make it easier for people. And I haven't actually got the bus recently, so I don't know if that's working or not. But it's just timings of making sure you don't get a backlog of 3 buses in a row, making sure that when on the board it says the bus is about to arrive and then the bus vanishes and it never turns up, making sure that doesn't happen. And that's just all organisation, and I don't really understand why it hasn't happened already. So I think it's just a matter of speaking to the company, getting them to get their act together.
Okay, thank you very much. If I could ask you for one thing you think Millie Beach has done wrong in her time as UC president, starting with Jed.
Too much Snapchat.
Too much Snapchat. Do you care to elaborate on that? From her personal account or from a USU affiliated account?
I don't mean Snapchat. Too much sort of like just posting on social media. Sorry, I didn't mean Snapchat. Just like, hey, I'm going to a meeting. Woo.
Is it not important to let students know that have that transparency?
I guess. I don't really know, mate. All I care about is beer.
Thank you. Charlie.
Yeah.
What? Go. Same question.
Right, what was the question?
What one thing has Millie Beach done wrong, or you could have improved on in this past year?
Right. Basically, I think it is mean to say nasty things about other people and won't do it. So stop trying to bitch about Millie Beach.
Okay, well, we apologise for that use of that word. Ellie, what do you think Millie has done wrong? She is listening, I'm told. So, Charlie, I'm sure she'll appreciate that.
Yeah, I know. I actually saw a tweet earlier from her, so looking out for you, bud.
I haven't seen her that much around campus, but otherwise I don't think she's done anything wrong. The reason I probably haven't seen her around campus is probably because she's working very hard in the office. But, yeah.
Okay, Tom?
I find it hard to criticise Millie Beach as a UC president. I did serve under her when she was college chair. We did clash a few times, but at the end of the day, she did a good job at that, and she's doing a good job at this. UC president is a figurehead for the society. It's someone that people can look up to, and someone that people can believe in, and I think Millie Beach does that. So I wouldn't really want to criticise her because I'd feel it'd be a little bit forced.
Now
I agree with Tom.
Now, Tom,
I agree with Tom.
We've had a question directed at you from Alex Lusty on Twitter. Mm-hmm. He says, if the bus issue was so easy to sort, wouldn't it have already been done?
Well, I'm not in power, so I don't know. But in my opinion...
But if you make the claim that it was easy to sort...
I think there is a certain part of it which is easy to sort and could be done instantaneously. Because it's like I say, at my bus stop, I can see the bus and I know from my little app from their company when the bus is supposed to leave, but it don't leave. So I would get them to leave according to the app. So I'd encourage first group buses, or whatever they're called technically, to get their drivers to get the app and to see when their bus is due to leave and then leave at that time. A lot of the time they're good, but sometimes when it's really crucial, they are terrible.
That's a strong thing to say. I agree with him.
Well, I'd like to make a final question as we run out of time. Do you disagree with Tom?
I don't disagree with Tom. I agree with Tom.
Occasionally.
Anyone else?
I agree with Tom.
Thank you for joining us.
This is the student radio station for York University. URY.
Thank you there, Ellie, Jed, Charlie and Tom. Now we're going across to the green room. Hopefully Hector is down there for a bit of analysis on the debate which just took place. Hector.
Hello, Peter.
Oh, bit of feedback there, Hector.
Sorry about that. Hello, yeah, there's a buzz here in the green room where we've just finished our pizza, so we're in a sort of we're in a daze. We're in a daze over here, not just because of the passion we've just witnessed at the hand of those candidates, but also the huge amounts of pizza that has suddenly disappeared. Anyway, I finally managed to catch someone from Lemon Press, so I'm just going to ask, how do you think this night's been going so far?
Yeah, it's been going pretty good so far. Thank you for inviting us, and I just wanted to kind of put a bit of a factoid out there for all the listeners at home. Did you know that the average speaker sprays 300 micro droplets of saliva per minute? That is 2.5 droplets of saliva per word. What do you have to comment on this?
I did not know that, but you know, sharing is caring.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Greg, I believe you have something to say to the gentleman?
Yeah, I do. Throughout this entire night, we've heard a lot of the candidates, and you get a lot of the buzzwords that are used. And obviously, you can't really go into a lot of detail and analysis and what you're doing. What I do think is quite interesting, though, is that a lot of the candidates have said things about opportunities for all. Opportunities for all, about giving everyone opportunities. The problem is when they say that, they forget about the fact that some people do exist. Ted Bundy murdered about 30 women in the 70s to 80s. Byron de la Beckworth famously shot civil rights leader Medgar Evers. And Chelsea Sully Sullenberger saved 155 people by landing a plane on the Hudson River. So the question that has to be asked of people is, how far is too far with regards to all people? Who are all these opportunities going to be for? I think you can draw the line with some people, and that's just what I've figured.
Right, I see. So the official view of Lemon Press is that it should be reworded to clearly state that it is not serious criminals.
Could you please not quote us on things? Like, that's our job. All right, don't try and mince our words.
Right.
All right, like we know what we're saying. Thank you.
Putting it back is a very heavy criticism, I realise.
Absolutely, thank you very much.
I'll try to avoid doing so in the future.
One thing I think we can both agree that the candidates haven't been asked on tonight, and we think is quite important for them to ask, is that do they think that the two-state solution is effective for the conditions in Israel right now? Is that something that people think is an effective thing? Like, that's what I want to hear in my presidential...
people think is relevant to you?
I think it is. I mean, they did try to boycott Israel a couple of years back, so I don't think it is actually a bad question to ask.
Yeah, true, but this is very much the new guard coming in with a new set of issues. As we just heard, there were several people in the previous debate saying that the president's power is greatly overestimated. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that is just a cop-out for saying they don't want to do much as president. I think that what they have to do is say, we're going to take control, we're going to do as much as we can possibly do. Now, I think that a lot of the candidates so far, it was described by somebody else in the green room that they've been sort of the Lemon Press of candidates. And we think that this is actually something which, again, we don't want to be quoted on. We as Lemon Press, in our most recent issue, which will be coming out soon, have suggested some possible candidates. Robert Mugabe from Zimbabwe, the leader of that, he is going to be moving on from his job soon. We had the idea of 3 tubs of Häagen-Dazs piled in a pyramid formation. But the one we have a large interview with John West of John West Tuna, and we genuinely do believe that these are the type of candidates that should be focused on, and not candidates who say they won't do anything as president. We think they should do everything. So questions like the two-state solution, questions like what to do with Bashar al-Assad, these are questions that have to be answered by the YUSU president, because if they're not answered by YUSU president, who will they be answered by? Nobody. And that's the problem that we face.
A very fair point, a very fair point. So, out of all your selected preferable candidates, who have you selected to be your frontrunner?
Well, in terms of the issue, we've of course got Mr. John West as president. That's an official Lemon Press endorsement. John West Tuna, there we go. And then we've got Tiny Horses as activities officer, correct? Yeah, but you can find out the rest of our endorsements in issue 31 of the Lemon Press, which will be coming out next week.
Fascinating stuff.
However, I just have one more question that I think needs to be kind of asked. Why would you shoot a man before throwing him out of an airplane?
I don't know. Many people have wondered that. Many people have.
No.
I'm not sure where to go off from a Batman tangent, but there we go.
What's Batman?
On the theme of giving it back to the people. That was awful. I do apologise for that. Oh, dear. How do you think tonight is shaping up in comparison to previous years?
Well, I think we've seen a really interesting deconstruction of the political psyche, because usually when people are running for positions of power, they do their best to make themselves look as if they would be competent in that role. And what we've seen tonight is, again, a deconstruction of that. We've seen individuals who say that we're not going to do this, we're not going to do that, as opposed to saying what they will do and where their priorities lie. I think some of the questions have been a bit too direct. They've been a bit too about certain policy areas, saying what would you do on this policy, what would you do on that one. I think in future the best sort of questions to be asked are ones of the personality of the person running. So, for example, who they would murder if they got the chance, or what form of terrorism act would they commit if they were a member of a terrorist group. These are things that allow you to get into the psyche of the individual, as opposed to just knowing sort of like a checklist of what they're going to do here and what they're going to do there. But honestly, I think it's shaping up to be quite interesting, and the next week should be about as interesting as every other week at university.
On the theme of psychological egoism regarding the candidates, how devastated do you think the current YUSU SAB team were when they discovered that their faces would not be going on any buses?
I think that was probably a massive shock to a lot of big egos in the SAB team. We already know, certain members of the SAB team have a massive ego. Like, I'm not going to name any names, that would be talking about stuff that I'm not really allowed to gossip on. But yeah, I really do think that the current SABs are egotistical megalomaniacs. And I'll be happy to see them go down and be replaced by people who probably won't care if they go on the back of a bus. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
A very strong line there, a very strong line from Lemon Press. In regards to the future, talking about presidents not having enough power, how do you think they should exercise their power to show that they're in charge? How should they take control on campus?
I think they should exercise it poorly. I think that generally that is the best direction to go. The only way that people really decide when power is being used correctly is when it's not. So I think the YUSU president should do as much as they possibly can to ridicule the office, do all sorts of things. I don't know if that will be a problem with the people in the university. I don't know if it will be the problem with the current candidates. But generally, the worse a job they do, the better it will be next time around. So it's sort of like a cycle. You get a bad team, a good team, a bad team, a good team. You start doing that, and that's when the money comes in.
It's all a matter of balance.
Yeah.
Well, that's the latest from the green room. Back to the studio.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much there, Hector. We've got a few more minutes before our next interview with our next press candidate, which is Will, Week 9 Bachelor. So we're going to hit a song. This is Something's Gotta Give by All Time Low. There we are. That was Something's Gotta Give, chosen by Lucas North, who we'll be interviewing later. But now back to the interviews. Up next, we'll hear from Will, Week 9 Bachelor, who is being interviewed by Kirsty Taylor. Over to you, Kirsty.
Good evening, Will. So, why did you decide to run for YUSU president?
Well, a man came up to me in a bar and he said, I think you should run for YUSU president. And I said yes, and that's how that happened.
Interesting. So, in your manifesto, you discussed the need for YUSU to provide more encouragement and support for student-led events. Could you expand on this?
I think it's important that we have lots of smaller, more accessible events, the same way that I think we should have more accessible sources in bars. And with regard to that, we're looking at things like just small free events. They don't have to be amazing and fabulous and in your face like Campus Takeover was. It just has to be things that can be like, it could just be in V-Bar in week 9 at 8:30 on Saturday, something like that. Just pretty chill with free entry and just a possibility for everyone to have a good time that YUSU is like helping out with.
Okay, so in commenting on student politics, you stress the importance of making it relevant for all students and giving them a reason to become engaged. How do you plan to do this?
I think it's just important to talk to as many people as possible at every possible opportunity. I think the best way to do that is socialising, but at every possible opportunity, at small, nice events where everybody feels that they can just make a few new friends. It's not big and imposing and scary, so you just want something small, like a little bar somewhere, just where you can chill out and do stuff together.
Okay, so how would you plan an event to make it inclusive for every student?
Well, you've got to have non-drinking options. So lemon and lime, I always go for that. Or I quite like to have a little, like a sort of the traffic light option where you put in like blackcurrant and orange and lime. So you just don't have to drink. So if drinking is not your thing, then you can just have something that's not alcoholic. And also just other fun events. I love like bouncy castles. I think they're the best thing ever.
Definitely.
I think we can have a lot of important conversations whilst bouncing up and down.
Of course. So, the majority of your manifesto policies revolve around combating difficulties in everyday student life.
Exactly.
Do you feel like you understand all students on a good enough level to represent them as an entire student body and stick up for them?
Absolutely not. That would be a silly thing to assume. You can't possibly know how everybody feels about everything. That's why you have to communicate with people and talk to them. I want to be more like a speaker, like an electronic speaker, where every student can plug a microphone in and have their voice heard. It's not. I don't want to be the voice for everyone. I want everyone to be heard.
Okay. Do you have any specific ways you want to make sure student voices are heard? So, like meeting them face to face?
I think having speakers around campus that you can plug microphones into and just shout your opinion to the people is the greatest way to do that. Have your voice literally be heard.
Literally. You mentioned you don't have much relevant experience in this type of work and leadership.
None at all.
What instead do you have to offer the university?
Spice and variety. Variety is the spice of life, after all.
Of course. What, in your opinion, has current YUSU President Millie Beach done well, and what would you change or improve should you be elected?
Well, as a first year and a fresher, I have no idea really what she's been up to. It's not my everyday activities, so I couldn't really say. She's obviously ticking over nicely, but who knows?
Well, what do you enjoy most about the university?
Well, I just love it all, really. My course is pretty great. The societies are pretty great. The nightlife's pretty fantastic. Just the whole lot. Why be specific?
Okay, so as you just mentioned, you're currently in your first year of study. So if elected, would you be prepared to take time out of your degree to take this role?
Well, I suppose. But yeah, I suppose I have to, wouldn't I? But I find everyone I meet is pretty great. People in general are pretty great, so it's not going to be a problem that I've got to make new friends when I go back to do my course. I can pick it all back up after a year out, and that's just the way it is, isn't it?
Okay, so you state how Week 9 is central to your campaign.
Of course.
Could you reveal to URY any details behind this?
Well, Week 9 is just the best time to get sociable and have fun on campus. On-campus fun is a large part of my campaign. So the best way to find out about that would be to go to V-Bar at 8:30 on Saturday in Week 9, and come and see what I have to show you.
Okay, and lastly, you stated in your manifesto that your idol is the fairy godmother from Shrek 2.
Yep.
What qualities do you feel she teaches you to be as a person?
Magical, a little bit of a maniac, and and to lose in the second film, but still have a large part in the third film, whilst singing one of the best songs known to man.
Thank you very much, Will.
York Uni's student radio station.
URY.
Thank you very much, Will and Kirsty. Now we're going to hear from Roberto Avalar, current International Students Officer, who is vying to be your next YUSU President. He is being interviewed by George Ellison.
Was there one particular issue that made you want to run for president?
Hi. So, actually, I was deported last year as the international students representative. And this to me was kind of shocking. Part of it was because of lack of communication by the university. And this was one of the things that made me think I've had a great time at York, but there needs to be some things that we change.
How would you go about changing that then, so it doesn't happen to other students?
Right. So I think it's a matter of communication. Like for me, the uni, got in advance these change in visa legislation by the Home Office. And they didn't think to let me know exactly what was being changed. They weren't telling me that if I didn't extend my visa by a certain date, I'd be deported. They'd just be like, please extend your visa. I think communication issues like that with like certain groups of students is really important for making sure that everything is okay for those students, if that makes sense.
You've been international officer for 2 years now, am I right in saying that?
Yes.
As well as being a member of JCRC. Were you able to accomplish everything during your time in these roles?
So I accomplished most of the things I wanted to. There were a few that I didn't. For example, if you look at my manifesto this year, part of it was to look at sort of collect data of which societies international students are taking part in. And then for societies that don't have high international student turnout, sort of advertise those to international students. And unfortunately, the technology for that wasn't in place. But it is going to be, so hopefully we can start doing that.
So you're going to pursue those policies
definitely.
As president? Although you, in your manifesto, you acknowledge that you love York, you say it's far too expensive for international students. Should you win, how do you hope to improve this issue for international students?
So I want to improve this issue for everyone in general, and I think there's some ways we can do that. For example, accommodation costs are just increasing like every year, and this year in particular we're creating York is getting 2 new colleges. We need to ensure that we sign good deals so that there's enough economy accommodation for students and that price increase isn't that much. We need to cap costs. We need to help students that are in specific departments with high fees, for example English, where students can spend upwards of £100 a year on books. We need to make sure that there are ways to support those students.
Do you plan on playing an active role in the 2 new colleges that are being created, i.e. creating cheaper accommodation in these new colleges?
Yeah, definitely. So today we released a survey for students to sort of fill in regarding what they think of current accommodation options and prices. And I've been working on this for 2 terms now with Think Tank and ISA. And we plan on taking this data to the university, saying, listen, we have this information based on student feedback. Costs are way too high right now, and we need to do more.
You mentioned in your manifesto there are certain at-risk groups at the university, for example, East Asian students in need of support. Should you win, what sort of things are you going to do to help these groups?
Okay, so just to emphasize, there's definitely higher at-risk groups on campus. For example, East Asian students were over 50% of suicides last year. Trans students have the highest rate of leave of absence. And I think there definitely needs to be some sort of specialized support. Part of that needs to be sitting down with groups of students and being like, hey, we want to listen to you. What resources are we providing that you don't know about? What resources could we provide? Focus groups, targeted surveys. I think Open Door team this year hired someone who speaks Mandarin, and that has significantly helped integrate Chinese students into campus more. But I think we need to utilize resources like that more and make sure that students feel welcome here.
Would you say those students are currently being failed?
To an extent, yes. Like, you come all the way to the UK from, for example, China, you're paying, upwards of £12,000-15,000 a year, and there's just no support in terms of helping students integrate. For other student groups, like leave of absence students come to the university, then they have some troubles, have to stop for a year, and the university just doesn't communicate with them. There's no support in place for these students to reintegrate back into the university.
would you say this is your priority then? Or is there another policy which is top of your agenda?
So I definitely do want to focus on helping student groups and saving money for students. I also want to make sure that YUSU is helping you find the best employer for you, whether that's like part-time work in the city. I want to make sure that we're advertising employers that offer flexible working hours and more benefits to students. I also definitely want to work more on transparency. I don't think the Kurd Sabs are transparent enough, and they aren't really helpful.
Thank you, Roberto, and thank you to George there. Now, we've got the news coming up at 9 o'clock, followed by the rest of the debates with Alex Urquhart and Max Flint, and then the second of our presidential debates. So stay tuned for that. Remember, you can tweet us at URY News, at URY1350, or watch us live stream on the YouTube channel. Go to URY1350 on YouTube, and you get to see my face. I've just finished eating my pizza, so you missed that lovely sight. But for now, we'll go over to the news with Alice O'Connor.
1350 AM and online.
This is your Cunie's student radio station.
URY.
Undercover Panorama reporter reveals prison chaos. Chaos in one of the biggest prisons in the country has been revealed in secret filming by an undercover reporter. The reporter spent 2 months at HMP Northumberland for Panorama. He discovered widespread drug use, a lack of control, door alarms that did not go off in one block, and a hole in an internal security fence. The Minister of Justice has said it will investigate these extremely serious allegations. UK economy growth has slowed due to Brexit, says European Commission. The UK economy is set to see its growth slow over the next 2 years due to an impact of Brexit, the European Commission has said. Economic Commissioner Pierre Moscovici told a Brussels press conference that the UK's vote to leave the EU continues to pose a significant downside risk, both to the British economy and to the wider Eurozone. The report forecasts that the UK will be overtaken by growth by the rest of the European Union by 2018, when the UK is projected to see an economic rise of 1.2% compared to the EU's 1.8%. The Swedish government has defended its decision to have its officials wear headscarves during a trip to Iran, saying that failing to do so would have broken the law. Trade Minister Anne Lind led a business team last week and faced criticism for wearing a headscarf or hijab. Certain Swedish politicians and an Iranian women's rights activist have criticised the decision. However, Ms Lind stated that she was not willing to break Iranian law and that since the only other option would have been to send an all-male delegation, she was required to wear a headscarf. Cricketer Joe Root to take the position of England's Test captain. Yorkshire man Joe Root has been named the New England Test captain following the resignation of Alistair Cook. Root replaces Cook to become England's 80th Test captain, with Ben Stokes named vice captain, the position that Root now vacates. And now, the weather. A dry evening with winds gradually increasing, clear skies will lead to it turning cold, with the risk of patchy frost in the morning. Tomorrow, warmer temperatures than Monday, with lighter southeasterly winds. Some sunny spells are likely before cloud thickens from the southwest later in the day.
Thank you very much there, Alice. That was the news. Now we return to the part of the night dedicated for the Prez candidates. Next up is Alex Urquhart being interviewed by Kaya Harton. Don't forget to message in via the website and tweet us your thoughts. Over to you, Kaya and Alex.
Hello, Alex. Very nice to have you here. Good evening.
It's nice to be here. Thank you.
Yes, so we will go straight into questions. The very first sentence in your manifesto says that campus community is a diverse one.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure that you can represent all students fairly?
I mean, representing all students fairly is the challenge. That is the goal for being a president. I suppose what the manifesto aims to do is to represent these communities as best as I can. And these policies aim to understand the priorities of communities as best I can and then fulfilling that goal.
Mm-hmm. So how are you trying to understand what the community needs?
Okay, yeah. So you've got, I sort of split it down. I looked at the sort of microcosms and how they build up to the university. So first you've got sort of societies which sort of look over lots of different niches in the community. And then you've got colleges and sports teams, and then you've got campuses. So a big part that I invest in my manifesto is college, campus and Hes East. And so in that is sort of looking at what ways I can build that. And so I'm going to do it first with a Hes East Council, which effectively is a group of students, not just chairs, not just people that have been elected. This is first years, second years, third years, dedicated to the events and well-being of Hes East students. And this is sort of one method of achieving, like, understanding a community and sort of acting on it.
Don't you fear that the Hes East Council concept might seem that it is just a bit too much bureaucracy? coming in?
I think to build the identity of that campus, I think should involve collaboration. And in talks with chairs, previous chairs and current chairs I had when building this manifesto, and it's all built on feedback, they agreed. They think that having collaboration, like having triple the sort of likelihood of attendance, triple the likelihood of sort of getting organisational power, is going to really help sort of build something unique in the HESIS community, and then sort of managing to make something that the HESI students can be proud of, and building their own identity through that.
So you said collaboration.
Yeah.
How will you force them to collaborate with you?
Yeah, I suppose the council, I suppose it's going to have a few different sort of directions. Obviously, it will have an event sort of motivation, but also in well-being, looking at how the students, I suppose, having different year groups in it, not just elected individuals, but also sort of first years and second years and third years, having them all in there, giving their own input, is meant to sort of identify the niches that sort of need to be looked at through YUSU.
How will you reach out to them?
How through the committee.
Mhm.
So how do you recruit effectively? How do you get them on? I suppose having an opportunity to contribute to your community is something that a lot of HESI students would welcome. And I think that they welcome the chance to be on board.
And now you say only HESI student, but HES West is the main area on our campus, and this is where most students come in, even from HES East. They just spend time on HES West. How will you get that together?
Yeah, well, I suppose HES East is in most need of sort of an identity boost, because at the moment it feels like a bit of an appendix to the main campus, and that's something I wanted to address. But I'd like to... that fostering the identities of all the colleges is something I'm looking at, and I spoke to a lot of chairs and asked them what they think their college already does for them, and how can we sort of nurture that. So I noticed as chair, I realised that people are involved with the Derwent community because they see Derwent students putting on Derwent events. They're like, okay, like this is run by our students, and this is why we feel like we're part of it. And I think the same can happen with Halifax or all the other colleges. For example, with Halifax, they've got a bar right next to 22 acres. They should have a bar. They've got that JJ's area right next to 22 acres. If Halifax became the place where people sort of went for a drink after sports games, that sort of develops their identity, that you nurture that. YUSU can nurture that, and then allow sort of it to become something special.
Mm-hmm. And still, many students are passive.
Mm.
How will you ensure that they will start to get involved?
I think an events mindset is useful with this kind of stuff. Like, how do you get students to engage? How do you get students to want to do things? And you've got to sort of incentivize them with getting them together and making them happy. Like, if that comes with sort of club night events, if that comes with sort of acoustic music and wine in the Alquin Bistro, if it comes with sort of the after sports drink at Halifax, it's a uniqueness, I think, is what's the pull there. It's the fact that you can't get that in any other place in the university. So you feel like you're part of a real something special.
Mm-hmm. So the very last question.
Go on.
Convince people in one sentence why they should vote for you.
I suppose when I was at Derwent Chair, I saw what it meant to be part of a real community, and that's been my driving force. And I'll put that into being prayers, and I'll put that into everything I do.
That was Alex Urquhart, interviewed by Kaya Harton. Let's hear now from Alice, who is interviewing Max Flynn about his policies. After this is the second of our prayers debates will take place in the studio, so keep tuned in. Over to you, Alice.
So what made you decide to run for the position of YUSU president?
Hi, I think the reason I ran for the position of YUSU president was what I'm guessing is why most presidents or people running for president ran, which is we really love York. But as well as that, I saw that the university really wasn't getting challenged on some of the issues that they should be being challenged on, and a lot of things were just slipping through. Such like my first manifesto point about the deposit scheme that the university is bringing in, £120 for on-campus students. Those plans have been in the works for a while now, but nothing's been said by campus media, by YUSU at all.
Okay, so and you previously held the position of James College Chair. So what did you achieve in this role, and how do you think this experience will help you fulfil your duties as YUSU president?
I think student engagement is the most improved thing that we've had in James College over the last year. One thing I'm most proud of is refreshers. We managed to get much more engagement. When I took over, our refreshers the year before had around 40 people attending. In my year, we sold just under around 400 tickets. And that included not just night out events, like the typical things, but also alternative events, games nights, take me out, quizzes. And I think those sort of events really foster a sense of community in a college. And I think, how does that help me become in being YUSU Pres? I think it really teaches you how to engage with students. You're used to going up to people and talking to them when it might be out of the blue, just while they like sat down having lunch or something, you know, to engage. And I think it really gives you a certain perspective on campus life that is really valuable to the role.
And so then, other than your time as James College Chair, what other experience do you have that you think will support you in that?
I think as a student, I think it's just engaging with a lot of the alternative events. I've tried so many different societies. I haven't stuck with many of them, but I think I've seen a massive cross-section. I got involved with college sports, kayaking I tried out for, and I'm a big fan of a lot of the alternative events in Fibbers on Friday nights with that a student ran. I think those sort of events are things that we need to foster. We need to foster students running their own events.
So then, in terms of those sort of events, how would you go about instigating that and like sort of building on the foundation that we already have? How would you continue that?
I think a lot of what we need to do is kind of integrate it with YUSU. We have like great events run by YUSU now, like the Summer Ball and Live and Loud Campus Takeover, those sort of things. But there isn't really the same sort of student management in it or students in the planning process. So what I'd like to do is bring in a student committee for those events that get to oversee those things, and maybe like how UOY had a stage at Campus Takeover, I believe. It's those sort of things that we should be encouraging. We should be encouraging student DJs, student performers. We've got so much talent to showcase. I think it's best that we take advantage of that.
And so you've stated that as an attempt to make university more affordable, you'd include cheaper rooms, not just premium rooms, on the new build that's planned at Hes East at the moment. Can you tell me sort of a bit about that?
Yeah, I think one of the main things to look at when it comes to the new builds is, with Hes East so far, it's been mostly premium accommodation, but we really need to ensure that there's at least some standard in economy builds being built to keep a good ratio, because as well as it making university more affordable, it makes our university campus more diverse with the people going. We need a lot of different people from a lot of different backgrounds, because I think that's really what makes York quite great.
And then again, regarding sort of reducing the cost of student living, you've stated that as president you would oppose increases in tuition fees at York.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering how you'd ensure that that succeeded, because you know it can be quite difficult.
No, I don't necessarily think that is something that succeeds, because TEF is something that happens nationally. But I'm definitely on board with getting with the national campaigns and making sure we're doing everything we can as a union to keep costs as low as possible.
Thanks. And then, so another of your policies is looking at improving students' mental health and physical health as well. So what measures would you put in place to achieve that?
I think it's making sure the 500,000 is well spent. There are some things in the Graham report that I really like, such as bringing in more staff for the open door team, a senior practitioner. But a lot of the report can be slightly vague when it comes to making sure staff are mentally health first aid trained. It's very vague about what that entails. I think we really need a president who's strong and tough on those sort of measures and make sure those sort of things are actually put in place and not just a light thing.
Okay, well, thank you for spending your time here tonight. That's all we've got here.
Thank you there, Alice. And Max. Max is going to be joining us in the studio, hopefully in the next 10 seconds or so, ready for the second of our presidential candidates debates with Will Weeknight Bachelor, Roberto Avalar, Alex Urquhart, and Max Flynn, who's now hot-footed it over. Guys, thank you for joining me. You've all had your interviews. Can I start just by maybe 30 seconds each explaining your most important policy, the policy that means the most to you, and why it does? Will?
Oh, my most important policy is definitely my policy regarding YUSU bars and their sachet sauces, which just need to go. Bottled sauces are much better. They're better for the environment, they are cheaper, and they offer a more bespoke experience.
Roberto?
Hi, so I think the university needs to ensure that students aren't spending as much money as they currently are. That means cap accommodation costs, ensure that there's more economy accommodation available, and helping students in departments that pay higher fees to sort of subsidize those costs.
Mine is to sort of implement this digital system of feedback, which sort of addresses the fact that students feel a little bit left out of the loop when it comes to the planning of YUSU and the university, and it sort of gives them a voice in the boardrooms of those places, so they have an influential voice in their plans.
Max?
My most important manifesto point, I'd say, is making sure the university is doing everything it can to support the mental health of students, because it's really not where we'd like it to be. I think it's something that can definitely grow over the next couple of years with news of the £500,000 investment and other measures.
All right, then. Well, a few interesting points there. Let's start with the new colleges, because a few of you mentioned it in your interviews. How many of you made investigations into what the nature of the accommodation that is currently being built in those accommodation blocks? Is that sort of set in stone?
What I've heard so far is I've had quite evasive responses, and when asking if they'd be building economy and standard sort of rooms, I've been told they'll provide a range of accommodation.
Yeah, I think the most concerning thing is the proportion that will be sort of higher tier, higher bracket accommodation, and that's the worrying part of this.
So I could actually answer this. Basically, the current accommodation plans are based on demand at the moment, which is actually for higher premium accommodation because students apply more for premium. What I've been doing the past 2 terms is collecting data, looking at exactly why that is. The sort of survey went out today, and we can sort of look at what exactly students want and why they're going more for premium accommodation.
Okay, Will, how would you then use your power as UC president to actually lobby the university to reduce that accommodation? Because we saw accommodation, the lowest bracket of accommodation, sneak over the £100 mark this year, £100 per week mark.
Well, I think it's unrealistic to expect all prices to drop. But if there are people looking for premium accommodation and they're building more premium accommodation, you need to increase the spread of prices so make sure if things are getting more expensive, they're also getting cheaper in some areas. I mean, certainly I was going for premium accommodation. I ended up with the more economy accommodation, which I was actually perfectly happy with.
Yeah, I think that actually that's an issue. The reason more of that's being built is because that's what students are demanding when they come in. But what we should realise is that when students are here, they feel like, oh, I'm nervous about uni, I need to have a bathroom, that's how I'll feel safe. But actually once they get to uni, they're not really as bothered about having a bathroom and a huge bed and a TV. That isn't a priority anymore, but the university's building their stuff based on the feedback they're getting pre-uni rather than post.
I think a big part of it as well is that there's only 250 blocks, like in Halifax or something, that are actually the cheapest accommodation available. There's some in Derwent, but they're getting knocked down, so the uni's agreed to sort of replace them in a 1-to-1 ratio. The problem is the second cheapest accommodation available is £750 more expensive, and then the most economy after that is premium, which is actually less than economy catered.
I think the most worrying thing we actually need to look at is that all on-campus accommodation rises above inflation right now, which means the older the accommodation is getting, the more expensive it's actually getting, which makes no sense whatsoever.
So what do you think personally you can do? I mean, what power do you foresee yourself having in changing this? Because the university's a business, it's got to make money.
Well, I think it's looking at private investment, because currently the reason why we have to rise above inflation is because there's certain agreements with the private investors when it comes to building accommodation. So that means when it comes to the new colleges, I think we should definitely push the university more into looking at loans and things like that, rather than looking at private investors.
Yeah, a big thing that this app this digital feedback system that I spoke about is about creating a mandate. Like, how do you create a mandate? You get students to sign up, you get students to protest, you get them to fill in surveys, but students don't do that. Even if they really care about situations, they still won't bother. And this app sort of aims to generate that fast. And if you say, like, okay, from a load of students here, do you care if accommodation prices go up? And you get 500 students saying, yes, this really matters to me, like, that's going to start making the university sort of make decisions based on this.
I think when I pop back onto the app, I'd just like to hear what the other two candidates say about this issue of affordable policy and how far, you know, the university can influence the business plan. The student union president can influence the business plans of the university. Roberto.
Okay, so we're at like a really different point in time right now where these 2 new colleges have not been signed for yet. I think, considering, as Max said, certain agreements have been signed years back, there's no real way to change those accommodations without like mass protest or something. The way we have to go is sort of pressure the uni to ensure that we get good deals for these 2 new colleges. And part of that is just taking data and being like, look, this is what students actually feel about accommodation. Your data states that students want premium accommodation more, but actually that's because your price brackets are flawed. The way that they're divided, the amount provided is not enough. I think it's just going with data and saying to the uni, listen to your students.
Will, is this something you'd like to hardline the university on?
Personally, no, because it's a long-term issue, which as we can be pressuring them over the next few years. But ultimately, I feel like in a year, I couldn't make that much of a difference on this regard.
Okay, interesting viewpoint. Moving on to the digital systems, Alex, why is your app going to work when we've seen countless, technological plans from YUSU candidates, come and go? The YUSU website is famously quite immalleable.
Yeah, I suppose. It's simplifying how we generate feedback. Okay, so for example, you post on this app. Do you care if this is an example of generating a mandate for change? So, do you care if VAM reporters is moved to the information centre? Obviously, something that happened last year, big contentious issue. We then sort of decide the answers possible, and we do that so that we can make it really usable data. So do you care because you care about porters? Is it inconvenient? Does it affect your college identity? Then we use the system of Union Cloud to collate data, so we know their college, we know their year group, we know their course, and suddenly you've got people. It's a simple question that will be relevant, and then they'll answer, and suddenly we've got sort of X number of students, second year VAMBA, that think this directly affects their college identity.
Max, do students get feedback opportunities enough?
I think they do. I don't think it's necessarily the mandate that is the problem. I think the university on most things actually, I think, while they might act like they don't know what students want in certain respects, but I think the real problem is YUSU isn't transparent enough with their dealings with the university and when they lobby them. When it came to, for example, the deposit scheme, Millie got the deposit down from 300 to 120, but that hasn't been said anywhere. No one knows that that's happened. Those sort of things need to be brought to students.
Roberto, the transparency was something you brought up in your interview.
Yeah, so this is something I'm really keen on. I think SABs do actually quite a bit. The problem is that it's not widely advertised. For example, the new Spring Lane building was 5 years of SABs work in the making. It just isn't really explained. Millie sits on like a committee that talks about rent groups. The minutes haven't been updated since Sam Maguire, which is 2014. So right now I'm looking at rents and I'm thinking what's been going on in these meetings, and I have absolutely no idea. I think SABs do a lot for students, but they just don't communicate it enough. I think you need something like a timeline on the YUSU website or something like that, detailing when sort of candidates are going to go to certain meetings, when they plan on achieving manifesto goals, and also what networks are up to.
Will, your view on transparency and SABs getting what they do out there, and do they do the work and we just don't see it?
I think in terms of transparency and in terms of finding out what students think, modern technology is flawed. I personally, and I would say a lot of my friends, you don't check Twitter, you don't check Facebook as much as we want to. Why would I want to check a third-party app? Why would I want to check my emails to check other stuff? The only way to really communicate with people is the old-fashioned way. Get out there and talk to them.
Alex, a fair point?
I think an important incentive that I didn't mention is gamifying this system and I'm thinking about using Yo-Yo Wallet to sort of, if you manage to give sort of points for a certain number of surveys, which is a possibility, you suddenly got a real incentive to be like, okay, I'm going to answer this number of questions and do this for this incentive.
Do we fail to see SABs out and about enough? Max, you spoke about post-campaign, you're still going to be out there, still going to be talking to students.
Yeah, I think it's basically just saying, I'm going to be here between this and this time, come up and speak to me. And not just that, because I think a lot of the time students won't come up and engage. You just have to go out there and talk to people on the street, basically on campus. Whether that means after campaigning, if it comes to a big issue like mental health, something, wearing a billboard, asking students' opinions right on campus. I think that's the way to go, really.
Okay, Roberto, the openness of YUSU, those open hours, is that something you'd also look to implement?
I mean, you're one person representing about 18,000 students. I don't think it makes sense to be able to do that without sitting down and just talking to people. It's why I sort of highlighted that I want to do focus groups and targeted surveys at different groups of students to find out what sort of different things YUSU can provide for them.
Okay, Roberta, thank you. You mentioned there mental health, and it's been an issue that's talked about quite a lot so far this evening, and I think it is, in loads of manifestos we've seen it already this campaign. Will, where is the problem located in mental health? I mean, part of me thinks it's just it's beyond a university or it's to do with, you know, national health trusts and local councils, isn't it?
I think it's everyone's responsibility. If my friends are upset, I want to try and help them by putting them in the right direction. I think everyone is responsible for their own mental health, for the mental health of the people around them. It's about supporting each other. I think also you need to make sure it's having places you can go to is not necessarily what people need. Maybe you need someone to come to you, or maybe you just need to have people on the bus who just come up to you, look a bit down. How you doing? You know, I think that would be a great thing to do.
More, it's fair to say, more personal support, less institutionalised support.
Exactly. Yeah.
Anyone else want to chime in on that?
I think when it comes to mental health in York, a lot of the answers that university are getting are long-term things. We need to be doing things in the interim period. I think one of the best ways to do that is through colleges. As a chair, I saw assistant heads, tutors. They are the lifeblood of the university in dealing with these issues. They're the person who's there to talk to. They're the person who's there as an ear to listen to. We should be giving those sort of people a lot more support and be signposting students better to those sort of services.
Roberto, are colleges the answer to this?
I think partially. I think there's some contingencies in the data. For example, last year over 50% of suicides were East Asian students on campus, and last year I had a proportionately higher number of suicides than previous years. I think we definitely need to provide specialized support and look at ways to help these students. You know, I met with Open Door and they said that a lot of these students have trouble integrating in the UK with other students. I think we need to find ways to ensure that they feel welcome, that they're being talked to, that they have places and people they can talk to and be listened to.
Alex, is your mental health camp policy built on sort of expansion of these services existing, or perhaps new focus groups like Roberto's?
Yeah, I think it's similar to what Max said on facilitating conversations with your colleges, but also facilitate when those conversations need to happen, facilitating with the right sort of individuals, the trained individuals, and making sure that the route to those individuals is as easy as it can possibly be, and sort of confidential as well.
Would you like to see an expansion of the current services, so Open Door, Nightline that we have? Is that
definitely? That's something that's already being put forward in the Graham report. Things like that need to happen. Yeah,
generally across the board.
Yeah, that's what that money should go towards.
Yeah, I mean, here you have like £500,000 being put into the uni. 120,000 has been spent this year. I think we definitely need to look at ways to increase services available. You know, this year Open Door hired someone who speaks Mandarin specifically to help East Asian students. I think we need to look at ways to spend that money to help other specialized groups, but also students in general.
I think not all problems necessarily need to be solved with money. I think there are things you can do completely for free, just by increasing the message of peer help.
I disagree with that to an extent when you have the sort of waiting queues you do on Open Door teams. Right now you just can't get an appointment. You literally, it's not even a waiting list anymore because it's fully booked for the term.
But if my housemates, if my course mates, if people closer around me are encouraged to help me, and we're given ways to understand each other on a more peer-to-peer basis, we don't need to be going to these.
I think that's okay for certain cases, but much more extreme cases. Yeah, students aren't trained to be dealing with these sort of cases.
But we might be reducing strain due to less important cases, and so more important cases can actually get to the places.
I think availability to trained professionals does cost money, and if you want to increase that availability, you do need to spend something.
I definitely feel like it's a mix. In the Graham report, actually, it said that 75% of students that went to Open Door also went to other friends first. So I definitely think we need to find ways to, as you said, get the message across, like to the average student. Who can we help?
Thank you. Well? Very quickly, one word, why should people vote for you, Max?
I think you should vote for me because I really care about York and I want to make York students' lives better.
Alex?
I'm passionate about students having a good time at York.
Roberto?
I've been the YUSU International Officer the last 2 years, have a lot of experience and care about students.
Will?
Be back Monday, Saturday, 8:30.
Thank you. Thank you to 4 candidates there very much for that debate. We're now going straight over to the green room for a bit more of analysis. Hector, are you down there? Hello, green room.
Hello. Yeah, we're back here in the green room where things are buzzing once again. I've tracked down someone from URY. Hey, how's it going? How's it going in comparison to last year, do you think, logistically and vis-a-vis the vibe in this room right now?
I mean, the room's absolutely buzzing. I mean, all the pizza's gone. There's buzz. There's some fantastic pink outfits. I mean, I've seen some tutus, some outfits that were far too tight. Not looking at any candidates, Jed. But overall, it's going really well. And of course, URY is always on to bigger and better things every year.
Fantastic. Do you think the outfits are more or less outlandish than last year?
I'd say more so. I mean, I'm already ordering my pink suit next week, and I'm working hard and playing hard like everyone is in this room tonight. So it's going well.
Excellent, fantastic stuff. The squash has certainly gone down. Now, if I just move round to the Yorker once again, Mr. Live blogging things. What have you blogged recently?
I have a name, you know.
No, you don't.
Yes.
Mr. Live blog.
Is this all because we're independent? We give you a name.
Yes.
God, the things I have to put. What?
You're getting coverage. No one knows this name.
Yeah, sorry. Shall we? Anyway, Lemon Press. Hi. What have you thought of the most recent presidential debate?
Oh, it was a very, very interesting presidential debate, but I am sad that they didn't mention any things we mentioned earlier. Isn't that right, Greg?
Well, I'd appreciate you coming to talk to an actual media outlet for a change. It was quite illuminating.
Always a pleasure.
I was actually genuinely interested for the first time this evening, and there were actually some really interesting things brought up. I would tell them to stay the hell away from Hes East, because if anyone tries to do anything there, I think they tried to do it in America once and people died, but I mean, apart from that. Oh, thank you.
Get your own microphone and everything.
Oh, boy. But yeah, no, I thought it was a genuinely good debate. I enjoyed it a lot.
Excellent. So you are pro or against the involvement of joke candidates? Because there have certainly been a lot this year so far for the president.
Well, to be honest, it really depends on how funny a joke candidate actually is. So I think one thing that joke candidates kind of miss every year is that they stick to one joke, and it doesn't always apply to every situation. I would like to see joke candidates who have a bit more of a range and can adapt to different questions and situations with a humorous... Okay, just saying that you have to be smart and funny means that you shouldn't be running as a joke candidate in the first place. If you're not either of those things, you shouldn't even bother, and you're just wasting people's time. But one of the things I did find very interesting about the last bunch of debaters were a lot of them had quite a lot of actual concrete things they wanted to do. And that's actually quite a nice change from a lot of the jargon we see thrown around in a lot of the other debates and stuff like that. So it was nice to see people with some genuine data. They'd gone and done some surveys. They had plans for apps or stuff like that. You know, all those things are very nice to see in this kind of debate.
Excellent stuff. So some genuine candidates for genuine issues from Lemon Press. Insightful stuff. Well, thank you very much. I'm going to head back to Mr. Livestream, who will remain anonymous by choice. Going over to second Mr. Live blog. What have you been blogging, sir? How's it going? What have you thought so far of the process?
Well, I joined halfway through it, so... But just been live tweeting, just looking at people's responses, and quite colourful, to say the least. Mr. Number One anonymous has finished his Jamie Dodger, so...
Yeah, it's quite nice to see some of the tweets coming from the Sabs and stuff. We picked up on stuff from Alex Lusty and Dom Smithies. It's all very nice. Very interesting kind of comments coming in through. Although a bit of a mix of ranges dependent on when you tuned into the debates. I imagine that the presidential debate about an hour ago had, let's say, how do I say, mixed reviews. Yeah.
So you think the most recent one was better?
Oh yeah,
Lemon Press did, or?
I think the most recent one was much better. Not necessarily for the same reasons as the Lemon Press, but I felt that they actually, how do I put it? They spoke seriously.
Right, I see. So the Yorker also doesn't agree with joke candidates. You think there are too many this year?
Well, I'm surprised. I didn't realise that there were so many joke candidates. No. Well, it's up to them really, and it's also the student body that votes them in.
Fair enough.
What I will say is that it's been 9 years since Mad Captain Tom was elected YUSU president, so you never know, there could be hope for the joke candidate.
Lest we forget. On that note, as a media society, do you think it's harder to cover joke candidates because they're already taking the mick, so you can't take the mick out of them? Or do you think it makes it easier because they are quite literally a joke?
Oh, do you mean the ones in the YUSU election, or do you mean in general, like Trump, you know? It's quite difficult, really. It's quite difficult, really, because you never quite know what when the things coming out of their mouth is actually the serious stuff that they mean. But yeah, it can be quite difficult, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much, the Yorker. Now I'm going to come round to another bit of URY, the media team. Amy, how are you doing? What's going on Twitter?
We're getting a lot of mixed responses on various candidates, so we've had some interesting outfit choices tonight, so we're getting some feedback
People commenting
that.
on the outfits.
Yes, we've had some comments on outfits and just generally some manifestos presented by candidates and policies have been interesting tonight.
Interesting stuff. So people getting involved across the student body, always nice, always good to see. But while we've still got a bit of time, I have to catch a word with a man in a very pink suit in the corner who I've neglected so far this evening. Hello, sir.
Hello, my name is Tom Arnold. Tom Vibar Arnold, I should correct myself to.
Nice to meet you. Now tell me, did you own this suit before the election or was it purchased especially? I'm not sure the answer, which is more upsetting.
Both.
Both.
This is all an excuse. This is a ruse just so I can wear a pink suit for a week or two.
Well, it's very dapper, I have to say, indeed. Now, are you a joke candidate?
I object to the term joke candidate. I don't like being labelled as anything in particular. I think I am a candidate running with a motive which is innovative, and I have some serious issues that I want to raise awareness for, but I also have issues that maybe are less serious to raise awareness of. I am a complicated candidate, let's put it that way.
A complicated candidate indeed. What do you think about the many other joke candidates in the presidential debate today?
I think they did as well as they could, let's put it that way. I think they will prepare more for the actual debates, but today was a good tester to see how they deal under pressure.
And what do you think it says about the position of president, where so many people don't take it seriously enough to run as a joke?
I think the position of president over the years has declined really in popularity. I've certainly seen that myself. I think the main contributing factor for that is every year the claims seem to be getting more bolder and bolder and bolder. It used to be a shop on Hes East. Then everyone realized that the president can't do that. Mm-hmm. Now they've changed. I hear one candidate wants to lower the cost of housing on campus.
All good things, surely, though.
Good things, but are they really achievable by USU president? And I would argue they are not within the remit, especially housing, because the president is of USU, not the university.
So you think there should be a clearer distinction between the two?
I think there is the distinction, and I think that should be more advertised. The president is of the student union, and it can apply pressure to the university, but they don't have direct control. They are making promises that they cannot guarantee, much like Brexit.
Fair enough, strong words. Tom Arnold, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Now I'm going to move back on over to the Yorker, because I saw some activity earlier which very much confused me, which was there was a bit of a scuffle between you and the Lemon Press. Could you explain what that was about?
It was quite violent. Swords were drawn, but we... Yes.
I
went off to do a bit of investigative journalism. I found a presidential candidate lurking in in V-Bar doing a bit of bass. When I came back, I discovered to my horror that the Lemon Press had doctored my Facebook profile. And
shocking. Shocking stuff. Scandalous things going on here in the media camp. The Yorker, thank you very much. Over to you, Peter.
Thank you very much, Hector. Now, we were going to use this next 5 minutes to interview international officer candidate Jens Dahl Granley, but unfortunately he has not been able to make it tonight. So instead, we're going to play one of our candidates' songs. This is Freak 'Em Dressed by Beyonce, which is chosen by Daniel Bowen, who we've got the activity debate coming right up. So, enjoy this.
Send us a message via the website.
ury.org.uk.
Supports and develops extracurricular activities amongst students, including societies, events and volunteering.
Welcome to my two candidates. So let's start off by introducing yourselves. Who are you and what do you have that gives you the required experience for the role?
Right, hi, I'm Dan. I'm chair of LGBTQ Social. I've been chair for 2 years. I've been running the society for 2 years. When I took over as the society, the old chair just dropped out very suddenly, so I had to work out from the ground up. And the focus of my main policies are actually supporting societies when their old committees can't. I think that's really important, as the student union should be doing more just to make sure societies are looked after. So that was what motivated me to run in the first place.
Thank you, Dan. Mickey?
My name's Mikey.
Mikey, sorry.
It's okay, don't worry. And yeah, I'm the chair of the Pantomime Society. Oh yes, I am. I'm so sorry. I'm also a team leader for Night Safe as well. So I understand how YUSU activities work, both as a society level and a volunteering level. I've also been a producer for the Pantomime Society as well, so I've got experience in sort of running big events as well. And my policies are broken down into 3 separate points. So unlock recognition, because I think the student union could do more to actually recognise the good work that students do. Unlock opportunities, so let people join in whenever they want with different things, and similarly unlock support. So I think the students union, especially activities officer, could be a hands-on role and actually support societies when they're struggling a little bit.
Okay, thank you very much. So you've both talked about some of your policies there. But should we talk more about how students can balance societies and studies, and how you would help them in their society endeavours, as well as balancing their studies at university?
So I've actually got a manifesto point on this. So I'd say I want to create an activities matchmaker on the YUSU website. So this will basically match students to opportunities that appeal to their interests, future prospects, and kind of like suit their timetable. So I know, especially when people are taking their courses a lot more seriously because fees are going up, so you have to get a good grade to get good jobs and that sort of thing. It can kind of like fall down by the wayside a little bit, like the extracurricular activities sort of thing. So I want to just kind of bring societies down to you, so you don't have to trail through 200 sort of like biographies of what a society does, and plus more volunteering projects, plus everything. I kind of want a questionnaire where you can say, oh, I'm interested in this, I'm free on these days, I want to spend this much money, go, and then bam, you've got a list of societies and volunteering projects that would suit you.
Daniel?
I was going with, I think my main two policies were like aiming to address this in a similar way. I was going with workshops rather than like, I've got networking events too, but I was thinking things that would just train people how to do things quickly. I think that there used to be more workshops and the training, and it's really decreased in the last couple of years. And I've had experience. I've done 4 liberation networks through like, this is how you run an event kind of thing that have been quite popular, and I like to be able to spread that to the wider university. My other main policy is to adapt all of the resource hub, which is the information from the student union to societies. I want to send that into interactive media, into videos and stuff, because I just think that would take a lot of the work, the sort of bureaucratic work that keeps people out of running for societies. I'd like to be able to make that accessible to everyone. So that was the thinking behind that policy.
Okay, well, my question was more like about students who they get involved in these societies, and suddenly it's taking up more and more of their time. They're getting more senior positions in the societies, and they're finding it difficult to balance their studies and managing these societies at the same time. So how can you support these kind of students who are very heavily involved in societies and looking to you for some help?
I think I wanted to take a more hands-on approach to the societies. I want to be able to be in contact with someone from every committee, be sending emails out from the start of the year and trying to get a little bit interactive so I can see where people are at, because I think if you are more in contact, I think the communication with the union is lacking, and if we have that relationship there, then I have a better idea on like case by case how to support people. And then I was thinking the improved support in general in terms of the workshops and the improved resources would just give people the power to do things quicker. If you're not building things from the ground up, you're giving support and working down. That just improves how you can do things.
Similarly, I'd say we should be kind of celebrating the work that society leaders do rather than kind of making them wish that they'd never took that role in the first place. So I think, I'd very much, be a hands-on sort of activities officer. And I've already said I'd hold open office hours for anyone on a committee to come and speak to me, for me to give them advice or just listen to their concerns about what they're actually facing. So I've talked about in my manifesto about YUSU finance. And that's a bugbear for a lot of society leaders, as I'm sure, you guys know.
Yes, yeah.
I want to kind of like listen to people and help people whenever they come to me, and also work behind the scenes to make sure that they're not put off with running their society, and actually it's quite an enjoyable experience.
Okay, well, Daniel, you mentioned things like workshops and things. Give It a Go already exists, and that's been fairly successful in getting students involved in joining societies. Is that something you want to develop, make the workshops part of Give It a Go? And I'd ask the same question to Mikey as well. What is your opinions on Give It a Go and how it's been so far?
So I felt like Give It a Go is great. It did rebrand the Refreshers Week. I think Refreshers Week this year was just more successful than my other 2 years. But I do think that it still really addresses just the first years, the freshers. So I would like to do things that I think more second and third years would going for. I think that there's a real view that if you don't get involved in something in the first year, you just don't get involved with it. I'd like to change that. I think some of the projects that need the most focus in that time is the volunteering and RAG stuff. These are the opportunities that give students vocational skills, and that was why I wanted to push those in Give It a Go Week, which is like my third policy.
I think it's important to realise that, the Give It a Go scheme is actually more than a week. It's a year-long course sort of thing. I think Give It a Go is an amazing sort of initiative to get people involved. It's never too late to get involved in these activities and give things a go, as the name does imply. I want actually to put more emphasis on the rest of the year and actually make sure that it's a thing that continues going and it just doesn't do 1 week and then fizzle out. And I also want to make sure that there's actually more activities going on for Give It a Go. So at the moment, it's kind of a lot of one-off taster sessions. And I really liked when they put on the HC1, how to fill in a HC1 form and that sort of thing, and go and see shows or you can give it a go and get involved in student activities in a range of different ways. And I think that's what Give It a Go needs to sort of appreciating and getting on with.
Okay, so how would you advertise these opportunities and societies to students? I'll ask Mikey first.
Yeah, so I would keep it in the Give It a Go scheme. So I think, for events and that sort of thing, Give It a Go is really good. But I'd also bring in the main YUSU social media. So everyone pretty much in the university is on the YUSU Snapchat or the YUSU Twitter and the YUSU Facebook. And I don't think that's being used enough to actually advertise what societies, RAG and volunteering are doing. So I want to make sure that actually that's at the forefront of the social media sort of thing.
Daniel?
I think that if I got elected, I would Give It a Go in a different direction to Mikey. I think I would put the focus on it being a first opportunity to try things. I think it is a brand and you want to keep the brand to a limited focus scope of thing. So I think the week and then the events across the year are good, but I think that making sure it is something where you are just trying to get people involved rather than sustaining that is also important. So I would probably keep it.
Yeah, and what about advertising that to students, making sure that they know what's on and what they can attend, what opportunities are available to them?
I think it would just be using the YUSU accounts, just focusing. Give It a Go Week is going to be coming up, and then when we hit it, it's this is what's going on then, and then leaving it until the next year. I think that keeping it to a quite tight time frame is the same as Freshers Week is a thing that we build up to. You can't have it all year long, you can't have Christmas all year long.
Exactly. Your position is not just all about society, it's also about RAG and volunteering. So I'd like to focus on that now. You touched upon it a little bit before, but what are your plans for that aspect of the role?
So so it's for volunteering, I'd say. I want to, again, recognise and reward volunteers more. So these are the people that give up their spare time to actually give it to people in courses that they believe in and help others. So I think they're the people that are going to go out in society and actually, cliche, make the world a better place, as it were, because they can continue doing that for as long as they want, basically, whenever they leave uni. So I want to introduce a awards ceremony, basically, to kind of sort of celebrate them and actually shout about them and say how amazing these volunteers are, because I don't think that's done enough. And also for RAG, I've got a whole section of a manifesto about RAG. So I want to work with the RAG officer to do more challenges. So I think the challenges of RAG are probably one of the best aspects of RAG. So that's things like jailbreak and that sort of thing. And I think they're really successful when everyone can get involved. Sometimes the sort of fundraising target can put people off, especially if it's a big one. So I want to work on more affordable sort of ways than that. I also want to work with the YUSU RAG committee and putting them more in touch with the college RAG committee, as me, and bringing them all together so everyone knows what's happening and they can actually collaborate on events a bit more. And then finally, I want to introduce the society and sports rep to the RAG committee so that societies are supported when they want to do RAG events. So in the Pantomime Society, we do a RAG pantomime every year. And it would be really helpful from our point of view to actually have someone on this society, on the RAG committee, who would kind of take charge of that and support us and say, what do you need? Do you want some advertising, that sort of thing? So that's my plans.
Daniel, what are your plans for RAG and volunteering?
I feel like the biggest problems with RAG and volunteering are actually that if you're looking for them, you can find them if you're very searching on the YUSU website. But I don't think they're advertised that well. I think that they could do with more support in terms of how they get out there. So I would be working with my own accounts and then the accounts of the other student union reps to just really focus on advertising these projects. So I'd be using all of the accounts we have through YUSU, the emails, and really headlining them at the moments when I think you can get people the most involved. I know at the moment we have Volunteering Week. Volunteering Week is in week 8, and week 8 it corresponds with a national volunteering week, but in terms of York time, that is towards the end of the year. That is when people are thinking about exams and they are not about to get involved with anything. So I think we do need to push volunteering earlier in the year, which is why I have the manifesto point on focusing that at the start of the second term, the Give It a Go week, is because I do think that that is the best time to push these things when people still have time to get involved.
Okay, so you touched on Volunteering Week. There's also RAG Week. And at York, that's not really much of a big thing as it is at other universities. Do you think York students just don't care about RAG as much?
No, I definitely wouldn't say that. I think especially RAG Week this year has been amazing. I think the RAG committee have done such a good job with what they've done. I think actually when you think about it, York students are very generous people, especially on a tight budget. We raised over £1,700 I think in RAG Week, which is pretty amazing going. So I don't think it's that they're not interested. I just think they need the RAG event's a bit more organisation, some support as well. Because I know the RAG committee is a bit stretched at the moment, and I think they could have done with a bit more support, and especially working with the colleges and societies and sports to make especially RAG Week the best it can be, and just a varied sort of events that appeal to everyone. So you can't just blanket students thinking that they're just going to like one thing. I think just having as many different events as possible will probably get people more involved in RAG.
So I think the problem with RAG might be the opposite in that it is stretched too thinly. We have a university-wide RAG policy, and the colleges each have their own independent RAG projects. And then beyond that, there is so much charity stuff going on for the university. Like today in Vanbrugh, someone selling soup, and for the homeless. All of these projects are going on, and they aren't quite coordinated. So I think it would be the first step towards addressing how to get more people involved in RAG Week would be to meet with all of the college RAG reps and the RAG officer, get them all together and just have a discussion where we can work out how to coordinate things better, because I don't think they're that well coordinated. And when I met up with the RAG officer earlier in the week, last week, she did say that was the pitfall where they struggle to work out what's going on, really.
Okay, so another thing that comes under your remit as activities officer is campus media. And one thing that has caused controversy amongst the student body recently is the freedom of student press. This is an issue that you'll have to deal with if you become the YUSU activities officer. So what is your stance on YUSU's censorship of student media?
So I think there's a difference between censorship and freedom. I think that yes, YUSU does have a role to play in sort of the editorial sort of functioning of the student media. I think that we have got the best student media in the country. There's no doubt about that. And I don't think YUSU should be sort of treating them like idiots and trying to edit and sort of wade in. But at the same time, I do think YUSU does have a role to play.
I might have to cut you short there. Daniel, one last word on student media.
I think that we've improved since last year. I think the student societies were aware that last year we were having...
York Uni's official student radio station. Official student radio station.
The only radio station broadcasting to York Uni. URY.
Thank you there, Danny. And to the two candidates there, sorry we have to cut Dan off at the end. It's all about giving equal and fair timing in our debates. We've got the news coming up very shortly at 10, but we're going to have a look at a bit of your reactions on Twitter so far. So the current SABs, very active. The SABs, Dom Smithies says the SABs aren't the only ones at YUSU. It also has amazing staff who are there for longevity to keep up the campaigns, obviously referring to a few things. Alex Lusty referring to when they, in the presidential debate, when they were talking about how they'd connect with students. Alex Lusty says, I tried walking around campus and asking random studio complex policy questions. The geese were the most interested. Dick King Miller at Dick King Miller on Twitter says, haven't seen a good candidate in the last 3 years. Looks like I will have to wait another before I see one. A few harsh words there. Also worth pointing out, Jed, 8:30 p.m. Fulwell, tweeted from his account, I apologise for my comment about mental health. It was in bad taste and very wrong. It's difficult dealing with serious issues when you're running as a joke. Fairly contrite there from Jed, it's fair to say. And Millie, doing a lot of work. I did ask both presidential debates what they thought Millie had done wrong. Millie obviously wanting to promote her good work, said, awkward moment when you managed to get the uni to cap fees for all current students for the duration of their studies, which I'm sure, of course, lots of the candidates did bring up how well Millie had done. Final tweet there from Alex Lussey. I can't remember a YUSU president that wasn't a college chair. Time for a change, or does it provide unbeatably strong CV? There we go. There's definitely a question there about university management. Here's how you can get involved over the rest of the night.
Follow us on Twitter at URY1350 and at URY News.
Yes, that's right. Do tweet us. It's hashtag YUSU Elections, hashtag CIN17. And we're at URY News and at URY 1350 over the course of the evening. We've got still 2 more debates coming up, in our academic debate still to come, and the sports debate in the next 2 hours, as well as plenty of part-time officers and policy coordinator, which doesn't quite fit into those categories. But for now, we're going to go to the news with Alice O'Connor once again.
On air, 1350 AM and online.
This is your CUNY's student radio station.
URY.
Has been revealed in secret filming by an undercover reporter. The reporter spent 2 months at HMP Northumberland for Panorama. He discovered widespread drug use, a lack of control, door alarms that did not go off in one block, and a hole in an internal security fence. The Minister of Justice has said that he will investigate these extremely serious allegations. UK economy growth has slowed due to Brexit, says European Commission. The UK economy is set to see its growth slow over the next 2 years due to the impact of Brexit, the European Commission has said. Economic Commissioner Pierre Moscovici told the Brussels press conference that the UK's vote to leave the EU continues to pose a significant downside risk, both to the British economy and to the wider Eurozone. The report forecasts that the UK will be overtaken by growth by the rest of the European Union by 2018, when the UK is projected to see an economic rise of 1.2% compared to the EU's 1.8%. Sweden defends officials wearing headscarves in Iran. The Swedish government has defended its decision to have its officials wear headscarves during a trip to Iran, saying that failing to do so would have broken the law. Trade Minister Anne Lind led a business team last week and faced criticism for wearing a headscarf or hijab. Certain Swedish politicians and an Iranian women's rights activist have criticised the decision. However, Ms Lind says that she was not willing to break Iranian law, and that since the only other option would have been to send an all-male delegation, she was required to wear a headscarf. Cricketer Joe Root to take the position of England's Test captain. Yorkshire man Joe Root has been named the new England Test captain, following the resignation of Alistair Cook. Root replaces Cook to become England's 80th Test captain, with Ben Stokes named vice-captain, the position that Root now vacates. And now, the weather. A dry evening with winds gradually increasing. Clear skies will lead to it turning cold, with the risk of patchy frost in the morning. Tomorrow, warmer temperatures than Monday, with lighter southeasterly winds. Some sunny spells are likely, but cloud thickens from the southwest later in the day.
Thank you very much there to Alice. And we'll have the news again coming up for the next 2 hours on the hour. But right now, we've got an international students officer candidate, Jens Dahl Granley, who is running for international officer, and he's being interviewed by Josh Dickinson. Here's what the role entails.
International Students Officer represents international students and encourages their participation in wider YUSU and university activities. Candidates for this role must be international students.
So Jens, welcome on. First of all, why did you want to run for international officer?
I wanted to run for international student officer because as an international student, which have been an international student for almost 2 years, I have seen what kind of problems international students may have when coming to the university. So I want to run to make the life easier for international students and to make yeah, basically the international community better for everyone.
But was there a specific reason, or just you want to improve the quality for
Or
overall?
like say the policies I'm running for, which is more accessible information, revoking the guarantor fee, and greater events, is because say when I arrived in the UK to study in New York for the first time, it was like Freshers Week was so stressful because I had to set me into the culture and everything. And then I thought, okay, how can we change that to make the international community better and the transition from coming and studying in the UK easier? And that is through more accessible information where they get freshers guides upon arrival, so they know everything they want to know when they coming to the UK.
Okay, you briefly mentioned the rent guarantee scheme fee. Could you briefly explain what this is and why and how you want to abolish it?
Yeah, so the rent guarantee scheme is, say, if an international student wants to live private second or third year with their mates, landlords often demand that you need a UK guarantor, which they don't have because they're not living in the UK or have UK parents. But the University of York can be your guarantor if you want to. But for them to do that, you have to pay £50, which I think is ridiculous regarding many international students already are paying £15,000 a year in tuition fees. So how I want to abolish it, just meet the union and say, hey, this is ridiculous fee, because, as I said, international students is already paying loads of tuition fees.
Okay, and can the university do more to help international students settle into university life? You just mentioned you had quite a stressful Freshers Week.
As I said, like last year, I heard the International Student Association asked if the uni could print out Freshers Guide because they have a Freshers Guide online, which is kind of hard to find. But I don't think the university was supporting them in giving out Freshers Guides, which they can do for once, and for two, making everything easy by having more information accessible on the YUSU webpage, University of York webpage, so it's easy for international students to find everything they know, all from how to sign up for Unifields to everything else.
You also want to ensure that international students have the same benefits as UK students. Could you please elaborate on this?
Yes, the YOYO wallet, or like the raised 20p charge if you're paying under £5. But you could... you didn't need to have that charge if you had that NES card. But if you're not having a UK bank account, you can download the NES app, which you need to go away from that charge, which means international students doesn't get the same benefits as UK students. So I want to ensure, if I get elected, that when YUSU are getting policies through, that they always thinking about, okay, may this have other consequences for international students.
Okay, and do you think this is achievable?
Yes, it is, because it's all about having a good communication with the new YUSU team and the university, and I think both of them, or everyone, loves international students and having an international community. So if you're just going to have good communication between everyone, I think it's going to be easily achievable.
And how do you propose to improve the YUSU website for international students?
Yes, have a tab for international students where they're getting Freshers Guide for once, and information about everything from how easy or how the English culture work, because UK students, and I take for granted that we should know how the UK culture work, but if you're coming from far away, it may be harder to understand. So just have a website with a lot of information about everything from simples to, you have to say thank you when you're going off the bus, which I didn't know the first week, to which bank you should sign up for, or which phone SIM card you should sign up for.
Okay, and do you have any experience of student politics prior to your current campaign?
I ran another campaign for being Derwent International Student Officer, which I lost. But back in Norway, I have also...
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much, Jens. Cheers. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you very much, Josh and Jens. It's now time for our next women's officer candidates, Catherine Yarrow and Michaela Tharby, to be interviewed by Naomi Gilder. This is what the role entails.
Women's Officer represents women and promotes women's liberation across campus. Candidates for this position must self-define as women.
Hi guys, thank you for joining us. First question, what made you decide to run for Women's Officer? Well, we just noticed these massive kind of gaps in the existing support where there was no kind of support in place for people with abortion. The support packs weren't really properly kind of navigated or cross-referenced. And we thought there's no better way to kind of put these on the agenda and kind of get stuff done than run for it ourselves.
Yeah, basically we met up, we discussed possibly running for it, and we went through the kind of things that we wanted to achieve, and we looked at what we had written by the end of the meeting. That was like, actually there's an enormous amount of things here that the university could be doing better, and so we decided to run.
Can you just summarise the main points of your manifesto for us?
Well, we have the lovely slogan of Get Wet. So welfare, engagement and training. And yeah, we know how it sounds, Women's Officer running with Get Wet. W for welfare, so abortion support, which is completely just not mentioned on the university by YUSU or colleges. Bear in mind, there are loads of young women who go through this problem, and like something like a third of pregnancies end in miscarriage, and it's just not talked about. And making sure there are supports in place, support packs, like actual accessibility. And our second point is engagement.
So with engagement, we wanted to expand the women's network a little bit, try to do more weekly emails, more videos going out, updating on what we're up to. We wanted to run some femme culture club nights, which sort of safe space for women and non-binary people to basically go on a night out together or just hang out on campus. We basically just wanted to replicate some of the things other groups on campus do in terms of creating more of a social supportive environment and try and reach out to more people that way.
Yeah. And our last point is TEEF training, and the main focus is to do gender and teaching workshops for postgraduates who teach, because there's no consistent standards due to departmental kind of sovereignty. So the training philosophy, history and chemistry get is all vastly different, and it tends to not include any sort of teaching or mention of unconscious bias and gender in the classroom.
Yeah, so obviously we want to respect that the university sets its own teaching systems, but we want to meet with the university, meet with the departments and see if we can put it in the agenda so that you have some sort of consistent standard on things like unconscious bias for people who are new to teaching.
Excellent. So one of your policies is to work with societies to help boost women and non-binary participation. How do you think societies can become more inclusive in the most part, and why do you think they're not as inclusive as they could be at the moment?
Well, so this was more from personal experience that we came to this. It's difficult to say with each society because everyone does things so different. But so both Michaela and I are very involved in political societies, and we noticed that, for instance, we had a problem with female and non-binary engagement, particularly with regards to things like public speaking. And so we decided that something that we would look to do was, for instance, put on workshops in training women in terms of things like public speaking, try to build confidence and get more women and non-binary people involved in that way. In terms of other societies, I suspect it will be different, which is why we wanted to consult with them and see what sort of areas do they see there's a training need that we could meet.
Yeah, it's definitely more about, instead of waiting for societies to come to us, coming to them first, so that off the branch we can be a consulting function to societies, make sure they have the best engagement possible and come up with tailored strategies to maximise that.
You mentioned in your manifesto that you would like to change the name of the officership to Women's and Non-Binary Officer. What do you think the university could do to make the campus more inclusive to non-binary students? And what would you do as women's officers to help achieve this?
I'd say with non-binary, because I'm LGBTQ myself, it's all about making sure you're not an afterthought. It's making sure that no evasion, making sure that gender isn't assumed to just be male or female on every single form, and just making sure and holding the university accountable in every single minute way. So working very strongly in an intersectional way with LGBTQ officer and all the networks, and making sure that we are a force for accountability and making sure non-binary is on the agenda. The name change is crucial, I think, because Women's Officer isn't just about women. It's about non-binary representation as well. And that should be from the offset and not an afterthought.
Slightly more fun question now. So you mentioned that you wanted to implement femme culture club nights. What club would you pick to have those club nights in?
Well, it's a lot of things have been thrown about and everyone's just kind of going, D-bar, D-bar.
I still prefer lounge. I think lounge would be better.
Personally, I'm on V-bar.
Oh, no. Some contention in the contestants. What do you think? Okay, that's all the time we've got time for today, but thank you very much for joining us and best of luck in your campaign.
Thank you. Cheers. Bye.
YUSU.
Yes, thank you very much, Catherine and Michaela. Now, we've got more women's officer candidates on the show next. We've got Emily Goulding and Radia Mustafa being interviewed by Ilana Zygmunt. There's still time to tweet us or messages in via the website. We've been enjoying the Twitter commentaries. You can also text us on 07851 101 313. But now, over to Ilana.
Hi, thank you guys for coming.
Thank you.
You guys are both young and relatively new to the university. How do you think your position within the culture here will affect your campaign as women officers?
Well, I mean, we don't have as much experience as the third years, we admit that, but I'd like to think that we bring the fresh face, we know what the students want, and we know what our friends want. That's what's important.
Yeah, we're both really passionate about it. Radia is a former member of the Muller UN, is it?
Yeah.
And I'm on the FemSoc committee at the moment. So hopefully, with that experience, it will help us to make a change.
What have you learned from the current women's officers at the universities?
We thought that we loved their consent talks at the beginning of last term. That was what really inspired me. I went up to them at the end and I was like, that was great and stuff. But
also their self-defense sessions.
Too. Yeah,
that's something we want to carry on as well.
Yeah, we thought those were really great.
Yeah.
What do you plan to do differently from the current women's officers?
Maybe we want emphasis on socials. We want a inclusive women's all diversity. Because I think feminism these days, it's not just about all women. It's about all diversity, all races. It's all POC basically.
Yeah. How do you plan to educate people other than women at the university on issues that include or impact women?
Well, we want to continue the consent talks because we think that they're so important in today's university culture.
And we're working on something about the pink tax. We want to include free sanitary products for all students on campus because we know we're one of the universities that don't do this.
Yeah.
And that's a shame.
Would you like to see consent talks? Well, you do want to see consent talks continue next year, but do you reckon they should be compulsory for all students?
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
And given that consent is such an important part of your campaign, how do you plan to combat the backlash to those ideals?
Maybe promote the use of helplines and apps like the Safe Zone app.
Yeah, we want to promote the counselling on campus as well because we think that's really important for victims of sexual assault and stuff as well.
And how do you plan to include non-binary or trans women in your campaigns?
Self-help sessions. We just want to create an environment where people feel comfortable to come to us with issues or just even chat to us about anything.
We want to always be open for everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You mentioned self-defense in your manifesto. How would you go about enacting that policy or idea?
Well, we want to hold workshops like Lucy and Mia did, but instead of hosting a couple of workshops on each type, we want to do multiple workshops, possibly on just one, so that people really master it. Yeah, because then it becomes a lot more useful.
Do you think people would actually attend self-defense classes if offered, and how would you go about increasing attendance to those?
I think so if it's promoted well, because
maybe Twitter or Facebook.
Yeah.
We found out about it through Facebook.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tell me about your plans to combat the pink tax. Do you think as a part-time officer, you have the power to lobby successfully on issues like this?
I think that it's quite possible, especially as so many universities do offer free sanitary products, especially because here, you can get free contraception and stuff, but you choose to have sex, whereas women don't choose to have a period.
It's a natural occurring thing, where it's they're termed as leisure products, where it's more like a necessity for us.
Yeah, and what would you actually go about doing within that lobbying?
I think we'd have to start off with speaking to Dom and people.
Yeah. Unions.
And finally, sum up why you think you're best for this position.
We're both so passionate about it. And as young adults and also as first years, we really want to leave our footprint on the university and hopefully to continue it afterwards.
Yeah.
But even if it's just in the confines of campus at the moment, we really want to make a change.
Yeah, definitely.
And do you think your friendship will help you work together as a pair?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, definitely.
We're living together next year, so it's all peachy.
Yeah. All right, well, thank you for coming.
Great, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you there, Ilana, Radia, and Emily for that interview. Joining us now, we have Megan Jones and Naomi Marsolo, who are joint candidates for Mature Students Officer. They'll be interviewed by Timmy Began, but before that, let's find out about the role.
Mature Students Officer represents mature students, provides social opportunities for them, and encourages their participation in wider YUSU and university activities. Candidates for this position must be over the age of 21.
I am here with Megan and Naomi, running for Mature Students Officer. Good evening to you both.
Hello. Hi.
Can you tell us, what is a Mature Students Officer?
Okay, so basically when you start university, you have to be above the age of 21. That's when you count as a mature student.
Good. So why did you want to run for this position?
We've both been involved with the MSA, the Mature Students Association, since we started at university in 2015. And we've participated in a lot of the events. And so we'd like to kind of continue that and just make more events and make the MSA a lot better and provide more support for mature students.
Okay. So what do you think are the main problems that affect mature students at the university?
I think it's mainly the age difference that some people think might be a barrier to communicating, especially when you're like maybe around 30 and you're together with 19-year-old students. It's just also the feeling that you get in the environment. So we just want to provide a space where they can relax and also communicate with younger students, because it's really not that much of a problem.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you think mature students should integrate more with younger students, or should they be more separate? Or?
Yeah, I think so, because in the end we're all just students and we can gain a lot from each other. I think the age doesn't really matter that much.
I think there should be opportunities for mature students as well who want to do things with like older students. So we want to kind of create better links with like the GSA to provide more social opportunities for kind of students with families or just older students.
Good. So we'll move on to your policies. You say that your main aim is to organise more social events. What sort of events do you plan on organising if you are elected?
So pub nights are really good, like quiz nights, just kind of like group like cafe meetups, that kind of thing, where we can all just kind of chat about.
Yeah, and we also thought maybe like, working with some other societies, some sports societies, some cultural societies, just to get more really happening throughout the term.
Good. And you also want to create a committee for mature students. Could you elaborate more on what sort of committee this is and how you're going to achieve it?
Well, at the moment, a lot of like the other officers, like part-time officers, have a committee helping them. So, for example, like the Women's Network have a committee, and we think that this will help run kind of make the MSA bigger with more social events, provide better support for students, and kind of represent all of the ages that the mature students have. So like we have some mature students who are over 40, and then there's me and Naomi who are like 23, so we're kind of the youngest. So it'd be good to hear from everyone.
Fantastic. So what experience do you have that makes you suitable for the position of mature students?
So we've both had experiences in other societies. I've been in the Japanese society. Megan's been helping out with Mind Your Head. And so I think we can take those experiences and incorporate them. And we're both very keen on working together. We're good friends, so we can support each other a lot.
Good. So does the relationship between YUSU and the Graduate Students Association needs to be clarified, do you think?
I think so. I mean, personally, from working with Mind Your Head, which is sponsored by the GSA, I know that it can be difficult to work with both YUSU and the GSA at the same time. And so I think it would be good to, definitely talk to both of them and see what they can do to help the MSA and mature students.
And following on from that, do you think the role of Mature Students Officer is promoted enough at the university, or is well known enough? And if not, how are you going to improve this?
I mean, we both got to know last year's Mature Students Officers. They were really nice people, but we didn't really know about elections and that stuff until they actually spoke to us personally, because we had some questions. So I think we could really promote this a lot more. And through us running more events, we can also get people more engaged, so they actually know it is a role you can run for. Yeah.
So overall, how will you provide better support for mature students?
Well, one of our policies is to kind of instate mature student representatives within each college. I know that was a policy of the previous mature student officers, but yeah, we'd really like to do that because I think it's important for mature students to have someone to go to in wherever they're living and whatever situation.
Good. So finally, why should students vote for you?
We are both enthusiastic about helping mature students like ourselves and kind of promoting more social events.
Thank you there to Timmy and to Megan and Naomi. Sorry, I had to cut you off there at the end. But now we're on to our next full-time officer debate. These are your brain boxes in YUSU, and it's, of course, the academic officer. This year, Julian Porch and Elizabeth J. Edevane are running, and Kai Harden will be chairing, and here's their job description.
Academic officer. Represents students on issues relating to their course, teaching and learning facilities.
Hello, good evening. Julian and Jay, please start with giving 30 seconds opening statements for this debate. Jay, could you please start?
Hi, I'm Elizabeth J. Edevane, and I'm a veteran of the academic rep world. And because of that, I've got a lot of experience and I know the areas that we need to close in on, such as investigating areas where the lecture format isn't working and utilising new technology to revolutionise that, and lowering the cost of your education here at York.
Okay, that was almost perfect timing. And now, Julian, now your turn.
Hi, I'm Julian Porch. Please call me JP. I much prefer it. Oh no, that was a general. That was a general call. And I'm running to be academic officer this year because I've seen amazing changes in academic departments over my time at York. And I want to represent students' interests to ensure they're getting the best possible educational gain in the best environment that we can create for them here at York.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. So the first question will be a bit just to clash you and just to get the debate spirit in you just right. So why are you a better candidate to represent students? JP?
I am new to YUSU, so I'm totally new to student politics, and I believe that what I can bring to the table in that regard is a fresh face and a new perspective and a new way of finding ways to implement students' desires and wishes.
Mm-hmm. I've been listening to the wants and needs of students for my entire time at York here, more recently 2 years as a department rep, and that gives me a lot of experience knowing what the issues are currently, also how to change them, which is an undervalued skill because it isn't easy getting into a new system. I know how it works and I know what needs changing, and I've also got that wealth of experience listening to students and enacting immediate change in my department and throughout the university, so that's why I'm the better candidate.
So how do you think what the other person said, is it irrelevant or is it just less relevant? How do you think that it's really, how can you really convince the students to do it?
No, I think Jay's experience is extremely relevant to the role of academic officer. I think having that experience directly working with students and course reps and department reps is extremely relevant to the position.
However,
I think that if anything, this year has shown us that there's a real disenchantment with politics, student politics in particular. And I think that there are ways and means whereby we can be constrained by the systems that we find ourselves in. And that a way to circumvent this is by getting new blood and new ideas.
Mm-hmm. Jay, how do you respond to that?
I think there's a lot of merit to getting fresh ideas, but I would say that we get those fresh ideas from students every day, engaged students and going out and actively engaging new students. I'd also like to say that, you mentioned student politics there. Wouldn't say academic representation is massively like a student politics thing. I myself haven't been in the forefront of anything apart from maybe the last month. And I think, again, I was very active in the NSS referendum. That's something that shows, I'm not afraid to kind of go against some of the things that some people at YUSU maybe want, because I have the academic interests of students at heart.
Mm-hmm. You said that you get engaged with students. However, we see that students are a bit passive lately, and they do not really get engaged that much with life at uni. How can you change it? How can you reach out to students?
So one thing that I'm really keen on is one-on-one engagement, because you get an email round, you see a flyer, you're not likely to, properly go and investigate that and follow it yourself. So I'd like to meet more personally with course reps. It's been something that previous academic officers have tried to do, but they've never actually actively followed it properly. And I think by motivating course reps to then go on and take that one-on-one representation to their cohort, it's how I manage my department. It works very well. We have an incredibly good system there. And it's how I know several other department reps run their departments. And then also through immediate feedback schemes. So things like we've got the Rate Your lecture. Once you've got that kind of people know that they're being listened to, they are more likely to then follow the secondary routes of kind of flyers, etc. I'd like to see that more widespread, especially with the Rate Real Contact Hour schemes, because I think it's the time you can get immediate feedback from, what's wrong right now.
JB, what do you have to say to that?
I think that students aren't going to come to you. You have to go to them. And I absolutely agree with Jay when she says that it's about one-on-one engagement. I think the most valuable way we can engage students is in person, in real time, and just having conversations with them, because that's the way you get to really know their wishes, because they will tell you if you're an open and friendly person and you're genuinely asking about them, about their experiences and about their ideas and their concerns, because there's only so much that a feedback form or an email, as Jay said, can represent students' interests. And of course, when that's not really being monitored, you're hiding away behind closed curtains, filling in a feedback form on your laptop, there's not really a way where I'll rephrase that. There's not really the impetus to be really honest, to really get across your concerns and ideas.
So why people should vote for you, JP, if Jay already said that she has experience in it?
Because I believe that I am very in touch with the needs and students of York. I think that I'm fairly representative of the Vox Populi. Maybe I've just disproved my point by saying that in Latin. And I think I'm a really approachable person. I think that I'm someone who you can have a conversation with. And I like to believe that skill would be extremely useful in the role of academic officer when it comes to going out to students and finding out what their opinions are and finding out what they think needs improving and what doesn't.
So that leads me to my next question. What are you both studying? What are your degrees?
I'm studying theatre, writing, directing and performance, which is a lot of words.
And I'm studying English and related literature.
How can you ensure that you will represent all students, so including science students, electronics students, engineering students? How are you sure that you can actually understand their needs?
This has been one of my concerns, and was when I was drawing up my manifesto, which you can all read online. And I contacted a number of people, many department reps. I spoke to a lot of people on courses outside of the humanities and in the social sciences and the sciences. And I got to know quite a lot about the needs and wishes and also the goings-on of specific departments. And one thing that I was particularly taken with, and this is a point in my manifesto, is the Athena Swan Initiative, which has been which is running at York. I believe that York is the best, if not one of the best universities, at least in the Russell Group, in terms of Athena Swan. We hold 2 gold awards, which I don't think any other does, in the biology and chemistry departments. And my point is essentially I want to further that initiative. So for those who are listening at home or not at home, the Athena Swan Initiative is an initiative which promotes gender equality in STEM subjects, but also recently arts, humanities, social sciences, and business and management. And what I want to do... Oh, sorry. No.
Okay, so now I'm sorry, but it's Jay's turns now.
Okay, so in TFTV, for anyone that doesn't know, we have 3 very distinct programs, so I've had to get to grips intensely with how they work. There's 2 BScs, I'm obviously on a BA, and that's a lot of that's given me experience in really adapting to how different things work. It's an incredibly diverse department. But furthermore, I've worked on the team of department reps and faculty reps across all departments for the last 2 years. I work closely in different working groups with people from different departments. I know more about how their departments work, and I know how to utilise that team very well. I've seen it managed twice now. I've got some fresh ideas. I got some ways that I know works. So I think that is really key. The support team of the department reps is absolutely tantamount to a good academic officer. I helped run the recruitment campaign last year for it, and we got a full team again for the 2nd year running. And so that's one of the ways that I'd make sure that my personal skills in being able to manage all of those different kinds of areas are being met to the specific needs of each department.
Yes, but at the same time, there are no faculty reps running this year in this turn of elections. So does it mean that YUSU failed? Do we really need faculty reps?
We absolutely need faculty reps. I will say quite brashly that we have let down recruitment on faculty reps this year. And it's something that would be one of my first things. If we can't get them filled this year, it'd be the start of next year. Absolutely need those positions filled. They're completely paramount to the success of the university and representation in the university. It's one of the things I'd be looking out for is when we're doing recruitment for department reps, just making sure that we're putting that much attention again into the faculty reps, because the year before we actually had quite every single position was contested, and YUSU have dropped the ball on this one.
Okay, and now moving to something completely different. How can you define the role of uni in people's lives? So is it mostly to get a degree, or is it to get transferable skills and just experience in how to live life in general?
I think it's a crux of all three. So if it's a Venn diagram, we're definitely in the intersection here. People come to university for all sorts of different reasons. First, obviously, is the inherent value in their degree, whatever they're studying. And second, obviously, is the lifestyle and getting away from home and just learning. I like to think of it as like a trial period to adulthood, right? You get the first 3 years for free. And then as you say, the transferable skills, which can be used then to go on to gain employment. And I think instead of focusing on any one particular aspect, I do have to say that we must consider all aspects holistically.
And Jay, what do you think?
I'm largely in agreement with JP there. I think he's made a very valid point. There is no heterotopia like the university, but I would say that there's a reason that we have different roles. We have a wellbeing officer and we have an academic officer. And so what I'm concerned with predominantly is academia within a context of well-being, within a context of, the larger life, university life. And I do think transferable skills are part of that academia. While I do think it's completely mixed thing, there's a reason why this is a very important role that needs its own, field.
Should university push for students to get more involved with the societies, or should it just keep to pushing just for the academic skills? Jay?
I think there shouldn't be a push for it, because I think, there's quite a good level of society engagement. I don't know many people who are engaged with no society at all. And you get those skills from anything. You could go to see maybe a musical once a year at the societies. That's engagement, that's culture, that's something that you're absorbing. So it doesn't matter if you're doing that or, if you're a presenter on URY, if you're really involved. I don't think that that's something the university necessarily needs to engage itself with, because we have an activities officer to make sure that, they're getting everything that they need.
JP, what do you think about it?
I largely agree with Jay on this matter. I think that it's not particularly the university's remit to encourage activities outside of learning and teaching, and that is exactly why we have the role of academic officer, activities officer in YUSU. I believe that the onus is largely on the student, but that has to be facilitated by the union. That has to be made more accessible, and I think that is what many of the activities or prospective activities officers are running on today.
And I think the last question would be, if you could steal one idea from your opponent, which one would it be?
If I could steal one idea from Jay's manifesto, it would definitely be to implement more departmental book fairs, second-hand book fairs, so that students have access to second-hand books and materials without having to spend a lot of money, without having to increase their cost of education. And also, I think it promotes a sense of community. There's not necessarily the passing on of ancient tomes in a literary way, but I think just in having a collective together of a day where you're all as a community celebrating your subject together, I think that's a really important thing.
And Jay, how about you?
Slight cop-out, because it's a very similar policy. It's JP's idea of having departments have reserves of books that are available, especially to students on the York bursary. As a student on the York bursary, I'm a big fan of that. However, the reason that I've chosen to put my policy forward as a different variant of that is because I'm not sure that there's actually the remit to do that right now. But I really like the ethos behind it.
And if you could convince the voters, like what experience do you have, and what's the most important thing, your experience from uni, that just convinced you that you should run for academic officer?
Oh God, it sounds so sad. My entire life has been building up to this moment because I started academic representation when I was 11. But I suppose it would have been when I was just starting out as a department rep, and some members of my department were quite resistant to getting in lecture capture, and they listened to my personal pleas as a disabled student for why it's a good idea. They really engaged with me, and it was just opening up that dialogue, and I saw such a massive difference for students like me and all students in my department, and that's why I wanted to make that kind of change throughout the university.
And JP, how about you?
So my current job actually is something of a marketing role, and essentially what it's all about is reaching out to people and engaging with them and interacting with them. During my time at university, I've tutored people and devised curricula, and that's something that's really important to me. The academic needs of the students here at York are absolutely paramount to me, and I want to represent their voices and ideas and concerns within that.
Yes, so thank you so much for coming here. Any last words? Just one word to convince everyone to vote for you?
Experience.
Personality.
Thank you very much, Kaya, JP, and Jay there. Experience versus personality, you heard it there. Send your reaction in on Twitter. But now we're going over to Hector in the green room. Hector, how are you doing down there? Hector, are you there?
Can you hear me, Peter?
I
Yes.
can.
Excellent, fantastic. I'm here in the green room, and we have tracked down Vision, who I've been promised have many interesting things to say. Vision, how do you think tonight has gone so far?
I think it's gone very well. Is that on? We've heard from a lot of very interesting candidates. I think the most interesting thing we've had so far is the obvious media bias and favouritism that's occurred towards the Lemon Press and the Yorker, and ignoring York Vision. And we will be taking a formal complaint to the YUSU.
Fantastic. As always, great to hear from you, Vision. The Yorker. So you've been live blogging. How's it gone so far? What have you thought about the most recent academic officer debates?
I noticed that one of the questions, I swear I heard them asked what policies they would steal from each other. I mean, that doesn't really set a good precedent, does it? Academic officers talking about plagiarism. I mean, isn't that something that the academic officers are meant to encourage us to avoid?
Very true. Do you not think they're trying to, mash things together for better progress is a good sign?
No, that's not how I do my essays, thank you very much.
Harsh but fair, as always. So, as we've seen, people come and go. Has anyone particularly stuck out for you tonight so far?
Oh, yes, I think the Lemon Press have quite stuck out very well.
Of the candidates.
Of the candidates? Oh, gosh. Well, I quite like Jay. I think she's a very strong candidate. In fact, we've got strong candidates across the whole spectrum, really. But the ones that stick out the most are the joke candidates, and how... What was that? Oh, dear. York Vision is asking for resurrection.
Are they? Yes, they are. Well, if we have time, we may quickly pop back over to York Vision. This is a very slick transition. Changing to a different Vision person this time. Nope, the same. Nope. Oh, it's all up in there. Okay, Vision, are you ready?
Yes.
Excellent. What have you thought of the most recent candidates we've seen, and who were you most looking forward to seeing this tonight?
I think I was most looking forward to seeing Jay, because she presents a very colourful vision in the green room tonight. I think they both have very interesting things to say about the academic officer role and what it would entail and what they would bring to the role, though. But visually, I think we can all agree.
Excellent. Fine. Well, it sounds a lot better than saying orally. When we look at all the candidates we've seen so far, has anyone stood out beyond the others in any category? Anyone who you've just seen or heard and immediately thought, yes, they're the one I want?
Oh, well, I think as a person that has to provide fair and balanced coverage to the candidates, I couldn't possibly comment.
No. Fair enough.
The answer is I couldn't possibly comment.
Fair enough. Well, once again, Vision, always a pleasure. Now, if we walk back on over, we're going to look at the URY media, who have recently indulged themselves in some free food. If they can just simply finish what's in their mouth. This may be more taxing than we thought. No, perhaps not. There is once again free food here, so we're a bit distracted at the moment, Peter. Apologies for that. So I think we're going to head back over to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Hector. It sounds like media wars going on down there. I'm quite glad I'm up here in the studio away from it all. Not long left to go, actually, till the end of the show, an hour and 18 minutes, but we've still got plenty of interviews, including our York Sport debate. Up next is Henry Fennington for LGBTQ officer, interviewed by Johnny Moynihan. But first, let's find out about the job of the LGBTQ officer.
LGBTQ officer represents students who do not self-define as both heterosexual and cisgendered, and works to increase awareness of LGBTQ issues. Candidates for this position must not self-define as heterosexual and cisgendered.
Hello, so this is Henry Fountain. Oh God, sorry. So what made you run for candidate of LGBTQ people?
Well, I've been a member of the network for 2 years now and a trans convener in that time, and it basically just kind of made me realise how much there is to do, and I'd just quite like to represent people more.
So very good experience all around. Can you summarise what was your main ideas and manifesto? What was the main philosophy of it?
Well, first of all, I want to increase kind of awareness for students and staff as well, because one of my main things is in seminars, things have been quite uncomfortable for gendering. So if I had, name tags or something with gendered pronouns, then it would be easier. Also just continuing the campaign work, because it's like a campaigny sort of role. So,
right. How do you raise awareness for the people who are just starting off in uni? So the freshers who are bright-faced, don't actually know if they're LGBTQ or if they're heterosexual. How do you raise awareness for people who are still finding themselves out in Freshers Week?
Well, I'd like to go through the colleges a lot more, because at the moment I don't think the colleges particularly have lots of awareness going. So I'd like to do that, and also continue that through second and third years as well, because it seems to stop after Freshers. So
yeah. As I got that idea, there's lots of money coddling in Freshers Week, then it sort of just disappears as soon as you sort of leave and become going to second term, third term, and onwards. Do you another big thing around news is the gender neutral toilets and stuff like that? Do you think that if you should have gender neutral seminars, gender neutral go the whole way?
Well, I think on the kind of toilet front, it would just be very hard logistically because it's a plumbing issue, but one thing I particularly want to do is put sanitary bins in male toilets and generally all toilets, which will make it a lot more accessible for kind of transgender students. As it comes to seminars and things, I think if we have kind of gendered pronouns, as in when we introduce ourselves, say for instance, I'm Henry, I go by he, him, and it would just kind of, I guess, break the ice a bit. Everyone. So
in all sports societies, lad culture is very prominent. I was wondering how to deal with anybody who's wanted to come out as LGBTQ in those societies, and how you'd help them in Salvation, for places like that, where it's pretty hard, and lad culture and lad culture is big.
Well, I mean, sports is a big thing. That's kind of one of the main reasons I didn't join any. But I think, again, awareness will be a big issue there. If we all kind of hope to educate people in issues, hopefully that will kind of decrease the accidentally insulting people. Also for things like going into town and things, I think, again, if I try and raise awareness a bit, even if it's things like kind of not policing the gendered toilets or something like that, then hopefully it will kind of, release tension.
Do you believe LGBTQ issues have a lack of attention in the wider media? So I can only name one TV show that's been completely LGBTQ related, and that's Cucumber. So do you think it should be more a wider range of media, from articles to people like that? Even do you think it should be just more attention?
Yeah, I do, because I think the more normalised it is, the less kind of abstract it will become for people, and the less people react with fear and kind of caution. So yeah, I do.
So there was a big event last year where people, especially in sports, in hockey, so I play hockey, and the people were given coloured laces, like the ones you are. Do you think you would try and do a massive campaign, since you're head of events, to try and get this the laces, all around uni, and just create a massive buzz for it? What would you do? What events would you sort of do to it to be both inclusive to heterosexual people and LGBTQ people?
Yeah, like you said, the laces would be a great idea because that's from the Stonewall charity. So to get involved on a kind of grander scale would be great because then we'd have backing, I suppose. As for like the heterosexual and like non-LGBTQ people, I think it's important to raise awareness for them as well, purely because like it just creates a better environment for everybody.
So you studied English. Like, what experience do you roughly have, and how do you summarize yourself in 3 words?
Oh, sorry, there we had to cut Henry off for time. But thank you very much to Henry and to Johnny there for doing that interview. We've got a bit of time now up until the news. So we're going to put some of our candidates' songs on. This is due to a few people dropping out, or Tiffany Swift was unable to make it. She was running for Mature Students Officer. We have, in fact, got a statement from her that we are going to read. She sent in, this is for her, she's running actually for Mature Students Officer and for Volunteering Officer. She sent in this statement for Mature Students Officer. So this is Tiffany Swift. I am studying applied social sciences. I am currently a self-employed mum too, so this responsibility has encouraged me further to nominate myself as your Mature Students Officer and to voice the concerns of mature and senior students at the union. In my observation, the percentage of mature students in University of York is quite large, owing to which they remain sidelined from many of the student activities, events and social gatherings. This is a cause of concern as there needs to be equal representation and involvement of the minority groups in the mainstream as well. If elected, I intend to create more opportunities of socialising for the mature students so that they too feel as much a part of the University of York as every other student does. Another problem area with the mature students at the University of York is adherence to the attendance policy. Though this policy is only for the academic excellence of the students, yet keeping in view the workload and family commitments of mature students, some leeway should be granted to them, and I shall campaign for this permissibility. Moreover, in collaboration with the Student Union, I will try my level best to work for more placement and employment facilities for the mature students, as University of York needs to keep promoting its mature students as much as the young graduates. If you choose me to represent you, I promise to work in solidarity with you to try and ease your worries about study and family life balance. I oppose any segregation or discrimination against you and to give you the best possible experience of life at the University of York. So that was the statement of Tiffany Swift, who's running for Mature Students Officer. But now we're going to hear some of the songs that our candidates have picked tonight. We've got a very popular one. You'll recognise it straight away. And this has been chosen by Sophie and Claudia, our RAG officer candidates, who we interviewed way earlier, hours ago. Shake It Off, Taylor Swift, always popular. I'm sure it had them dancing down there in the green room. Coming up after the news, we've got our final full-time officer debate. It's the York Sport Union president position. There'll be Peter Fisher, Alex Lake, Laura Crothers and Josie Phillips, the four running. I noticed already a few videos popping up on the Facebooks and the pages of the various candidates. Laura Crothers, one of those sport pres candidates, with a very nicely produced JP, who we heard from earlier, and Max Flynn also have their videos. Max Flynn, a theme, All-Star Smash Mouth has been a theme this today. That was JP, of course, that was. Apologies. But yeah, we saw a few other candidates for the pres candidates. Quoting that, it's fair to say, although misquoting apparently, or people were very quick to point that out on Twitter. We've had plenty of tweets in, of course. Thank you for all that. Samuel Moore says, Vanbrugh ran exercises on the first day of Freshers Week around pronouns and creating greater inclusion. Hashtag YUSU elections. Jack Worrell said, so proud of EJE, Elizabeth J. Everdane. She is doing an amazing job talking about the issues on at URY 1350. Ashling says, sounds like free sanitary products, a popular policy among women's officer candidates. And finally, another from one of our acting SAB team, Dom Smithies, says the candidates are so class this year, so much hype, and it's only day one. Well, that's quite right. And we've been impressed by their song choices, so much so that we're going to play another one. This was chosen by Alex Lake, Stars in Their Eyes, Just Jack.
York Uni's official student radio station. Official student radio station. The only
radio station broadcasting to York Uni. URY.
That's right. And you can follow our regular news coverage if you like what you hear this evening. We have weekly shows. Wednesday at 6 p.m. is the URY News Hour. At 6:30 p.m. on a 6 p.m. on a Friday also is our new debate show, University Radio Talk. This is where we debate a key issue. Some of the issues we've been discussing, especially in our debates tonight. And maybe a few more that will arise in the next debate. The York Sport President also coming up will be investigating both of the policy coordinators. That's in the final hour of the show. But for now, we're going to go over to the news again with Alice O'Connor at 11.
On air, 1350 AM and online.
This is York Uni's student radio station.
URY.
Neo-Nazi teenager given rehabilitation order. A neo-Nazi teenager who made a homemade pipe bomb has been sentenced to a 3-year youth rehabilitation order. The teenager has been convicted of making the pipe bomb at Leeds Crown Court in January, and during his trial it emerged that he was a member of the neo-Nazi group National Action. The 17-year-old from Bradford, who cannot be named, was also ordered to receive intensive counselling from a de-radicalisation expert. Pressure grows on Speaker John Bercow of the new EU vote comments. Pressure on John Bercow to quit has intensified after the disclosure that he has expressed his own view on issues raised in last week's Article 50 debates in the Commons. Mr Bercow was attacked by MPs for boasting about voting Remain in the UK's EU referendum, and after he vetoed President Donald Trump addressing Parliament, with certain MPs calling for him to stand down from his position. As it stands, Downing Street has refused to back Bercow. Sweden defends officials wearing headscarves in Iran. The Swedish government has defended its decision to have its officials wear headscarves during a trip to Iran, saying that failure to do so would have broken the law. Trade Minister Anne Lind led a business team last week and faced criticism for wearing a headscarf or hijab. Certain Swedish politicians and an Iranian women's rights activist have criticised the decision. However, Miss Lind stated that she was not willing to break Iranian law and that since the only other option would have been to send an all-male delegation, she was required to wear a headscarf. Cricketer Joe Root to take the position of England's Test captain. Yorkshire man Joe Root has been named the new England Test captain following the resignation of Alistair Cook. Root replaces Cook to become England's 80th Test captain, with Ben Stokes named vice captain, the position that Root now vacates. And now, the weather. A dry evening with winds gradually increasing, clear skies will lead to it turning cold and the risk of patchy frost in the morning. Tomorrow, warmer temperatures than Monday with lighter south-easterly winds. Some sunny spells are likely before cloud thickens from the southwest later in the day.
Thank you very much, Alice. We're going to go to another song there, just while we get our Prez candidates come into the studio. This is The Power by Snap, chosen by Aisling Muson, Disabled Students Officer candidate. was The Power by Snap, chosen by Aisling Mousson. Now it is time for that Sports Pres candidate. I'm joined by the Sports Pres debate. I'm joined by the candidates here in the studio. But let's hear about what the role entails.
York Sports President. Coordinates and develops sport within YUSU and works to increase opportunities and participation.
Right, thank you very much, Peter, Alex, Josie and Laura. It's good to have you here. Do you want to start by introducing yourself, maybe take 30 seconds each, and then say your most important policy of your campaign, starting with Laura?
Yep. Hi guys, I'm Laura. I'm a third year history and politics student and I'm running to be your sports president. I want to get absolutely everyone involved in sport, and then when you are involved, I want to make your life as easy as possible. Not only that, but I also want to improve our facilities and the links that join mental health and sport, because there are some really positive links there. So that's what I'm going to do for you.
Great. Josie.
Hi, I'm Josie. I'm a third year environmental geography student. So my three main policies are for York to become a top 35 university for sport through performance-based incentives. I really want to centralise college sport so it's accessible for every single student around university, because it's really great to be active and healthy body, healthy mind, helps you study. And also to expand the equal opportunity scheme to college sports teams and continue to bridge the gap between liberation networks and sports clubs.
Great. Alex?
Hi, my name's Alex Lake. I'm a third year history student, so I've got loads of time for campaigning. My policies are basically to make sure that everyone at the university has a really good time within sport, whether it's in bucks and you're competing at the elite levels, or just turning out for your college, playing a game of football or netball. I also want to make the performance of sport, I want to make it into an elite sporting university and leave a legacy, which means actually when we leave future generations, York is not only seen as an academic university, but also one for sport as well. And I really want to increase the York Sport brand and make it more media based by having more media coverage such as commentaries and live streaming.
Great. And finally, Peter.
Hi, I'm Peter. I'm a third year biological archaeologist. I'm formerly trained as a strength and conditioning coach, personal trainer. I've done that with everybody from beginners up to Paralympic and Olympic level athletes. Beyond that, my main policies are I want to improve sport at the top level of the university, but beyond that, I want to improve sporting performance all the way throughout university. Primarily doing this throughout fitness and accessibility to the resources that we do have but we don't use. Beyond that, I want to improve inter-club cohesion, make sure that teams are building bridges and not walls between each other so that we can become York Sport as opposed to University of York that has lots of different sports teams. And I think that fitness and sport should be available to everybody regardless of their sporting membership.
Great. I was looking through your candidates, and one thing, not your candidates, your manifestos, and one thing struck me was a slight tension between the desire to improve sporting performance at like a bucks level, and also the accessibility feature. Do you think they're complementary, or do you think you really have to focus on one above the other, improving a bucks ranking or making sport available to everyone? Start with Peter.
Well, personally, I think the way I plan to do it is I intend to make, outside of fitness being just the byproduct of that, I intend to make the top level of sport better because of the foundational level. It's the easiest thing to do in the world. You can look at it at any sports club. When you look at rugby, in the UK we do so well because our grassroots programme is so good. By getting players in development and actually training and actually playing continually earlier on at the start of university, when a team loses all of its players at the end of a year, you've got people that have spent a year training. You've got people that have spent a year, 2 years getting better, developing their skills. That's how you can create basically a solid base for sport. Every year you're going to get a superstar turn up, and then at some point they're going to leave. That's not an effective way. You're rolling a dice every time you play with your sport. If you start at the bottom level, you get more people involved. That means more funding, more money, more attention, more publicity, more everything better. And then if they continue to stay involved, by the end of 2 years, you've got someone who's as competent as your top level players. It happens in every single sport, but it's something that isn't capitalised on by nearly every team at the university.
Alex, do you see this, what Peter's saying, that the failure to really find those gems by providing sport for everyone?
No, I think you can have bucks sporting success at elite level and have accessibility for everyone to get into sport they love. It's not, you can't have one and not have the other. You can have them both exactly at the same time. So what I want to do is bring in sort of more fitness classes, especially after the winter break. I think that's something that York really suffers from because of our term time. Is sort of we have the winter break and then you have a bit too much turkey and then we have quite a little bit of a layoff before we start bucks again. So get those fitness classes going in, and also accessibility at college level. You know, Sportvate's been a really good sort of way of getting young people into sport, and I think by increasing that and actually using that as not, it's often seen as a glass ceiling, and so's college sport, that people play sport and they say, I want to play for the ones of my college, football, for example, and then they never kick on to uni. So I want to use it as sort of like a breeding ground of talent where actually, if they're good enough, then that's where the communication between uni and college teams needs to be better. So I think we can actually have Buck success and more accessibility. And by having Buck success and by highlighting it more in the media, it's only going to make people want to get involved more.
Josie, do you see though colleges can provide that accessibility to push that Bucks results higher?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's always good to like maybe bridge the gap slightly more between college sport and university sport. Like I think having high level university sport is a really good idea. It'll like help like put York sport on the map. And I'll do this for like performance based incentives, but at the same time, like I think accessibility to college sports is really good. By bridging the gap between college sports and the university sports, it'll like back up and it'll kind of like Alex said, it'll continue. And the better we do it, high level university sport, the more people are going to want to get involved.
Laura, how would you juggle these two, providing sport to all, but sport at the elite level as well in university?
Well, I would have to agree with Alex on this point that I think actually you can definitely have both and one can complement the other. I would say at the moment there are certain issues with regards to progressing from a college level to a university level, but I think we also need to bear in mind that actually we should respect the fact that some people want to play at college level and others want to play at a university level. College sports shouldn't just be about a breeding ground to feed into university level. It should be a balance between both. And if you are good enough and if you do want to progress, then that's absolutely fantastic. And we need to strengthen the links between college and university level. But I think you need to balance that against the fact that actually college sport and the accessibility side of York is one of our most unique features as a university. And actually we need to really retain that. So yes, both should coexist.
I think some would say on college sport, I mean, beyond a successful maybe a football tournament and a successful dance tournament, there's real scope for development there, isn't there? Josie, what do you say?
I think... Wait, can you repeat the question?
Developing college sport beyond, because there are very strong infrastructures for that competitiveness in the football tournament and the dance tournament, I guess the rugby tournament, but it could be done a whole lot more, couldn't there, with college sport?
Yeah, part of something I want to do is put on some more like fun inter-sport activities. So one, they raise money for charity, and two, like gets loads of people involved. I think, so for example, like the college darts tournament we had with varsity was so much fun, and we do more things like that to just like have more of a sporting atmosphere and everyone comes together and supports each other. I think that's really good.
Peter, does your Fitness for All plan involve college sport?
I think fitness is definitely something involved. Again, it'll be done at all levels. It'll be open to absolutely everybody. That's the plan, to make it do that. I think the main thing that a lot of people are missing with college, though, is college sport is fantastic if you play football. College sport is great if you play rugby. It's great if you play badminton, if you do netball or hockey. What about people that want to do ultimate frisbee? What about people that want to do table tennis? What about people that want to do the smaller sports? I came into Goodrick and I wanted to do volleyball. Goodrick didn't have a volleyball team for college level. That was a real shame, but all these other colleges did. College is a fantastic resource if you, like everything else, if you use it properly. At the moment, it's doing half capacity and it's doing exceptionally well at that. We have a fantastic varsity system with Durham, which is brilliant. But what about all those other athletes who haven't got into that sport because they're not interested in football? I can't kick a ball to save my life. I was never going to go and do football. I was only ever good with my hands, so racket sports, and then I found volleyball. What about all those athletes that have come over that don't do these sports, right? Football, rugby, hockey, netball aren't the four sports they're taught as kids. When they come over from other countries, they're not alienated, but they lose out. They miss out on an opportunity, and from that, it leads into everything else again.
Laura, is there room to improvement in the college sports system? How would you?
Oh, absolutely. I think perhaps one of the issues at the moment is that there's a disparity between which is perceived as the sporty colleges. So, for example, in my experience of organising college events, Langwith will get a team, Derwent will get a team, James will get a team. Those are the three teams that sort of consistently turn out. But then, so there's an engagement problem there. There's a communication problem. And in Myers, I would sort of push to work with the sports reps, particularly on the JCRCs, to really think about ways of promoting activity in the colleges that maybe don't consistently get a team out. And the other thing I would say is that Peter touched on college varsity as a fantastic way of getting people into sport. And actually one of my policies is to expand college varsity to a two-day university-wide event that can get everyone involved, so it gets spectators down. And I think having that regular feature in the college sport calendar would really incentivise participation levels, which would be a great asset to our college system.
Sure, let's talk about funding initiatives. If you're elected, would you stick with the current system of focus sports and that extra funding and incentives for them? Peter?
Focus sport, again, is an extremely good resource that we do have. I think, again, it needs to be improved. I think focus sport has been brilliant, but it started too late. We started it in week 4. The stuff that we were doing was generalised. I was very fortunate that volleyball were on it, as well. I know women's lacrosse, I think women's hockey as well, men's hockey as well were also on it. I know that they were on it. I also know that I was doing the exact same programme as people that use a stick to throw a ball and people that use a stick to hit a ball. I use my hands to volley a ball. It's not the same sort of sport, and it's so easy to often misthink, oh, we're doing that, that's fantastic. That's great if it's purely conditioning, but the fact that it was just being supposedly geared towards our sport, I think it was lacking. We can do a lot more with a lot less, so I think it needs to be opened up to more teams. We need to have a higher elite level status for things, definitely. We need some form of focus sport, but it's got to be niche. And then we need to open up this sort of thing that we currently have to so many more teams so that everybody is actually benefiting from it.
It's tough though, isn't it, because you have a limited pot of money, Alex?
Yeah, I think it's tough. It's always tough to sort of choose what teams to give the money to and what teams to not, and obviously focus sport creates that divide, but I think it's a divide that sort of has to happen with money. You can't spread out a certain pot of money too thin because it won't stretch too far. And I think focus sport, as it is at the moment, as was said, the S&C workouts that are done maybe need to be improved and actually made into specific sporting techniques. But also I think it should be based on Bucks' performance as well. But you've also seen focus sport really works. I mean, in the team I'm involved in and in other teams that are focus sports, such as like women's lacrosse, they're doing really well at the moment. And that is, all down, well, not all down, but there's partly down to the S&C and down to sort of the nutritional advice. So it shows that it does work, and in that effect, you'd carry on with the focus sport.
I mean, Laura, to play devil's advocate, obviously you said you received this.
Yeah.
Surely it's those teams that then need that extra help the least if you want to improve that level generally.
Well, I think we need to be careful here because focus, obviously as a member of a focus team, if you will, obviously I benefit from it. But what I am conscious of about the focus sport initiative, particularly this year, after changing it from focus club to focus team, is that a lot of people have been left behind. So I think it's a case of when people are so committed to improving their sport and working with their team, we need to help those who have maybe been left behind by the Focus Team initiative this year. So actually that's where this is an idea of mine comes in, which is the idea to, if a team is willing to pay for their own strength and conditioning sessions when they're not a focus team, to actually help fund at least partially their endeavours there so that they can still have access to the strength and conditioning, which is the key feature of the sports team programme, without being left behind.
Sure, thanks. Josie, I'll let you comment on funding, but also want bring us on to, because you speak about the accessibility and working with liberation networks. What can sport do for that?
Well, really quickly with the funding stuff, I think what Laura said, I completely agree with. I agree that I think the focus teams maybe left stuff behind, so I actually think it's better to reward it as a club. And you can still put the S&C to maybe walk towards your top players, but I think it helps the club develop a lot more. So the boat club, something like that, would benefit a lot more from focus sports, focus team. In terms of liberation networks, I think it's so important to just be friendly and have respect. I've learned so much being equal opportunities off the New York Sport Committee. It's just they want a better cohesion between everyone, and so people sign up to equal opportunities and they go, "Oh, I've signed up, tick the box." They don't actually understand what it's about, and especially with the logo, much as I like it, it kind of straight away speaks LGBTQ, and it's as much as LGBTQ is a massive part of it. It's every single person in the university, from BME or BAME, stuff like that.
So how do you stretch beyond that box ticking then?
Well, so I want to expand it to college sport as well, firstly, and I also want to create set of guidelines, because then it's people can read it and actually want to understand, and they can sign up for sports clubs.
Peter, do you see the current problem with sort of the equal opportunity scheme, and how would you take that forward?
I think the scheme itself is absolutely fine. Again, it's one of those things where there's a difference between what you put down and what you're actually going to do about something. One of the main issues we always found when I was a college sports rep is there was some genuine, really bad equality issues between teams where we had to really deal with those problems. One thing I do want to point out, though, is all of this is being said, but at the moment there's only one club that's doing disability sports, so I'm going to plug them right here. It's Sitting Volleyball. We have a girl who's been running this for 2 years now, competed national in it. There's nothing else out there for it. There's not enough funding for it. It's not putting forward. She's doing everything on her own. If we support these sorts of initiatives, initiatives, it's fantastic. But if it's one of those things that we just keep saying we're going to do, like every year, we just have to try and sort the problems that are being caused instead of putting something out there. If we can put it out there, like Josie's saying, that it's actually a brilliant idea.
Alex, would that activism be part of yours?
Yeah, of course, and I think at the moment Equal Opportunities maybe is a bit pragmatic in its approach. It's sort of there's been issues and they're sort of trying to raise things to get past those issues. When I actually think if I become York Sport Pres, I'd get sort of minority groups in and have like a focused sport meeting with them to actually ask them what is the problem with sport and how can we break down that
I just
boundary.
want to go over to Laura on Equal Opportunities. Sorry, not much time.
That's fine. I think it's a great scheme, but there's definitely room for expansion and improvement.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you very much, everyone.
This is the student radio station for York University. URY.
Yes, thank you very much to those Pres candidates. We're going to go to a bit more music. This was chosen by Josie, who's on her way out. It's Don't Stop Me Now. As she leaves the studio, desperate to get out. Goodbye, and here we are, it's a bit of Queen. Yes, that's right. There we are. Don't Stop Me Now by Queen, as chosen by Josie Phillips. Our next interviewee, we've only got 3 left to go, is the first of 2 running for policy coordinator, Lucas North. Lucas last year ran for student activities officer, but is aiming for a part-time position this year. Interviewing them will be Ben Wybrow. Here's what the policy coordinator is responsible for.
Policy Coordinator chairs the PRG, referendum debates and union AGMs, as well as having a number of other responsibilities in holding officers and others to account and helping to develop policy.
Hello Lucas, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing great. Though it was already touched upon in the introduction, in a sentence, what do you believe that a policy coordinator does?
I think the policy coordinator is the main way students are engaged with changing YUSU via policy ideas, and also the main way that officers are held to account through the democratic processes that we have.
Okay, so moving on to democracy, as you kind of talked about, do you believe that the university suffers from a democratic deficit, especially in light of the, I think it's about 5% turnout for NS referendum?
Yep, I think a lot of YUSU members are disengaged. Like when we see voter turnouts for elections and for referendums, it is incredibly low. And that is a massive issue because as an organisation, we have to question how well we represent students if students aren't telling us what they want. One way that I'd hope to address that is by advertising the work the PRG does to freshers and throughout the year.
Just very quickly, could you just break down for the listeners what the PRG is?
Okay, so the PRG is the Policy Review Group. And they are a small group chaired by the policy coordinator with 4 volunteers who are appointed at the beginning of the academic year. And they overview the YUSU policy process. So every time a motion is submitted to YUSU, They sort of look at it and say, can this be an officer decision? Can it just become policy? Will it go to a referendum? And then they oversee things such as referendum and election rules as well.
Sounds like an awful lot of power.
Yeah, they are an independent student group, and they are there to hold UC to account as a whole. They're sort of slightly below the trustees, but they are the main way we remain like a student overseen body.
Okay. You run on a platform explicitly of liberation. In your opinion, is it your job to voice the students or to promote the voices of the minorities?
I think those don't have to be mutually exclusive. I think at York we've got a strong liberation presence.
Okay.
And I think anyone in this role who doesn't encourage liberation students to send in motions would be failing in their duties. I think in order to fully represent students, that includes reaching out to different groups. You know, I'd also hope to reach out to colleges and societies as well as liberation groups and liberation students.
But do you feel that you will be a trendsetter almost? You believe that if you came to the role, you'd be the first one to take it seriously as such?
I think it's been taken seriously in the past. I'd hope to be the one to grow the role and to grow student participation rather than the one to make it a serious role, because I think it is quite a serious one already.
So within your position, how would you kind of encourage or at least bolster the strength of minority groups?
Okay, so I already have a strong level of engagement with the part-time officers and their networks.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd hope to work with those contacts that I already have. I'd hope to attend liberation group meetings such as International Students Association, LGBTQ Women's Disabled Students Network and BAME Students Network to encourage people to get involved and advertise how they can get involved.
Okay, you've held many NUS and UC positions. What's the biggest change you've made in one of these positions?
I would say taking the step up to NUS Transconference Steering, because that was the first time I took on a mainly policy-oriented role. And it was also my first national role. And that was quite a big one for me because it meant I stopped looking at YUSU and how we can perform on a local level and looking at how we can engage students nationally, like including Scotland. And
what did you achieve in that role?
So in that role, we became the first NUS Trans Steering Committee. The first ones to exist because the campaign was only created this year. But so far, we've put together an entire conference for people to debate policies. We've also received policy in, helped students to write policies. It's quite similar to the policy coordinator role here at YUSU.
Okay. Will you leave any of these positions, given your if you do become elected, will you leave any of these positions due to the heavy workload that policy coordination entails?
Yep, so I'm currently Secretary of LGBTQ Social, and that expires at the end of term with handover. I have a few other roles as well that are...
About 9?
Yeah, but I have, I think, 2 or 3 that are running out within the next few weeks.
Okay.
So it's sort of a changing workload rather than increasing.
In the ballpark, will you have 4 more positions? I mean, you can keep many positions? I guess that's one point I'm asking, because it is a lot. Have you already made clear it's a lot to do?
Yeah. So when I was deciding to run for this,
Sorry, we're going to have to cut it off there for the time being. That's 5 minutes up at the interview. Thank you, Lucas, and also to Ben there. Now, next up is Rowan Ellis, who is running for LGBTQ officer. He is being interviewed by Josh. Let's hear what the role entails.
LGBTQ officer represents students who do not self-define as both heterosexual and cisgendered and works to increase awareness of LGBTQ issues. Candidates for this position must not self-define as heterosexual and cisgendered.
What made you choose the Parks and Recreation theme song as a song you'd like to be played out tonight?
I think it's always been a very positive show for me, and it's kind of a feel-good song. Plus, Leslie Knope is one of my heroes. So.
And what made you decide to run for LGBTQ officer?
The LGBTQ network and social to a lesser extent has been a massive part of my time here at university, and it's helped me in numerous ways. So I felt like it would be an amazing chance to give back to the community that's done so much for me while I've been here.
You mentioned your previous experiences which make you feel like the right person for the job, such as your current position as a transgender convener.
Yeah.
How has this influenced your policies, such as inclusivity?
I think during my time here, I've been both queer and transgender convener, and it's made me realize just how important making sure the network is as inclusive and representative as possible. So I feel like if I was to take on the role of being LGBTQ officer, I have learned the importance, I think, or at least am learning the importance of making sure the network is as diverse as possible and making sure as many different voices are heard.
One of your 5 most important policies is accessibility.
Yeah.
What do you mean by this, and how do you intend to implement it?
I think I was thinking about this in a couple of different ways. Essentially, I'd want to make the LGBTQ network as accessible as possible, no matter what a person's ability or disability would be. So I'd want to make sure that it's held each week in a place that people can access, no matter if they have, say, mobility aids or physical handicaps. I'd want to make sure that I work closely with other liberation networks, such as the Disabled Students Network, to make sure that as many disabled LGBTQ students are coming and making sure that they feel like it's, a safe and inclusive environment for them to, I guess, join in on.
You also list meaningful campaigns as a policy.
Yeah.
Again, what do you mean by this, and how do you propose to enforce this in the future?
I was thinking of meaningful campaigning in terms of making sure that the work we're doing is truly making a difference for LGBTQ students, both within the network and on the campus as a whole, because our network doesn't necessarily mean, it doesn't include every single LGBTQ student on campus. So I want to make sure that any campaigns that we work really hard on in the future will have very deep and widespread effects for students here at the uni.
Do you feel that more representation should be done than simply the position of LGBTQ officer within the university?
Yeah, I think I think it is something that could definitely be worked on, and I think it is very important to make sure that the issues of LGBTQ students, especially, being transgender myself and representing transgender students, I feel like that is a very pressing topic that does need to be talked about a bit more within the university.
The mental health crisis has been a huge issue in York student politics in previous years, and of course affects the LGBTQ community.
Yeah.
How would you, if elected, try to combat and help this very serious and prevalent issue?
I think I would work on something that we've done a bit in the past. So brainstorming as a community, or not as a community, as a network, things that we feel need to be worked on. So I'd want to hear from students themselves the areas they feel like need to be tackled, and then as their representative, I would want to work with YUSU and, say, the university, maybe, outside the university as well, different groups that could actually help us implement the issues that students feel need to be worked on.
Do you value the idea of continuity between yourself and your predecessor, or are there major changes that you would like to make if you were elected?
I definitely value continuity. I think that this year has been, for me and many other students, a really great year in terms of who's running the LGBTQ network at the moment, and I would really like to continue the great work they're doing. I feel like it's very big shoes to fill. I don't know if I could be as great as our current representative is, but I would definitely want to work to continue the way that they're running things, essentially. Yeah.
If elected, what do you feel are the biggest problems you will face during your tenure?
I think I want to make people aware of the fact that LGBTQ representation is still important. I think that there is kind of this idea that, we have gay marriage and, everything's solved. I want to make sure that non-LGBTQ students and staff at the university recognize that there are still massive issues that need to be worked on.
Brilliant. And finally, sum up your campaign in 2 words.
Inclusive and accessible.
Thank you very much there to Rowan and Josh. For our penultimate interview tonight, it's 11:34. We are joined by Agnieszka Gjut and Mohammed Hassan, who are running for the role of international students officers. They're being interviewed by Marco Ross. And here is a bit about what they're going to have to do if elected.
International Students Officer represents international students and encourages their participation in wider YUSU and university activities. Candidates for this role must be international students.
Hi Agnieszka and Hassan. First of all, what made you want to run for international officer?
I think it's the experience that we've had from running to national society. So I'm the president of the Post Society, and Hassan is...
I'm a president of Islamic Society, so we feel like that
there is a lot we can offer to the international students. Like a lot of times when they come to the university, they feel really intimidated with the whole experience. So we want to make the facilities more accessible to them.
Okay. If you could, please summarize your manifesto.
I think we've had 4 points in our manifesto. So it's reorganizing student finance for international students. It's also maintaining the successful events that have been developed by the International Student Association so far.
We're thinking of also starting a drop-in session sort of thing. So like if international students are facing some sort of difficulty, they should know where they can come, and then they should feel comfortable that their voice will be heard and will be implemented. Like right now, yes, there are systems available, but they are not very accessible to the people. Like the people are not very aware of it. So
we also want to raise awareness about the recent global events and the attitude towards international students. We want that. We want to facilitate a productive discussion about these issues with hearing both sides of the story.
Universities are, as a rule of thumb, fairly liberal and accepting. Having said that, have you yourselves come across any instances of discrimination during your time on campus?
Well, I've heard of it. Like, so I was talking to one of the lecturers. I won't mention their name, but they were telling me that the DFO students, which are international students, they are treated a bit differently when it comes to their thesis and stuff. So, having said that, I haven't faced anything personally, but I know of different people who do go through some discrimination and stuff, different things like that. Yeah.
Is there any way you feel you could combat that?
Well, I think the main point where international students may be discriminated are student finances. So we've talked to many students, and the level of fees for international students are enormous compared to the domestic students, and that's a thing that we want to change. Also the availability of funds, so availability of hardship funds and maintenance loans and grants. I mean, even though the university allows international students to study at the university, they don't think what's next and how these students are supposed to finance themselves.
Do you think a part-time officer has the power and or influence to do something as ambitious as reorganize international student study fees?
Definitely. I mean, we will be able to lobby certain issues at the YUSU forum. We can talk to the International Students Association. There are a lot of things that we believe that we can do.
Do you feel having dedicated societies for minority groups can block integration with the wider community? Would it not be better to include a broader range of people to help break down barriers?
I think one does not necessarily exclude the other. For example, last term, we've made an effort with a lot of national societies to make joint events. So the very successful Turn Up the Heat event, for example, in the last term combined, I think, 8 different societies from the Hellenic Society, the Eastern European societies. And I think the societies are more successful when they focus on their own nationalities, but at the same time they can combine and do something wonderful.
At the same time, it goes the same way for the Islamic Society as well. We have done the interfaith event, and we have done the collaborative events with other societies like Kazakhstan, Turkish Society, Indonesian, Brunei, and we are organizing similar events in the future as well with even more societies. So
The faith societies.
Yes.
There's also
Yes.
a connection between the nationalities and the faiths.
Exactly, yeah.
With Britain leaving the EU, does this bring any concerns about the future of international students studying in the UK?
I think we're confident that the Brexit case is not the end of the world for international students. I think we need to be conscious about potential disadvantages for students, but not necessarily panicked. And I think the points of our manifesto focus on facilitating.
At the same time, like I was reading this.
Thank you very much there to Marco, Agnieszka, and Hassan. Coming up next, our final interview. You can tell we're getting to the end of the show, can't you? And that's for policy coordinator again, Jack Harvey, the other candidate running for that officership, and he's going to be interviewed by Johnny Moynihan. For the last time this evening, let's see what policy coordinator is all about.
Policy coordinator chairs the PRG, referendum debates and union AGMs, as well as having a number of other responsibilities in holding officers and others to account and helping to develop policy.
Hello. So, Jack, it's been a long night for you, hasn't it?
Absolutely, been here since 7, covering the whole thing. Yeah.
So, on your topic for your officership, we've heard about job, first of all. Do you think that the university lacks transparency when it changes the rules, and how do you change it so we give students more access to the actual information and facts and figures, so we're not having to do Freedom of Information Act to actually get them out?
Oh well, I say my issue for running is not necessarily the university. My problem is the union. For the university, I'll take it and hold it to account with journalism and stuff like that. But for policy review, I'm most concerned with the union. And in answer to that, I don't think it's just transparent as it should be. Information that should be available isn't available.
So you say you want to follow the rules in your statement and in your manifesto, but do you think by following the rules you'll actually stop change?
No, I think actually I will probably encourage change. The rules clearly state that certain things should be publicised and things should be made available. The fact is they're not done. It's not done at the moment. The rules are not being followed. And if more students knew about what the PRG was, I imagine that more change would be possible.
Yeah, I had to Google it, so that says it all, really.
Yeah, and the majority of people that I've spoken to when they've when saying that I'm running or they've seen me on Facebook, most people say, "What even is the PRG?" rather than, "Oh, what would you like to do if you were submitting policy?"
So you said UC officers are acting like autocrats in your manifesto. How come you want to become one then, if you really want to join them?
No, not all of them are autocrats. I think I'm referring to one autocrat in particular who is a famous name in the student media world at York. But I don't want to behave like an autocrat. I want more to return a little bit of discipline to the whole policy process.
Discipline? Wow, okay.
Yes, yeah.
Right, discipline all the way. So, how do you describe yourself in 3 words, not saying all the really sort of job interview ones, oh my god, I'm so determined, so charismatic. More
charismatic,
more just actually describe yourself in 3 words and not using the phrase that you use in a job description on LinkedIn.
Oh right, okay. Well, I suppose I'd like to say that I'm principled, and I hope that I'm also honest as well.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's fair enough. So, you say you're quite big around campus, I hear.
Am I?
Yeah, so on your experience, you have a fairly long list, quite a lot longer than mine, but so you say you're editor of the Yorker, former secretary of the Sub-Act Club, reading Constitutions, fair.
Oh, yeah.
And I can't read the last one. But, so you're fairly big. What do you say, you're fairly big in uni. So how did you say this affected you and your choice and your decision to actually go and become a UC officer?
I didn't realise I was fairly big in the university. I mean, I don't know whether to be flattered or offended, but I hope that if more people know what I who I am and what I'm like and what I'm running for, then that will probably draw some attention to the candidates and my policies, and maybe secure me a few votes.
Right. Yeah. Fair. So your choice of band was quite interesting because I've never really heard of them, and they give us some eye-popping stuff wow, who are these guys? So Caravan Palace are not really mainstream because they're not really on the Spotify, they're not really there, not on the UI playlist or anything like that. Oh, I think they are actually, sorry, my bad. They are there somewhere. But would you say you're not going to be the mainstream sort of UC officer who's going to do sort of photo ops and all the sort of things that have been done before? Would you say you're not going to be mainstream?
Well, I mean, I don't think that the policy review coordinator is meant to be a mainstream kind of senior role within YUSU, but it plays an important function. It may not be in the spotlight, but the role is very important, and I think it should be carried out properly.
So, last 30 seconds. Why would why PRG officer?
Why PRG? My candidacy is well, how shall I put it? Politely, inspired quite a lot by cynicism, really. I've seen a lot of instances in which the PRG has not behaved as it should be, most particularly with regards to the approval of the election rules. And this is the third year in a row it's happened, so I felt enough is enough. Someone has got to do something about it. So here I am.
Cheers. Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, thank you very much to Johnny and to Jack. And that is the last of our interviews. We've done 36 more or less, including 5 debates over the course of this evening. We're all tired. I'm sure you're all tired in the green room, but I'm going to make you talk to me once more. Hector, are you down there? Is anyone alive in the green room? Quite possibly not. Well, while we try and find some life in the green room, we're going to listen to Jack's chosen song, which was Follow You, Follow Me by Genesis.
York Uni's student radio station. URY.
Well, there we go. We are all done for interviews here. We're going to pop down to the green room and just see how everyone's doing there at the end of Candidate Interview Night 2017. A real first chance to hear all of your full-time and part-time officers examined on their policies, and I'm sure there'll be much more of that to come. News is out tomorrow. Examining they'll put profiles of their full-time candidates. A bit of Twitter reaction just coming in finally. It is a strong lack. Samuel Moore says strong lack of understanding of college sport there from the candidates, obviously the sports candidates there, and its autonomous nature. Jack Worrell finally as well, saying would love to hear the candidates talk about more funding for travel for these sports societies in other regional leagues, and again promoting sorry but not all sports play in bucks. Can we focus on achievement in all regional leagues? So Jack there wanting to hear a bit more from his YUSU Sports Press candidates, and you'll be able to hear a bit more from those YUSU Sports Press candidates next Friday, this Friday even, when it's the YUSU hustings. URY will be there, we'll be broadcasting the thing live. Jack Davies and Victoria 7-0 will be presenting from Courtyard, but obviously do come down if you want. But now we are going to go over to the green room for the final time. Hector, are you looking forward to going home? The green room.
Peter apparently does not hear. Peter, can you hear us?
I can, Kaya.
I think it might be just mine. No, hello.
I don't know. I am working. So Hector, you have to get up from the floor. Yes.
I was not on. Yeah, no, it's been quite a night here, but things are winding down as we've seen. Many people slowly starting to trickle out. Kaja, head of URY, how do you think it's gone?
Oh, I loved it. I really loved it. It was a long night, but there was quite a lot of interesting stuff going on. And I must say, I was surprised. Not once, not twice, and not 3 times. It was much, much more. Because there were, like, joke candidates, of course. This is something that surprised us all. So many. And all for press. But there was just, like, it was not every position was contested. Not every position was filled. Which was a weird balance between whether students actually get engaged or they just don't care. So, what do you think?
Perhaps the joke candidates this year are a way of engaging students in the student political process. Anyway, before they leave, I'm just going to grab quick words. The Yorker, final comments.
Lovely night, thank you. Very good night. Glad to have been invited by URY. We really do like being invited. We do listen to you a lot. You may have heard some of our song requests, actually.
Excellent. Always happy to meet a fan. Speaking of fans, Vision. The last moment. What were your thoughts on today?
Yeah, it was good. We saw some real good policies, and I really do think that whoever wins this election, the students will benefit. So that'll be good.
Excellent. So a positive result you're expecting?
Yep, definitely.
Excellent, excellent. Good stuff. Thank you very much to the Yorker, Vision, and Lemon Press, who sadly are unable to comment because they've already gone. Kaja, looking back on everything we've seen today, how do you think it compares to last year, though?
Oh, last year was all serious. I was quite terrified. As a first year, I was just like, oh my God, so many like very serious politics going on. And now it's just like All-Star by Smash Mouth all the way through. Because we have a very interesting wall in our green room where candidates put their policies on. And it's mostly All-Star. It just, somebody once told me, and it just repeats itself over and over again. And we have weird drawings. Is it a caribou?
Yep, yeah, I believe so.
It is... capybara.
Kookaburra.
So a big rodent thing drawn by Roberto. What else do we have? We have...
we've got people writing "Just be nice." We've got someone writing "Vision will return," which is, I believe, the first thing they've printed this year.
Green room.
We've got reminding people to tweet, and yeah, there is. I think Smash Mouth is down there twice as well, Kaja.
Yes, and I think the one version is a mock version, as far as yes, the one has definitely YUSU in it. So, well, there are 16-second manifestos are out now. We will see some more Smash Mouth there, and there's also videos. JP released a video with Smash Mouth. It's just like, can we get enough of it?
I don't know. This year certainly will not be lacking in character, as has been evident throughout the interviews, I think, from their flamboyant outfits to their flamboyant policies. From the green room for the last time this evening, over to you, Peter.
Hector, thank you very much for all your work. You can go. I've seen a photo of you lying on the ground. It's truly pitiful. You can go home and lie in a bed, please, Hector. Get some sleep, man. But thank you for all of you, and of course to all those media societies who have come down. We really appreciate it. And anyone who's tweeted in and messaged in, thank you very much. You obviously contribute massively to the democratic process. It's what it's all about. We're going to keep the music going. We've chosen this song, well, because you know what day it is tomorrow. So it's a bit of a love song here from Muse, Undisclosed Desires. Chosen by Elizabeth J. Edevane, running for Academic Officer. We've got a minute left of the show. Tune in on Friday to the hustings. We'll be broadcasting that. We'll also be broadcasting election results night. It's only 2 weeks away now. Less than that. It's a week on Saturday. Listen in if you can't make it down to Hes Hall, not Hes Hall. It's going to be in Hendricks Hall now. All the videos from tonight are now on our YouTube channel in a special playlist. So do go and check those out if you'd like to see any of them again. Up next, it's Music for Old People with Samuel Ward. So do enjoy that. Thank you very much for listening. we've been done for a year. We'll see you next year for Candidate Interview Night. And make sure you follow us all on URY News social media accounts. But now it's time for Alice with the news at midnight.
1350 AM and online.
This is your CUNY's student radio station.
Neo-Nazi teenager given rehabilitation order. A neo-Nazi teenager who made a homemade pipe bomb has been sentenced to a 3-year youth rehabilitation order. The teenager had been convicted of making the pipe bomb at Leeds Crown Court in January. During his trial, it emerged that he was a member of the neo-Nazi group National Action. The 17-year-old from Bradford, who cannot be named, was also ordered to receive intensive counselling from a de-radicalisation expert. Pressure grows on Speaker John Bercow over new EU comments. Pressure on John Bercow to quit has intensified after the disclosure that he expressed his own view on issues raised in last week's Article 50 debates in the Commons. Mr Bercow was attacked by MPs for boasting about voting Remain in UK's EU referendum after he vetoed American President Donald Trump addressing Parliament, with certain MPs calling for him to stand down from his position. As it stands, Downing Street have refused to back Bercow. Sweden defends officials wearing headscarves in Iran. The Swedish government has defended its decision to have its officials wear headscarves during a trip to Iran, saying that failing to do so would have broken the law. Trade Minister Anne Lind led a business team last week and faced criticism for wearing a headscarf or hijab. Certain Swedish politicians and Iranian women's rights activists have criticised the decision. However, Miss Lind stated that she was not willing to break Iranian law and that since the only other option would have been to send an all-male delegation, she was required to wear a headscarf. Cricketer Joe Root to take the position of England's Test captain. Yorkshireman Joe Root has been named the new England Test captain following the resignation of Alistair Cook. Root replaces Cook to become England's 80th Test captain, with Ben Stokes named vice captain, the position that Root now vacates. And now the weather. Warmer temperatures than yesterday, with lighter southeasterly winds, but risk of patchy frost in the morning. Some sunny spells are likely before cloud thickens from the southwest later in the day.
URY.